because it also doesn't say Tam Chacham, it just says Talmud. So this guy came, and he went ahead and he gave a share. And I will say again, one of the most important things that if someone is going to pass the law, one of the most important things they have to do is what? Make sure that what he's saying is clear, understood. Obviously, this guy came, and obviously, see how people can make a mistake, especially emerald audience between made Bateson and made Son, especially if that primary water source was multiple. So this was like a perfect storm that resulted in this erroneous practice of the townspeople. So Rabbi sees this, and Rabbi has, you know what? No one passes halacha without wishes from the Rebbe. You have to get permission. So this is the concept ultimately, right? That's why even for Yoda, right? That's why if you even manage it to the header, right? When these Rabbanim come down from Eretz Yisrael to Babel, they have to get permission to pass the halacha. Incredible. Tanchum, right? Rabbi Ami, Ikla Lachata. So what happens? So Tanchum, the son of Rabbi Ami, went to Tafar, the place, like this place, Tafar. Sorry, Chata, that is a Makom place. Darish Lulu, he does the following idea. Mutter will so speak in the basic. You're allowed to go ahead and scald rain on Pesach. Let's talk about this. Mutter will so Rashi says, really, man, you can't do that. That's called Rishlos. Rishlos Ma'atanai, the Kosam Nachat. That's the road, Kashina, the Femurs, oil the Kosam Nachat. So remember again, if you have a wheat, you have wheat. So you want to be able to separate again the kernels from the chaff. So one of the ways they're trying to use this was soak it for a couple of moments. So you just make a little bit juicer and then pound off the chaff and extrapolate. So son from the son of Rabbi, Ami, asked him that you could do this even on Pesach. I wasn't finishing this. So generally again, rain and water on Pesach is a no-no. Right, it's a big no-no. Right, that's what's like, we don't make matzah on Pesach. Right, you can't make matzah on Pesach. I have one second, matzah on Pesach. You're right. But there's a concern that if you get it wrong, what can happen? Has to show the comments on Pesach, which is obviously very severe. So here, coming along and saying that halakha and stuff, you could soak the wheat in the water because again, this is only done for a couple of moments before it was taken out. There's no conversation. So Amrullah, the second hand, Rav Rabbi, means to ensure to go off the second hand, one second, right, the money is here. There's a great stuff in this place. Why are you passing halacha? Like the money, right, the new source here, because of the time you're coming on your halacha b'makom rabot. So the people give a little bit of most of the time of things. They're not necessarily even going ahead and disputing what it is that he's saying. But what they're asking is the process. You're right, there's either it's his Rabbi, and he's going to come from this place. So by the time you learn, Hamid Ayor Allah Makom Rabot, the Talmud is given, not pass Allah from President of the other people, Ayor Allah Kimero, follows parsos, Kineged Nachane Yisrael. Unless of course the Rebbe 3 parsos away. Why 3 parsos? That is the size of the Jewish encampment in the deserts. Sorry, I didn't know. Had I known, I would confident. I wasn't now again. What is this doing here? What is it doing? So again, it's all part of the same sugya. So before passing halacha, you need permission from your Rebbe. And if there's someone greater than you in the proximity, do not have. To invest it into the right moves. And once you invest it into the right moves, you get return from it. And that's based off who you invest in, or the amount, or when the token comes out. Does that matter? Like the investment, like how's it work? I'm still a little confused on that. I'm still confused. As it is right now, Paris, just think of it right now, like you said, it's 2-0. The thing that everybody should focus on is just getting the boss level, right? Because what you'll see is when these like we just see the announcement that there'll be more tokens. When you get the boss level, you'll see, Paris, that we're going to talk to other bosses. And we're going to be like, look, guys, let's get 500 of these, and let's go clear that load. Okay? Right now, you're only seeing because we're getting, we got like 38, 39 bosses, just over 1,000 people in here. When you're getting thousands of people in here, that's what I'm saying. Everybody in here, you're at ground level, right? We're just starting. So the main
leaders that are being announced, you're right here at the beginning. Okay, so focus on getting up to the boss level, right? And then you'll see, Paris, we're going to do a lot of things where we're going to talk to each other. And we're going to be like, yeah, Paris, Sal, Night Out, Lord Pax, man, let's go clear this pool, right? And we'll clear the pool. And then we'll go coordinate on, hey, let's go talk about it. Let's go do some live streams. Let's go do some, some spaces, and then we'll go pump the token, right? So right now, just like I said, main thing you should focus on is just level up, right? The boss level is going to be where you need to get to. But yeah, the pools, I mean, like I said, you'll see. I think it'll be more clear when this new feature or this announcement that was in the news channel, when that rolls out, I think you'll see it's a little more clear, right? I think I got it. I think I got it from how you just explained it. So basically, I know we have to level up and get to a certain level, like to the boss level, to share revenue and things of that nature. But also, I figured out that you have to wait for you have to pump the token, so you have to give out a notice to the token and make sure that we get word out to everybody else about the token, so that it'll pump once we actually start, when everything actually starts to launch. So it's kind of the same thing. It's like on this app that I used to be on a lot called Cajun. The token, it came out with this TGE not too long ago, and everybody pumped the token, and it was people that stayed and people that left, but the community held the token together because they were talking about it and getting it out there to different people. So this is pretty much along the same basis as it, right? Absolutely. Well, it is in part, right? But I'm just saying that's the really cool thing is parachute. It's transparent. You literally see that you can only get so many spots, right? So you got your V-Bucks. You get all these people who are getting in balanced, right? Just like you. They get 100 spots, you get 100 spots, Nugget gets 100 spots, Sal gets 100 spots, Rothschild gets, we all get 100 spots, right? There's no big whale. That also is double, right? So that's what I mean by transparency. You're seeing everybody get their X account because you can see it on the exchange. You can click on their profile and say, oh, look, Sal posts 80 times a day. She's out there and making all kinds of noise, right? You're seeing that these are real people, hold the token, and now, right, this is the group at the army that you're kind of, doing this with, right? But the other thing is we got this awesome machine where we can go and make jobs and pump tokens and get paid to pump them, right? And then we're on spaces and we're bosses and we got our meter running now, we're making revenue from the exchange, pumping our tokens, right? This is what I'm saying. There's a lot of fun things to this, right? So, yeah, all good. Rabbi, thank you for being so patient. How you doing, Rabbi?
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Do you mind if I share my project with you?
100%, please do.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 4 years. This is the biggest event in global history. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. It's a time capsule or a timeline of human development. If you weren't aware, in the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. If you weren't aware as well, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data, specifically human data, had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person in the future. And when it does, I'm going to make every single person in here, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy. I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want to make sure that you're able to start charity organizations of your own. I am the biggest influencer in the world, and here's why. I'm not live on one YouTube channel. I'm not live on two YouTube channels. I'm live on more than 20 simultaneous YouTube channels 24 hours a day and have been for more than 4 years. I even have a ceiling cam. In addition to promoting world peace, I am an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, and cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Life Shark program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. But more than making you rich and more than solving the world's problems, I want you to know that I'm here to support you in all your personal and professional endeavors. I dare you to look at my profile, look at my pinned post, watch my video. It's 1 minute long. It tells you everything that I do. I dare you to look at my link tree. I have more social media than any person ever. I have the biggest link tree you're ever going to see. If you're interested, please connect with me in my Discord. My Discord is discord.me/rabbi. Most importantly, I want you to know that I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and I want to give people hope. And with that, thank you so much for the opportunity to share.
Thank you, Rabbi. Appreciate you, man. Great show. Hey, Rabbi, how you doing, brother? What you up to? I'm just hanging out after a long day of show. Was it a long day? Chill. That's great. You're a grinder. Yeah. Some stuff that was dug up before that has a lot of shitty timing in the market, but had to just get it out there. Stand up, stand Friday before the next live. Shitty timing in the market, but
I think it was the best one was Tom Jackson. The print is just a cum in my mouth. What? Jesus Christ, it's Florida. You ever reverse? You don't have a shelf, you have an awning. Yeah, it's like Look at him right there in the upper left. There we go. It's nice. It's nice.
not gay. It's the best asses in MLB.
That's not gay. That's not gay. Remember this basketball player tractor trailer? All right. That's a big name. Tractor trailer. This guy died, but this guy, I remember we used to go to the games, and I remember like we had good seats, and I would be like, the guy that died, he had a big one. Yeah, dude, that's crazy. He died of big one. Did he ace it like that, or did he lie? That's ridiculous. Oh, dude, it's a big one. Oh, you use a propensity too. I got like a year free of it because of my credit card. I'm using that one too. But this one doesn't do. Can you pick up stuff?
Are you like long-term cooking anything? I can lay down in the future. We might take all out of, like, say, a mint or something. So much mint. So you mean like,
Pleasure to see you as well. When possible, do you mind if I share my project with you?
That's why we're here.
Excellent.
You have anything for the Jumbotron? Would you like me to take for some?
Um, I can post it. I will do so right now and really appreciate the opportunity to be able to tell you about what I do. My name is Rabbi Rothschild, and you should see in the Jumbotron right now a video that I created that tells you about myself. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 4 years. You should know that this is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life timeline, a real life time capsule for the world. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data than anybody, which means I'm going to be a very influential person in the future. And when that happens, I want to make sure that you, your friends, your family are all made independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want to make sure that you're able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm not live on just one stream. I'm not live on two streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams. You can see my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. In addition to streaming my life for world peace, I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, and cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria. I'm an advocate for the LifeShare program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. In my pinned post, which I appreciate the opportunity to be put in the Jumbotron, you can find my link tree. I dare anybody to look at my link tree, look at my links. I have more social media than anybody else on the internet. You'll never have found someone with more accounts than I have. And I do that for a reason. I want to make sure to get the word out about what I do. But more than just my link tree and more than the video I posted there and my Discord, which I'm live in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I want you to know that I'm here to support you all, both personally and professionally in your endeavors. I want you to know that I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and I would like to give people hope. If there's anything I can ever do for any of you, please do not hesitate to reach out. I'd love to help you.
Rabbi, thank you so much for that. And I see that you hold a Guinness Book of World Records for the most live streaming. So I have a question right now. Are you live streaming our space? Are we somewhere being streamed?
100%. I'm live on YouTube 24/7.
You go to the bathroom on YouTube. How does that work?
Yeah, so I've been banned for doing that. So I've lost some accounts doing that. So usually that has to be from the waist up on Instagram. Sometimes it's on Twitter. Just one of the other alternative sites. And then occasionally I will do it on a GoPro and then essentially just archive that footage. Same with showering. I have to shower from the waist up, essentially, or wear like basically swim trunks. But I do my best to make my life as open to the world as possible, and I think it will be studied from an academic level. Uh, Cooking, cleaning, my behavior, my sleep habits, my eating habits, every aspect of the human body has been archived. And yes, I am not on the officially yet in the Guinness Book World Record site, but I am in talks with them. It's $25,000 to be able to get in there, so I had to get that together, and hopefully sooner rather than later, I'll be able to send you to that website, and you'll be able to see my official world record. So, with that, I appreciate the opportunity to be able to share with you what I do, and open any other questions that anyone may have.
Can we have them on next Friday? Russia. Really, it is Russia. When Federal Reserve abolished.
Well, it was founded in 1913, renewed in 2013. I don't know an exact date that it's.
Start back 1913, passed the Congress, needs to go.
Yeah,
We abolish it.
yeah. Perhaps with cryptocurrency we can get financial freedom from it, but it doesn't have a date necessarily that it will cease. I know that it has a 99-year renewal, so perhaps in the year 2113 or so. And if it can be abolished before then, especially if we can replace it with some type of cryptocurrency blockchain based system, I'm all for it.
Look out of Rothschild, that's what I'm talking about. We can't wait till 2113, dude. That's a fact. We can't wait till then. Not gonna make it. This damn. But you know what? Bitcoin is the alternative money. It's the alternative banking system. It is the escape from the abuses of the financial system, and I'm sure the Rabbi would agree with that. But this is amazing. Life is amazing. Seriously, you truly never know the type of people that you will meet. I have a question for the Rabbi.
Go ahead.
Are rabbis celibate?
No, we in fact have large families generally.
Do you know that too? Yeah.
Well, let's just say for the last 4 years, I have voluntarily been celibate, but I think that there's an interesting trade off. Uh, if I make the sacrifice now, perhaps in the future, I will have more money that I know what to do with. I will have the opportunity to perhaps meet the woman of my dreams and have the biggest brood that we would ever want. And I will, nor will they ever need to watch for anything. So I'm absolutely fine right now. Prior to my live stream, I had the opportunity to enjoy the company of many different women, amazing women, all beautiful women. So that has allowed me to subside over the course of these last 4 years.
You're going to visit right now, right? You're going to be dripping in Jesus.
Perhaps I already am.
You're a Rabbi. Rabbi, I have another question for you. Maybe you said it. It's like kind of, you said a lot. And I was wondering, did you have an end date? I may have missed you saying.
No, I want to do this for the rest of my life. I think that it's really important for someone to be an example of what not only unites us as a people, we're 99.9% the same DNA, and to focus on that which unites us and not that which divides us, but also to study what a human life is like. If this were 100 years ago, perhaps I would be a diarist, someone who would be writing in a diary every night, or a journalist, someone writing in a journal. I just, instead of using a pen and paper, I use a video camera.
I love it. What kind of camera are you using? Curious. I don't know.
Sure, I use 33 different devices.
That's a
Um,
great number.
yeah, so they're all generally just the default cameras in whatever laptops I have. So I have about 10 laptops and Chromebooks that I use, and another 20 or so, 23 or so tablets and handheld devices. And I do have one ceiling cam that I use. I believe it's just like a Logitech 4K camera, wide angle that allows people to view me from above. And then, I should also say that I have a variety of GoPros as well. They're just like your standard GoPros of 4K cameras. So aside from that, I don't have too much more detail on the cameras. But
No, man, that cellular cam sound like it's what the other question was about.
yeah, no, I get that 100%. People ask me that question a lot. So what do you do when you're, you know, need to take care of needs and such? And it's quite a common question I get. So if that's something that was a question that you may have had, I'm pretty open about this. You can go under the covers, and people don't necessarily know what's going on there. So yeah, so anybody. No, absolutely. I'm 39 years. I started this project when I was 35 years old. If you want to know how it started, I am by trade, in addition to Rabbi, I am a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which has allowed me some financial independence. And during the pandemic, my job working for Fortune 100 went virtual essentially. And so While working remote, I had the opportunity after work to be able to reignite some hobbies that I had as a youth, and one of which was to golf. And I was a member, am a member of Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California. And one thing that I wanted to do was always see what my golf swing looked like on camera. And as a kid, I didn't really have that opportunity, but as an adult, especially with an iPhone and all the fancy equipment that we have nowadays, I was able to. And I noticed that sometimes I would hook the ball to the left or slice the ball to the right or whatever it may have been and top the ball. If you're a golfer, you'll know these terms. And I would make jokes to myself because I was on camera and just kind of, jokingly say how I wish the ball would have improved and such. And I thought, you know what? I really want to have a family in the future. And I think this would be really cool if their dad, so to speak, was able to upload this data and kind of keep an archive for them of what they were like before he had met their mom and they were a gleam in his eye. And so every night after work and after the driving range, I would upload all this data to my Google Drive. And it was just taking so long, especially you start to get throttled by ISPs and such. And I recognized that, you know what, it might be in my best interest to take the plunge. I'm not a influencer generally, or I hadn't been, but now most certainly am. And why don't I buy some more laptops and start to create a YouTube channel and start to live stream easier because I won't have to worry so much about essentially recording the data and then uploading it. It will just upload directly to the cloud, essentially, or whatever servers I was using. And I thought, if I'm going to do this, I want to do it better than anybody's ever done it. And I recall when I was an adolescent, the movie The Truman Show, and I'd seen it since then. And of course, the phenomenon of reality TV and Big Brother and such. And I'd already gotten more and more comfortable being on camera because of my work and being on camera virtually working remote for anywhere up to 8 hours. And I was taking classes as well for another 2 or 3 hours. So already more than half of my day was on camera. And I thought, well, if I'm willing to do half the day on camera, well, why not the other half? The other half's pretty easy. It's just mostly when I sleep and probably some other hygiene, brushing my teeth and those kinds of things. And I started in fall of 2021 and thought, oh, it'll be like a month before this goes viral. Somebody streaming their life. And here we are 4 years later. And I don't have an end date. I would like to do this for the rest of my life. I don't think I'm going to have to necessarily the rest of my life for it to go viral. I have gotten fortunate good at promoting it. And the more and more people I tell about this project, the more excited they get. I think it's really great, and I think that people will be able to learn from it. And so you all know that you are the foundational people to what I do. And I really, when I go viral, I want to give the money back to the people, and I want to give it to you. I want to make sure that you never have to work again. And the best way I can guarantee that is I'm saying it on more than 20 different videos. So you hold me to that in the future, God willing. I'm going to go viral. I'm going to be rich, and I'm going to make you all rich. Does that sound like a plan?
Yeah, I was gonna say this is like turning into an interview space. I don't want to, have you overspeak. But
I have a final question, guys.
I might have one as well. So go ahead.
Guys and I will offer two final questions for you, sir.
Let me get it one. I want to know what's best friend. I want to know what's best friend. Yes. My question is one and twofold. I'm really curious about your path with peace and spreading that part and wherever you go, because I see that in your bio. I wondered if you were aware of a woman named the Peace Pilgrim. She's been pretty much her later entire adult life walking for peace, and she didn't have internet. She had just people who journaled and wrote a book about her. I just wondered if you were inspired by anybody in that respect to spread peace.
Most certainly, I ally myself with anyone who has spread peace either now or in the past. Most certainly, there are some people who um, consider what I'm doing to be similar to what John Lennon and Yoko did in the late 80s, essentially They did what was called a bed in peace. If you're familiar with that, they did it in um, Amsterdam and in Montreal, essentially, and allowed the press with cameras to come and just see that they were promoting peace. And what I do is very similar. Much of my day is in bed, and it's surrounded by cameras. So yes, certainly, Gandhi, from a pacifist standpoint, is an inspiration, and anyone who wants to live in a world where you don't put your hands on me, and I won't put my hands on you without consent, I feel can be an ally in this. And I do my best to be a motivating factor within my community. I'm only one person, but hopefully in the near future, uh, I will have much more influence over people in the world. And I'd like to end all war everywhere and allow people to start to focus on peace. People used to talk about peace. When I was a kid, there was like an Atoms for Peace movement and nuclear dearmament, and that all went away. And particularly in a post 9/11 world, and I'd like to see that again. I'd like to hear people talk about peace. I know that can make me a target. I'm aware of that, and it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Okay. Final question, Mr. Rabbi. Do you have a crypto product you are selling and or service? What are you selling, dog?
Yeah. Well, okay. So if you want to be aligned with what who sponsors me, it's a cryptocurrency that's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10. You knew the ticker's Bitcoin. It's one of the OG meme coins. Absolutely. I'm live streaming. I'm live streaming it in their right now, and you should know that I've been live streaming in there for since I met them, since the coin was launched, essentially in May of 2023. I'm wearing their merch right now. My pillows are Scrotos, which are the NFT that help to sponsor the project. My blankets are Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu blankets. I don't know if it's end times, but it is quite interesting that you're aware of the project. In fact, absolutely.
Is that the best way to support you? Are the tokens?
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's really just to tell your neighbors about me and your friends. That's all. I'm just looking for people to spread the word. But yeah, I'll tell you this: it's not really supporting me, but it's going to make you rich in the future because all this data, for more than half of it, I've been wearing their merch and basically been a walking advertisement for them. And so that's what you want to do is get involved with Harry Potter Obama Sonic Tanini. The community's wonderful. Their Telegram is t.me/HPOS10I. And I would say that if you're interested in learning more about what I do, I have a blog. It's rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. It's the biggest blog you're ever going to see. It's basically what fascinates me about the world and my discussions with ChatGPT. One thing that I think is really interesting about the project that I've done is that the I've seen the world pre large language models. So I have that recorded, and that's really important to history to see what the world was like before we had ChatGPT and Grok and uh, all of these other platforms. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November of 2022. We watched it launch in November 30th, 2022, and now we've seen the world since then. And I think it's really exciting that basically I was able to archive that really special time of history. And so, with that, I will follow you all back. I don't want to take up any more of your time. I will feel free to send me a DM. The best thing you can do if you want to connect with me is join my Discord. I'm live in there 24/7. You can watch and sleep. You can connect with me. We can play games together, whatever you want to do. And if you'd like to do an interview, I know I heard some other people discuss that. I would love to do that, and we'll set that up. And just again, thank you so much for allowing me to share what I do. And peace and love to everyone. Thank you.
hear God is asking him questions, and he's just on his phone, chit chatting and talking. And yeah, I thought it was interesting. He's like, yeah, I watched him all the time, so I figured I would look. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So yeah, shout out to Rabbi. That's awesome. But yeah, we've been steadily cooking, grinding, going to spaces, connecting. And we'll have a hell time, you know. So it's good to meet him.
Shout out to those people. All right, what's my favorite rabbi joke? Specifically about a rabbi or just about Judaism? Professor Henry Abramson. He's got so many. Um, I used to like the just the tips jokes of them more. There's that joke about chocolate covered peanuts. That's not really a Jewish joke. Um, I got a really great joke about garbanzo beans, but I don't know if it's my favorite joke. Okay. I like this one. A priest and a rabbi get to talking, and they start talking about their communities. And the priest says to the rabbi, "You know, Rabbi, I really respect the Jewish people and what you do, and all the study and training that a young man does for a bar mitzvah." And the rabbi says, "You know, I really think it's interesting that your facility has mice, and the priest says, "Oh, why do you think that's interesting?" And he says, "Well, if they were anything like the people who study for bar mitzvah, you wouldn't have an issue with the mice anymore." He says, "Why is that?" The joke is that once a young man reaches bar mitzvah, you never see him again. That's essentially the joke. Joke about a church mouse and a priest and a rabbi and a bar mitzvah. No, this is a real fucking joke. This man fucking joke. That's your favorite one. It's someone's coming to my mind right now. The other jokes, they're not about rabbis, they're just about Jews. Alright, so a priest, a rabbi, and a Soviet were discussing how to deal with mice in their respective places of worship. Yo, welcome. How are you, history? The priest and the Trevor responded by saying he saw the guy giving them to bar mitzvah, and after that he never saw him again. The Soviet then joked that he took the highest scientists and collected for him, including half the mice to start and the other half to run around. Yeah, I don't remember that stuff, but I don't. Oh, yeah, what's the difference between conservative and reform? That's not rabbi joke. Oh, I remember it. It's something like that's a Jew joke. It's not a rabbi joke. Okay, but what is it? There's a rabbi who's having to celebrate the first stealth bomber that was financed in part by his shul. But the thing is, he couldn't get the plane off the ground because of all the plaques. That's hilarious. Yeah, there you go. Did you hear one about the second guy? Confessed that my rabbi gave him a bar mitzvah and he never saw him again. Is it a rabbi joke? Yeah. That's a good one. It's now 5:02. Doing good morning. Rabbi Ben Hopkins. Let's go. There. Alright, what's the tree do? Okay, say it. Uh, there are there are six rabbis who are deeply divided on a given subject and a topic. Five of them want to argue one way, one of them arguing the other. One of the five says, we're right, it's just the one guy. There are six rabbis who are deeply divided on a given subject. Five of them feel one way, one of them the minority goes the other way. The minority says, if I'm right, the river behind the yeshiva will flow backwardly, and the rabbis will watch and see that flow backwardly. And the other five are not convinced. So the minority rabbi says, if I'm right, the tree in the front will become uprooted. They go to the front, see that the trees become uprooted. But it still doesn't convince them. So finally, the rabbi in the minority says, if I'm right, then Hashem himself will reinforce my beliefs in all of you right now. And all of a sudden, from above, this voice echoes inside of them all and says, the rabbi in the minority is right, which causes the other five rabbis to say, so it's 5-2. It's funny, but it's kind of. There she is. Hello, Miss Aquarius. How are you? Are you ready for me?
Yeah, next place I go to sleep.
Yes, ma'am.
How was your day?
It was lovely. I met a lot of really good people, really nice people. How about you?
Had a good day and relax and chill with Papa and go into the children. But
How were they there?
they was good. Not good people. It's better than yay.
That was a great spare. You're welcome.
It's better than socialize and socialize. They have kids and stuff. You're level 70 on socialize now.
I know. I think that was accidental. So, and you helped me with it. So you don't gain, to my knowledge, you don't gain karma or whatever they want to consider it. You don't gain experience points if you just have your camera on. Only when you have your microphone on. And then I accidentally hit the microphone and it was on for like a week. I didn't realize it, and I like last week was like the number 5 uh, person in that Discord server for the amount of experience that I
Oh,
get.
man.
Look at you, Miss Aquarius. That was a big time strike.
Yeah.
That was not good. We're down to Miss Aquarius. This has to be a good one. Oh no, that was not it. Miss Aquarius started off with a gutter, and now look at you.
You don't kiss it.
Get it.
Come on, Rabbi. You got this.
You've got a big score, ma'am. Look at how hard this shot is. Get it. Oh, I don't think it's possible for me to win. Definitely not now. Look at how high your score is. Yeah, we did. We had a lot of people. That was cool.
Like he's doing pretty practicing with you, huh? He's doing pretty good.
Oh, we don't play this, but he's getting better. We play other games. I saved this for you. Come on.
I know, I thought you practicing too, but we're getting better. Yay!
You win, I win, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, I win, you win, I win.
That's right.
We gotta get out of this. Come on, Rabbi, it's your turn.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. No, Rabbi.
I'm gonna do my best right here.
Yes, yes, yes.
Get it. That's okay. I'm gonna get these 3. No doubt.
Yes, you got this.
So confident they shouldn't even make me do it. They should just give that to me.
Yeah.
Get it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is a tough. Get the 2 on the left.
That one's okay. Come on, Rabbi.
Hey, you got 1. That's not good. Give it to me. Boo. Boo this. Boo me. Boo. Alright, that's pretty good. Took out the whole back wall. Now you get the one. Get it, girl. Miss Aquarius, that was phenomenal.
Thank you. Yeah.
Give it to me. Spare. Alright, you're gonna get this.
Oh, yeah. Okay. You got it. Let's go, Rabbi. Right.
No doubt.
Got this, sir. You got it.
No doubt. Oh no. Ooh, that was fortunate.
Yeah.
That was fortunate. That was big. Get it. Oh, that was really good.
Let's go.
I'm gonna get this one. No. Too confident, but good enough. I win, you win, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Bye. All right. See you in the morning.
God willing, Miss Aquarius, sweet dreams.
I know Brandon is winning the level, and you're a top two, and you're Brandon two, and he's three. Who's in the top? Who's in the top? Tell me.
I'll give you the rundown right now, madam.
Going down, but it's okay. I know I have to work, so it's fine.
Oh, I know. Okay. Just bear with me for a moment. Raincoats. Top. Here we go. The official rankings. Brandon has 219. You have 192. He has 1,733.3 hours, and you have 1,586 hours. He got a ton of hours recently, and yeah, so he is officially. If you take out my accounts, he's officially number one, and you're officially number two, and then he's number three and number four. My friend Caspian is number five. Audie is number six. Riser is number seven. Audie's if we don't combine her accounts. If we combine her accounts, she's still not close to you. And then I've got some other friends who are in here who've spent a lot of time in here. And what'd you say? He is number one in the hour ranking. He has 1,733.3 hours.
I'm right up on it.
Oh, for sure. That's. I don't want to say that's the way it deserves to be, because
That's what
you and I talk and play, and he and I talk.
I work.
Yeah, and you work.
I
You
work.
you work and you do other things. He and I talk. He's the perfect companion for me in here. I love it
Oh,
because I'm not alone. We have the same interests. We love sports and streaming. Like we're all of that stuff's cool. And I love that he does not talk to me at any point really to the point where it's annoying. Neither do you. But like I'll get like if he were in here all the time and just talking and talking and talking, I wouldn't get anything done. He's very quiet. He says hi to me whenever he has a question. He asks me how I'm doing, and then he does his thing. I do my thing, and it works really well. I love it.
me too. I don't bother you.
No, you don't, and I love that too. But you and I talk more, and I love that too. Um,
Right.
it's like, how would I describe it? Oh, you ever have like a study group, or like a study group where you can't interrupt each other because you all have work to do, but you just like to be around each other? It's like that.
Right. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's it should. Mm, it's okay. I have a lot. But I come here at nighttime to sleep. That's a good thing, right?
Absolutely.
Alrighty. I see your puppy being here. She been in here?
Who? Yeah, she came in. She came in this morning, um, and actually last night she met my friend Riser, and um, she and I caught up, and she's just saying hi, checking in on me, and I love that. And we had. Let me see how many people we have in this server, because I we're growing, and that's always important. It's really easy. Oh wow, we just surpassed 2,400 people, and that that's really hard to do. It's really easy for people to leave
We're
your.
going to put you online now. Does it put you online now?
Oh yeah, it does.
Yeah, it
We
does.
click it.
190 people online. Lord.
Yeah,
They're
and
not even here that time. They're not even here. We got to say it. Some of that, so
I've never really known what that means. I think it means just one moment. It means that 190 people of that 2,400 are online somewhere on Discord right now. Yeah, that's good. How are you?
Okay, excellent. May I ask how old are you?
I'm 27.
Oh, perfect. Okay, I just want to make sure you were at least 18. How's your day going?
I'm chilling.
Excellent. How'd you find out about me?
My some friend of mine was scrolling on Blue Sky, not near a house.
On Blue Sky? No way. Okay, great.
Yeah, apparently.
Okay, wonderful. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, sure enough.
Excellent. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. I have essentially created a time capsule for the world or a timeline of human society. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if and when it happens, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want to make sure that you have the opportunity at starting charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound, Kelpie?
Man, I'm just here chilling.
Okay, you're more than welcome to chill here for the rest of your life. Make yourself at home. If you need me, I'm here for you, okay?
All right, sounds good.
Excellent.
Asking halacha. One more story. Here, Chazir and Hugada have a kind of Sakars. Here, saw a guy who was walking in the cemetery. I will say that interestingly enough, what's the piece over here? So this was a Kohen. So the piece is a Kohen walking in the cemetery. Amalei, Lav Bekish Tony Kohen Ata, aren't you the son of a Kohen? Like you son of a Kohen, aren't you the son of a Kohen? Like what are you doing here? What are you doing here? I want to say, by the way, it's actually how you're person, right? Doesn't say to me, aren't you a Kohen? He says, aren't you the son of a Kohen?
Yo, what's going on, Trey?
Anyway, but saying he's the son of a Kohen is going ahead and not immediately.
Well, how are you? Okay, what's stressful? Okay, Trey, can you remind me, how'd you find out about me? Yeah, I ask everybody. It's hard for me to remember. How'd you find out about me? Okay, say no more. Say no more. Okay, excellent. I'm just chilling here. Feel free to chill yourself. And if you need me, I'm here for you, okay?
The attaching blame to the individual himself. Sometimes you have to give message to a person. The best way to do it is in a way that doesn't make the person feel terrible about themselves. So he says to this guy, aren't you the son of a Kohen? He said, all right. He said, yes, king. So my father, he fought in nine. Fought in nine means, literally again, yeah, literally translated, eye. Rashi says, Allah he followed his eyes. He succumbed to his temptations. He went ahead and he decided to marry. He became a little bit wrapped up in a divorce. He married her. This is this guy's mother to fill it up. And as a result, ultimately, again, yes, my father is a Kohen, but I am a Cholo. I'm a Cholo. And I will say, now, Rashi points out over here, what does this story do? Right, Rashi says, "Well, Spanish one my bayah." Rashi the pia kaze my bayah. And you're a bit inai. Now, as such, you're Rabbi pia. Now we go to Rabbi Hava. We come to Rabbi Hava. We come to Rabbi Hava. We come to Rabbi Milafish Zeminakis. The Indian Afrishan is Sura and Mora Allah Meda. What's this Bible? What do we just get this? Asking Allah for what you need to do, you need to get permission, like you need to get smicha from your Rabbi. Don't pass without permission. Furthermore, again, if you're in the city is there, or a great company says don't pass, the price will get on top of. There's an exception to this. So what's the exception? If you see a year committing a prohibition, committing an avera, then again, step in if you can and start to prevent it. And don't worry about is there going to come talk on medical. You have to remember are you doing something wrong and you could step in and prevent it, then again we do not worry about the chain of command in that situation. So you know the Chia was a son of a God. They lived in the same place. God was very Chacham, and Rabbi Chia saw this horse enter into the cemetery, and again he stepped in order to prevent it from transgressing. Again, it turned out that the kid was a Chalal, and not a Kohen, but nice again, that's the message. So it's almost like it's a tremendous plus for us as well. You know, in life there is like this very fine line. See, when you see something that has to get done, sometimes not everything has to get done by you. In life, it's important to know that not everything is your business and not everything is your family. And sometimes you have to let certain things be cared for by other people. But then there are other times where if you see something happening, you have to step in. You have to step in. And life is this delicate dance about knowing when to step in versus when, not even delicate is the right word, when do I step in and act versus when do I absent and allow others to take the role. So again, just this incredible dialectic. But I'll point out over here how profound and overwhelming this is. That if he sees a situation, and again, it could have been so easy, A, for him to look away. I know I know this guy's story. Or B, to go and say, you know what, to someone greater than me. I want to say, so often in life we encounter situations, and I'm the one who's there in that moment. I'm the one who has the opportunity to affect and change. So sometimes just to look the other way. But often the both places us in circumstances, and because it's usually us, right? The ability to affect change. So most of the stuff we're for today, shkoyach, shkoyach, shkoyach. Very good. Alright, so it's a good morning, from the talk. I'm so grateful you missed the beginning of the journey, the second sentence, and the that closing all of our sponsors for this morning show today. All of our incredible Ponytail sponsors. I know Ponytail sponsors to start shooting today. Testing family of our Israel to dedicate all of the Shiurim and Drashos this year. Additionally, Mazel Tov to the entire Dafyomi family, the Dafyomi family for finishing the Sefas. While Basra beginning the Sefas and entering the Zochamet to take this journey, to become Leviticus, Avos, Lizos, and America shall continue to expand on the time for the Ribono Shalom. I'm the fellow sponsors for the month of Josh and the Hassidim, which will be out of Josh's body, so Yuda, Penra, Time, Falls, Clean, Grandpa, Sarah, and for the safe return of our hostages and the success of our family, concerning the extra memory of their parents, Yitzhak, the winner of Kohen, Sarah, Rabas, Baruch, Avram, Yuda, Bas, and Ephraim, and many of their dear friends, great soldier, beloved husband and father, and still physical therapist, that Kelly Gordon. That's how the owner actually comes them up and features Mary and everybody else. I like that the only sponsor for today, Robert Diaz, for the yard site of Rick Bas Sarah, and in honor of with that Yoni Shear, Nancy Abramson, and Saeed Bacon, and Jeremy Lassie. Okay, Ayakuna Hirsch, dedicating the show this morning in memory of her cousin Eliezer Botzer, who fell today. Known as Shagir Yasser, while defending Am Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael, who used to grow for them. Let's say, of course, that we always dedicate our own in this case of our she's asking to be a control for you, Hashem, bringing home the shoulder of the color. And it's supposed about holy soldiers, you have to talk allowed to be successful in Hamas and more. So I just want to also begin with a tremendous note of Hakar Satot. So I know that some of you probably received a collective 14 text messages from me and 25 WhatsApp messages. And I just want to thank everyone who participated so generously in this campaign. Hashem is overwhelming. Self-discipline of those wonderful things we call our ambassadors, thank you for our captains. We'll send out more details. Thank you for you. Just to thank you earlier. That's really good. I thank you for everyone who so generously and everyone, all of our captains, all of our ambassadors, all the people who managed to work so hard to bring this to fruition. In fact, this campaign is still open. We're bonus right now about Hashem, and we're going to keep going. We'll keep bonusing until the Chanukas Habayis and Yes Hashem on January 19th. So our new goal is $1.5 million, which I believe that we will Yes Hashem exceed as well. Just to thank you, thank you, Tagwar, thank you for all your generosity. We have something very special, something very beautiful, and it's all because of our community. Thank you all very much. And again, I bombarded, and it wasn't exactly but if I bombarded, if we bombarded your inboxes with the messages and it got annoying at a certain point, I'm sorry, about Hashem the word, and just thank you very much for this well. We should continue to Yat Hashem and bless all of our efforts with incredible success. We should start from Yat Hashem to move into our Mitzvah Ma'at, our new Mitzvah Ma'at, Shal Tova, Mitzvah Hashem, to grow. Under one knuckle, under a halo, and we have to swim through the shall come together, and then we make the cut. What is that? Let us begin. A lot to do today. We are free. We are picking up in Yat Hashem on that base on the days to be turned up. My name bonus. So that is two. No, actually, sorry. Ulamai, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, about 11 lines up to that. So coming in and establishing yesterday's dot, we got to one core point, which is when the Mishnah said, "Dina Mamanis B'Shmosha." What it meant was like this: monetary law is adjudicated by a court of 3. And what do we mean when we say monetary law? We say it was the Chavavos, cases of theft and cases of damages. What don't we mean? Loan disputes. Loan disputes are not included in this opening statement of the Mishnah. So as I said, obviously, now the Gemara says, okay, so when you say that loan disputes are, let's say, different than other loans, how is it that loan disputes are different? So what's the shot in your mind? What do you mean when you say loan disputes are different? Even in the Global in the Shlosha, see if you're saying when it comes to the adjudication of loan disputes that you don't need a base din of 3. So that can't be. So the Gemara says, "Lo b'nishlo sheba'amar v'yavol shnayim shadanu dinim." In other words, the Buddha called indinayim. That says that 2 people adjudicate the case of monetary law. Ultimately, again, fair judgment is not a proper judgment. So you see from here that for monetary law, you do need a base din of 3. So let's say, so again, the trying to what we've established is that loan disputes are excluded from the first line of the Mishnah. And when we say din ominous, that is monetary law, that does not include loan disputes. So now we're trying to figure out, so how is it that the adjudication of loan disputes is different from other forms of monetary law? So if you look at that, loan disputes don't require a base din of 3, that's clearly not correct. That's clearly not correct. Because the Gemara says over here, that if you adjudicate loan disputes with a base din of 2, then Hamachamanai said against such a din is not a proper din. Elor, so what about interesting. Okay, so rather it must be that perhaps for loan disputes you don't require experts. Now what does that mean? So those are actually in the wide lines, 2, 4, 6, 8 lines. When things sleep into nothing, especially not see the thing, that we're going to see this in on Sunday, the concept of smicha. The concept ultimately of dayanim who have smicha, which means we'll call it ordination, but really means permission. This is a certain level, essentially, of we'll call it certification, a certain level of judicial certification. So maybe that it would be the lowest, really that it was smicha, and maybe by loan disputes, you don't need smicha. That was like, now, or mumkin, I should say, experts. Someone says, so think to yourself, why would you ever not require certification or experts? Again, we're going to see all of this. So maybe that's what makes the adjudication of loan disputes different than all other forms of monetary law. Meaning, in all other forms of monetary law, we're going to adjudicate a case, you need experts. Where loan disputes don't need experts. For example, my kasava. What does this mean? Kasava even partios kasakan. So one says, here's what's interesting. Because of the even partios, you look at Rashi, sorry, Rashi, because of the even partios kasakan, you can man down about goals or anything shall partios, like subas deva mishpatim, mitmur bravos, and shmikra kasa partios, you should not follow on the alami parshakas. So one says, this is fascinating. The concept of even partios says as follows. Partios mishpatim has a tremendous amount of law, right? A tremendous amount of halacha regarding dealing with this. Even partios means that when you look at partios mishpatim, different things are in different places, but they can be learned out from each other. So you can have one pasuk written in one context that it really can only be understood from a pasuk written in a different context, and therefore that allows us to take all the partios mishpatim and look at it as one cohesive unit of law. Allows allowing us to learn out different things from different places. So my cassava, ear parshas, kassav can be brought nari mumkin. So let's say if you hold the ear parshas, then that should teach us that you do require mumkin even by the adjudication of long disputes, because then whatever applies by one type of hearing illness will also apply by a different type of hearing illness. The cassava ear parshas kassav can. And I will say, if you don't hold your ear parshas, meaning that you can't commercial to go ahead and learn out different things from parshas mishpatim, then ultimately Shlosha Lamadim, then why would I even need three judges? Which the Gemara says, we only Kasava in the Parshas, Kashav Chan. In reality, we hold with the Parshas, which also means that we are able and maybe even obligated to learn out different concepts of monetary law from other buckets of monetary law. And if that's the case, the Gemara says, with the rules, there is one uniting anything. And really, even by the adjudication of loan disputes, you should still require experts. You must be the hydrolova in a loan dispute. So why don't you require experts by the adjudication of loan disputes? Listen to Rabbi Karina. So let's say to Rabbi Karina, what's Rabbi Karina say? What is fascinating? Rabbi Karina. About Torah, so I've also said just to hold that chain of thought, right? It's actually a very simple progression. What's the progression? The Mishnah says, Dine Namaris, Vishlosha, right? Monetary disputes are adjudicated in the days of three. And I really understand through the Mishnah is which types of monetary cases are adjudicated in the days of three? Gazelos and Kavalos, damages. What is it coming to exclude? What is going to exclude? That's loan disputes. You know what I'm saying? When you say exclude loan disputes, exclude loan disputes from what? From what? To which the Gemara is essentially answering, exclude loan disputes from the obligation of expert judges. Meaning, in all other cases of monetary law, you not only need a basin of three, but you need a basin of limited of experts. When it comes to loan disputes, you just need three. You don't need experts. That's the Gemara suggesting over here. So the Gemara says, now why is that? The high level in a limited, so why don't you need experts by the adjudication of loan disputes? What does Rabbi Karina say? In reality, all capital cases and monetary cases should require Tisha B'Chakira. We'll say, how would you translate Tisha B'Chakira? I guess on a basis level, we translate it as cross-examination. Right? So let's work backwards. We're going to come into today's, we're going to show come into today's thing. Testifying that they saw Lindy can you read that? Okay. So what happens when this is coming and we testify about the capital? What's going to happen? We're going to be examined, cross-examined, right? We're going to, and we're going to ask a series of questions. So depending on says in reality, that same level of cross-examination and that same level of fact-checking should apply by loan disputes as well. Top of the level, say 3A. Should have which part it says it should be one set of laws, like one mishpat. Max have only doing all this over the so it's like that's the case. Why is it that in general monetary law doesn't have the same level of cross-examination? So let's just to appreciate what's happening over here as follows. So for example, let's say when witnesses come in, right? People should come in and testifying that lady killed Yehuda. So Peyton is going to ask them very specific types of questions. What time of the day did lady kill Yehuda? What's the, we're going to see all of this in the what was the position of the sun when lady killed Yehuda? In other words, a lot of really specific questions. So the enemy says, in reality, we should ask that same level of specificity of witnesses who come from monetary matters, right? So maybe they shouldn't come in and they testify that lady lent Yehuda $10,000. So that's good. Witnesses. What kind of thing was it when they didn't lend the money? What was the position of the sun? That's all these different questions. So David said, really, we should include in that same level of specificity. So why don't we? So the Gemara says, so why is it that Chazal said that monetary law doesn't require some level of cross-examination? Why? In order not to close the door in front of lenders. What does this mean? It's Rashi. third line down from in that creation to know, she reminded me how those people are going to stop for and Shema but thinking you to local and do something to bias. So what's going to happen? Imagine if I was kids, right? Maybe $80, so what's going to happen? Luther says, I don't know what you're talking about, right? I don't even know why, you don't know me anybody. And what's going to happen? With a verification, if the witnesses are subject to significant cross-examination, listen, that's what the witnesses don't really say. I don't know what time it was when I saw you mention that. I know that it was 1950. That's what I know. I don't know anything more than that. So we'll say, what's the problem? The problem is that the case is going to get thrown out. Well, if the case gets thrown out, then Ruben's not going to want to lend money. Why not? Because also, again, remember, lending money from a halakhic perspective is always, I want to say this the right way, but a little bit out of financial disadvantage. You're not charging interest. If you're not, so again, not a disadvantage because what tells us to do. But already, again, it's not the same as regular lending. So now, if I know that by lending money, if my witnesses are cross-examined and they don't know every single specific detail of the transaction, my transaction gets thrown out of court, forget it. So they're going to stop here. So the thing is, either in reality, so financial transactions should be subject to the same level of cross-examination as capital crimes, but it's order not to close the door in front of lenders, which means not to prevent people from lending money. Chazal relaxed the cross-examination requirements of witnesses to financial transactions. Isn't that incredible? Isn't that incredible? So therefore, and by the way, so now take a step further. This is also when you don't require mudin by law. This is what by financial transactions, what kind of judges can you use? What kind of judges? Otherwise, I don't need this. Not all. How long you shall make, if that's the case. So now I understand why halacha l'maisa again. I don't need expert judges by loans, by loan disputes, and I also don't need cross-examination. I can order not to close the door in front of potential lenders. If that's the case, then on the after, told on the shamu. Well, if that's the case, that halacha l'maisa you don't need expert judges. Then what? Then let's see, because we're going to see in just a little bit. Well, more than a little bit, a couple of weeks. So listen, we're going to, so take a look at Rashi. And when the Atal if that's the case, if the judge made a mistake, or the judge made a mistake, he says, and you don't begin in owners, when you shamu, the favor the Rishis Rabbanon cannot see how you communicate the following kind of things in part of the shamu to look at. So it's like, there's a lot being thrown at us this morning. Listen to this. We're going to say fascinating halacha that when a judge is considered to be a mumchai, if he makes a mistake in his ruling, he is exempt from personal liability. You see this concept, right? That when people are acting in their capacity, right? I think this works this way. Also, if I go ahead and I see someone in a medical emergency, and I decide to go ahead and just perform a heart transplant on them, like I'm seeing what's, I watched a lot of music too, so I know this kind of stuff. And so when I said again that the doctor does it, right, there may be sometimes he's in a local acting in his proper role, there's a certain level of right? There's a proper level of coverage in that. So Daniel is a movement. He makes a mistake. The local does not make him personally liable. A regular guy, he decides to play a guy, right? A regular guy decides to play a guy, and then rules erroneously has personal liability. So now the Gemara says, wait a second. If you're telling me that you don't need experts by now, I tell you what. So therefore, again, Allah if the guy makes a mistake, he should be personally liable. Which Gemara says, no. Culture can shout, I'm sorry, he should not be personally liable. In other words, so if you don't need a mumchah by monetary law, so that means again, the non-mumchah, according to the regular guy, is acting with forbidden permission. If he's acting with forbidden permission, then he should not be personally liable. Which Gemara says, no, culture came out to know Bellas with me, all the more so that is going to create a problem for lenders, because now, if a lender knows, even if the dying rules erroneously, the dying is not personally liable, so I'm not going to want to lend money. Why not? Because now I have no coverage in these two people. Okay, Here's what I will say. Just want to point out what's happening over here. So you're holding the Gemara right now is that when the Gemara excludes loan disputes from monetary law, what that means over here is that loan disputes do not require three experts. They don't require mumkin. No mumkin. You just need three regular guys to sit on a basin to adjudicate loan disputes, and you're good to go. At that they said the Gemara these types of things as a little bit redundant. Why? What does the Mishnah say? Even nominous the social yotos, Zeros the Kabbalah the social movement. Right? What do we learn? So let's say so. What do we learn? That even nominous is with three regular people. Social yotos and Chazal and Zeros the Kabbalahs, and ultimately again damages is going to be with three experts. The old social memory. So now we understand the only distinction over here is whether or not you need mumkin or hadyotos. But you're always going to need a phase of three. So that's the case. Why do you have to say three and three? Just why I say you need a phase of three. And here's the difference. The difference is that halacha l'maisa in general, right? Loan disputes only require hadyotos, and every other kind of monetary dispute is going to require mumkin, amarava, katani. You shouldn't be Chalina. Rabbi will say ultimately again, both are stated in order to satisfy the position of Rabbi Chalina. So you look at Rashi, right across Katani, what's the name of the nominal standard of God's Baba? Bishlocha. Total zero so have all this begin on Monday. And you shouldn't have to begin and no coming with the Kat Baba. So ultimately again, because these halachos are separate and distinct, therefore they're broken out in two different statements. So once again, what we're holding right now in the Gemara is that halacha l'maisa, everything is going to require three judges. The difference is that in loan disputes, you do not need mumkin, all you need are hadyotos. Incredible. Okay, so let's say here it is. This is something dramatically amazing. He says that midaraisa, even one judge is enough by loan disputes. It said that tishbot amikafa. Like the Pasuk says, with righteousness shall you judge your fellow. Singular. So what he's going to say, isn't that wild? So it's an open, really when it comes to loan disputes, even one judge is enough. Says the Gemara, what do we concern about? What are we concerned about? Watch this. If you put this all together, right? If by loan disputes, number one, I don't need mumkin, I don't need experts. And now you're telling me I only need one. So what's going to happen? We're going to find Yoshtek Kranis. What's Yoshtek Kranis? So literally these people who sit in the corners. What it means is Yoshtek Kranis are just people who just sit around. In other words, they're not doing anything to do with their time. So the assumption here is that if you're not doing anything to do with your time, you are getting yourself into trouble. And we're concerned with, if you look at Rashi says over there, Sarah Yoshek Hanes, Tavrin, Shin the Kian the Dinan, the Yiskes Akai, the Chayiv Esazakas. Rashi says over there refers to merchants. In general, Yoshek Hanes refers to people who are just not productively occupied. So we're concerned over here that if you don't need one thing, and all you need is one person, what's going to end up happening is you're going to find someone who just really inept. And he's going to end up adjudicating, and it's going to be a disaster. Up to the plus, and you don't have your shape kind of silence just because you look at these three people. So the nice again, you can't get what I said. Fine. So now you need a base of three regular guys also. Why can't you be concerned it's going to end up with a base of three guys by your shape kind of? You ask for the less than half to go there. So these are good numbers, right? So the nice out of three Jews, one has to know what they're talking about. Okay, pretty solid. Right? And so out of three regular people, at least one of those guys has to know what he's talking about. But if that's the case, also, so again, so it's fascinating because as you see, I want to show you what's happening. What you're facing. Right, so what is happening over here? What we're developing over here is a construct that loan disputes has a much lower legal threshold. What do I mean by that? You need 3 judges. What kind of judges do you need? Let's do it. What kind of judges do you need? Great guys, Hayotos. Which means that maybe even some judges may not be fully qualified. Why diminishing the judicial threshold, the legal threshold so much? We want to go ahead and make the adjudication of the loan as easy as possible because we assume that will facilitate the loan market. People will feel more comfortable lending money if they feel they have easier legal recourse. Right? As a lender, I'll feel more comfortable if I have easier legal recourse. If that's the case, the Gemara says, so that's the case. Maybe if the judges are asking if only been expressing that if they make a mistake, they shouldn't have to pay back what they made a mistake. But Coach came in the teaching lesson first. There's no personal liability. All the more so you're going to get the corner dwellers to sit on gate. My ego, being a level of document of interest. So what it is the rubber statement and Rabbi Shmuel is one of distinction. Shmuel holds the following. Although you need a basin of 3, if 2 people acted as a basin and adjudicated the case, their ruling is upheld. So the Gemara says, Ella Shniku Basin Chutz. Or rather, they have called the Chutzpah Basin. You look for Chutzpah Basin. A blazing basin. Rava, let's give you the Shmuel. Rava, is with the Shmuel. Okay, so my focus over here is the same with the Shmuel. So Rava, ultimately again. Rava does not hold the Shmuel. Rava does hold the Shmuel. Good. So this edition closes out our first sugya of Masech Sanhedrin, and it was. So again, what do we end on? Again, let's go through our facts. Number 1, giving notice. Right? So ultimately, again, monetary law is adjudicated with a basin of 3. But the problem just is, then the Mishnah says, damages and theft is also adjudicated with a basin of 3. That's redundant. It's not redundant. What is the interesting to me? General, monetary law is adjudicated with a basin of 3. What type of 3? Mumchen, experts. This comes to exclude loan disputes. What's the exclusion? Loan disputes again. Still require basin of 3. Don't require Mumchen. But yet again, even though it doesn't require Mumchen, those judges are still personally responsible for whatever it is that they adjudicate. Why diminish the judicial threshold by loan disputes? In order to facilitate the flow of loans, to make easy access to adjudication of loan disputes. This will allow lenders to lend with greater confidence. Beautiful. Right there. Nezek to Chatzi Nezek. So I don't know what's going on. Like Mishnah said Nezek, which is damages. Chatzi Nezek, which is half damage. What's remember the day? What do you think Chatzi Nezek? What do you think Chatzi Nezek? Short time, excellent. So again, my ox gored someone, first time offender, half damages. So the Mishnah said Nezek, Chatzi Nezek, Kefel, Ada the Chamisha is all done with the basin of 3. So says the Gemara, Nezek, Chabalos. I understand. When we say damages is the same thing as Chabalos. But we both say, just the difference over here is Nezek usually refers to damage done by animal damages someone versus Chabalos, which often refers to one person damaging another person. But I said that it's redundant. You shouldn't have done this thing. Chatzi Nezek, Nami Nezek trouble. Right? We didn't even need to say Nezek, but because we wanted to say Chatzi Nezek, therefore again we said Nezek as well. Said the Gemara. Chatzi Nezek and Chabalos. But again, even Chatzi Nezek, half damages should, or as we'll say, the term Chabalos just means damages. That means always encompassing treatment. Tanamamon of the Kesafal, most of them go. There's a big difference. We mentioned this in Mishnah. Chabalos, damages, or Nezek even damages, really is monetary restitution. What's Chatzi Nezek? What is Chatzi Nezek? Chatzi Nezek is a knas. It's a penalty payment. So the Mishnah is talking about actual monetary payments and penalty payments. So the Gemara says that's fine. And the mandama, Hani Chalamandama Palga Haga Yiska Knosa. So that makes sense when you're that says that Katsin as it was a Knas. Elo, the Mandama Haga Yiska Mamona might do it. But when you're that says Katsin as it is not a Knas. But rather, what is Katsin as a half damages is Mamon is money might do it. Now, what is it? So what's really going to Baba Kama days? Is that Baba Kama days? Is half damages considered to be a parent payment? Or is it a monetary payment? Elo, Edi the cup, the cup, Edi the cup, by the Mr. Kashmir Keto, he Kashmir Abba the Hamisha. So what's that? The says you're right. Why do we need to write in Katsin? Because since we're including again Keto, remember what's Keto? Keto is a double for name. If the stolen object is found with a thief, Abba the Hamisha, the 45 component is when I steal a sheep or an ox and I slaughter it and sell it. So we'll say these are payments, the mamon on the days, the mamon she'ena mishtalim belosh. So we'll say this expression of mamon she'ena mishtalim belosh means a monetary payment that exceeds or that is different than principal. So since these are monetary payments that are different than principal, the mamon she'ena mishtalim belosh. Ultimately, you're going to also include Katzinezek, because Katzinezek is also a payment that differs from principal. Since we said Katzinezek, ultimately again we said Nezek Ezek. It turns out that really what the Mishnah wanted to talk about was Keto and Abba the Hamisha, which are monetary payments that are not the same as principal. Once we're including those, but those are the basic three, we're also including Katzinezek. And once we're including Katzinezek, everyone knows. Once we say Katzinezek, I have to invite Nezek to the party as well, right? So therefore, that's why we put everything together. The beautiful. Once I do all these, we do 4 lines down. Let's go. Don't show me no one. Because we're into that Kishke zone. How do I know that I need 3 diamonds? These are very exciting devices. Very exciting devices. So again, because this gets to the kishbej of how we operate judicially. So now we've established in the Mishnah that at least for certain things you require a basin of 3. How do I know? Because remember again, by the way, I just want to point out stylistically in the Mishnah, if you notice, the Mishnah went into the source of a basin of 71. Right, Machlok 70, 71, and the Mishnah went into the mechanics of a basin of 23. But if you notice what was not mentioned, a basin of 3. I don't know, the Mishnah mentioned the basin of 3, but the Mishnah did not get 50. We don't know that comes. So let's go. So the Mishnah says no. The short to me no. It said 4 lines down. The short to me no. How do I know that if the Hebrew implies the 3 people? The Torah Rabbanon, because we learned the Balabais and the Elohim, the Pasuk says the Balabais will come in front of Elohim, and this time it's Elohim, as we say, means the judge. So let's say Harikhan Echad, that's one judge. That's one judge, right? The Pasuk says, right, the Balabais, the litigant, will come before the judge, one. Ad HaElohim, Yavon Dvashneim, right, until the judge, right, their joint adjudication, their joint issues will come. That's number 2. Harikhan Schneider. Asher Yashir Elohim, that the judge will, what's the opposite of exonerate? Find guilty. So what's it beautiful? So essentially, what the answer says like this: 3 different sugim, all refer to the judge, Elohim, all refer to the judge. So ultimately, what do you see here? That a basic basin is 3 people. Here's one of the Yoshia. That Yoda said, Amar, we show Kiva Nehemar, the instruction to us. Yoda says, no, you can't do that. So that's it's this concept, fascinating, of Ein Darshan Chilos. Now, what does Ein Darshan Chilos mean? Whenever the Torah says something for the first time, you can't use that first mention as part of a drush. Why not? Because the first time that it's mentioned, that's the what? That's the source of where we're learning it out from. So because that's the source of where we're learning it out from, therefore it can't be used in judges. Therefore, for example, the first time the Torah mentions Elohim, the judge, so it introduces the concept of the judicial system. So therefore you can't utilize that as part of a more complex drasha. So the Yonasan says you don't dash in kilos. Ella. So what do you do? So how does he find out? Ella, Ada hello in Yavod Vashnehem, Harikhan Echad. Like Rabbi said, the Pasuk says, Ada in Yavod Vashnehem, each, that means one judge. Asher Yashin Elohim, Zeh Harikhan Shnai. So let's say, so according to the Yonasan, you have 2 men. So first time you mention which I think that's what it becomes in the judicial system. So they never mentioned, which means you have what? Two judges. So how do you know that you have a third on the base? Like I'm saying, they basically shuffle. You can't have a base with a two. So therefore, what? We'll see if an outlet owes after the hurry can shlosh. So ultimately, again, you can't have a base with a two. Therefore, you have to add on a third. That's his source for a base with a two. Incredible. So he must name all the Darshan. He must commit for these. So he on whether or not you can get the first time something is mentioned. The Mar Savar Kilos. One opinion says, Rabbi Yoshua would say, you should darshan even the first time something is mentioned in Torah. And Mar Savar in darshan Kilos. And the other opinion says, no, I Rabbi Yonasan, you can't darshan the first time something appears in the Torah. Kishmir says, no, the Olam, I'm sorry, no. The Kuli Amma in darshan Kilos. Everyone agrees, you don't have to look at it, have to take something amazing on that phrase. What's the word? Darshan Kilos, in darshan Kilos. What's the Masras? Like, do you darshan the first time something mentioned? What does that mean? It's an interesting something to think about in life. If a person accomplishes something, does something great, it doesn't sustain it. Like I'm a one-time wonder. Like I go and I accomplish something one time, but then afterwards, I just don't keep it up. Is that one time like a solid accomplishment meaningful or not? That's my focus on here. Darshan Kilos. Or in darshan Kilos. Do darshan the first time you accomplish something, and maybe even you didn't perpetuate it afterwards, or not? What is the meaning? What is the meaning? So what is the impact of accomplishing something once and then lapsing back into old behaviors? So maybe this is the fundamental of focus. Yes, darshan Kilos, I'm saying you accomplish something once, even if you did not keep it up, even if you did not sustain it. That's incredible. That one time is only something beautiful, something fantastic that you have forever. The other thing is that strength. Anyone can accomplish something great once. That's not the metric of spiritual success. The metric of spiritual success is the ability to accomplish something once and then what? And then perpetuate it afterwards. That's our focus. Darshan Kilos or in darshan Kilos. How do you constantly about to get ready for it? Well, the Kuli Alma in darshan Kilos. Wow. So how do we constantly be Mara says? You're right. Halachically, you can't. The first thing the Torah says something, you cannot go ahead and utilize that first statement as part of the drasha. But let's say that's hashkafically as well. The true metric of our spiritual level, of our spiritual success, is not the ability to do something once, but rather it's our ability to do something once and then perpetuate it afterwards. It doesn't have to be forever. But anyone could muster up to courage and the ability to do something once. Right? That's darshan Kilos. The avoda of the youth is yes, find the courage, find the strength to do something once, and then find the strength to perpetuate it to whatever degree possible. So you know, some of the Yoshia, AJ, name of God, Lenika Balabai Salah Shopet. So the version will say like this, but if that's the case, the Pastor could have said, the Bais of Balabai should come to the Shopet. My Ella Elohim, why does it go and use version of Ella Elohim, which makes it symmetrical with the two speaking afterwards? Shmamina, it comes to teach you ultimately again per number that a reason requires three. Incredible. But the other thing will say, Mishnah the Alman Nafik. But the other thing will say, no, the Torah is just using regular verbiage. The Garamishi, man, is thinking of Mikra Legabe Dine. Positive just coming to say a person has a legal issue, bring it before a judge. Incredible. But Yoshia, less like being in yoga. Well, saying, here's the problem. But Yoshia is a big issue for Yoshia, not all that you by definition, meaning uneven basis, like you can't have a basis of two. You have to have a basis that has you both equal majority, therefore you need at least for the hard time. The laws of the Rabbi Yosef really omer. So let's review the Rabbi Yosef. So let's read follows. Not coming over Mintos Acharida. Not coming over Mintos Acharida Pilatos. What does it mean? Torah says you have to be able. Mintos literally means to but you have to go after the majority to tilt. In other words, you have to have majority. to tilt the din. I told her on the us in the beis din look at. The Torah tells us you have to make a beis din that is tilt capable. What does it mean that a beis din is tilt capable? An odd number. Some look at you, but he had to be done with shit. What's that? He also believe that he's a Hebrew Mishnah. What does the Hebrew Mishnah say? The Hebrew Mishnah said that the Sanhedrin on Bible was made up of how many people? 70 people. And even numbers. It's not Sanhedrin Gidol Haiser Shal Shin and the Abbas. The Sanhedrin Gidol, the great court, was made up of 71 judges. Rabbi Yehuda Omer Shittim. Rabbi Yehuda says, no, it wasn't 71, rather what was it? It was 70. So the Imam says, so maybe Rabbi Yoshia holds like Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yoshia also holds that you don't need a beis din that is tilt capable. Rather, even an even number beis din is fine. Yoshia says, what's that mean? Even if you show me that Rabbi Yehuda is an Ezid Yola, the city cry. Remember from the Mishnah yesterday? What was Rabbi Yehuda's logic? Why did Rabbi Yehuda say that the Sanhedrin Gogol, the High Court, has 70? Why? Because Rabbi Yehuda said it was a pasuk. What's the pasuk? Us from these shivin ish. Gather from these 70 people. Rabbi Yehuda holds that's the spot with Moshe Rabbeinu gathered from these 70 people. And in Rabbi Yehuda's model, Moshe wasn't included. Okay, so that's a pasuk. That's a pasuk. But in general, logic dictates that you need a tilt-capable beis din. The most inefficient thing is the Yola. It's the right. The Shah Bedia, Nisham is like, or Rabbi Yoshia hold that halacha l'maisa again with a regular beis din that you don't need to be capable. Of course, you need to have a majority. The Ifrin Eloshna, maybe not. Maybe you need Rabbi Yoshia holds that halacha l'maisa essentially the Sanhedrin Gogol creates a model. Just like the Sanhedrin Gogol to be an even number beis din. So to any beis din can be an even number beis din. Once now, what we learned, Smichas is equating La'anifas Egla B'Shosha in Rabbi Shimon. Yeah, that's what we learned. That Smichas, can we learn that's the Mishnah? What was the Mishnah? Smichas equating means when the elders of the beis din place their hands on the hand on the other people, right? When they issue a road is moving, they offer a particular type of carbon. So the Arifa said, Egla Arifa, ultimately again, is done with a beis din of three. Rabbi Shimon. But Yehuda says the Chamisha. And Yehuda says 5. Not 9 times Rabbi Yehuda. And we said, what's the logic of Rabbi Yehuda? That he requires 5 judges. The something Shinayim, because the Pasuk says, it's actually the Pasuk something, they will place their hands, that's plural. Right? The minimum plurality is 2. Zikne, minimum plurality of Zikne is 2. So that's 2 and 2, that's 4. They days the shuttle. You don't have an even number of days. And so therefore, what most Sifra Leyan owns Echad Harik Hanche. You add on one more, that gives me a days in the 5. So what do you see here? What do you see here? Even Rabbi Yehuda, who holds the Sanhedrin on Gogol, is 70 people. That's only a thing Sanhedrin because there's a pasuk. But by regular beis din, what is he going to require? An odd numbered beis din. Rabbi Yoshia Adivin Rabbi Yehuda. So what they must do, Rabbi Yoshia holds something different than Rabbi Yehuda. What is he hold? Even Rabbi Yehuda, the Sanhedrin Gidol, the last day, Habishar Beis Dina Islay, Rabbi Yehuda ultimately holds that what he holds that the Sanhedrin Gogol is an even number beis din. But by other fucking din, you need an odd number. Because by Sanhedrin Gogol, that's a pasuk. That's a pasuk. But by other fucking din, you're going to require an odd number. Rabbi Yoshia, the Shah Beis Dina Nami last day. Rabbi Yoshia holds even by other fucking din, you can have an even number beis din. It's incredible. The high Lutos. So what does Rabbi Yoshia do with the pasuk that says Lutos? So Mokim Nepidina Mefashis. Therefore, capital cases. Capital cases require an odd number of beis din. About the Dini Mamanis, no. But Dini Mamanis ultimately again does not require an odd number of beis din. Ella Hozis Trump, but that's what we learned. Shame only Zakai, the Echar Omer Chayiv Zakai. Only one will say that if 2 people say that the Rabbi thinks he's guilty, one says he's Chayiv, he's guilty. I'm sorry. He said he's innocent. One said he's guilty, so he's innocent. Shame only Chayiv, the Echar Omer Zakai Chayiv. 2 say he's guilty, one says he's innocent, Chayiv. Name one will Rabbi Yoshia. That must not going to come Yoshia. Rabbi Yoshia, my state of Kamachomer Medina Nefashas. Ultimately, again, even Rabbi Yoshia, because Rabbi Yoshia was up in Kamachomer from capital cases. Uma Medina Nefashas Kechamir, Amrach Maraz Zobas Aruba, Dine Mamaras Lakoshakir. Is he going to have to follow majority ultimately again by Dine Nefashas, which I would say ultimately again, is much more covered. And Allah says certainly going to have to follow a majority by Dine Mamaras Lakoshakir. So most of what comes out of it is follows. What comes out halacha l'maisa is the following: that everyone is going to agree that you require an odd number things by Dine Mamaras. The machlokes is exactly where you're learning that from. Machlokes of Yoshia and of Yonasan. The only time you have the possibility of an even number of things is where by the Sanhedrin. And that Rabbi Huda says is 70 and not 71. And even there, why does Rabbi Huda hold that way? Why does he hold that way? Because I have a pasuk that says Asfon Shemish again, right? I have a verse that says God should be 70 people, and the Machlokes says is Moshe Rabbeinu included or not? And Allah Kalamai said again you're going to require an odd number of days. Right? Do I say we'll start with the day? Also, just a special mention to our Chaver on the engagement of his son Yeshaya, Mazel Tov. Shmizot HaMeshem Tolot Nekosei Taliban to the Chavol B'Shah Tov Mitzlachos Sidin Dol Tavim Aliyad. Master Rosai, such a scope. What are we finishing Barbasha, beginning Sanhedrin, Shtrach.
If I said I had a C on my face.
All right, have a wonderful Shabbos, everyone. Shtrach.
A lot of horsepower. You need to learn how to properly drive these things so you don't get hurt. And so you can have some fun. Let's do it. Show me the ways. What do I do? Well, connect you with some of the best off-road racers in the world, and you should probably compete in the mid-400. I said, say less. Say less. He was telling me there's a bag on the floor. I said, I'm going to scoop that up. Say less. He would use that in a boardroom meeting. Probably say people on his board for the show. They're talking about numbers. He's like, say less, King. We are investing in food trucks. So then I went to Nashville. I got to check in with Jelly Roll. When you're in Nashville, say less. Did that. Scooped up the bag. Drove up.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Oh, Hashem, a great zichus to continue the journey in the second Sunday to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's Share to Change. All of our incredible commentary sponsors, our annual commentary sponsor, Hey, Wilson family of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all of the shiurim and drushos this year. Wishing a mazel tov to the entire Daf Yomi Chevron, the Daf Yomi family for finishing Mesechus Basra, beginning Mesechus Sanhedrin Zocher Metzrim to take this journey with incredible today. Avo Zrizos Meretz Hashem continue to expand our love for Torah. Talmud Torah sponsors, Sports from Mazafim, Gershon Yartzeit of Josh's father, Yisrael Yehuda, Ken Rav Chaim Befalz, according to Bracha, Samia, and for the safe return of our hostages and the success of our precious soldiers. Samia and Malka Esperson in memory of their parents, Yitzchok Leib Ben Aaron HaKohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Hinda Bas Heneth Ephraim, in memory of their dear friend, brave soldier, beloved husband and father, and skilled physiotherapist, Naftali Gordon, Naftali Yonah, Sheni Kondamov, and Beatrice Miriam, and Danielle Al. And our Daf Yomi sponsor for today, Robert Imes, for the yard site of Rus Bas Sarah, and in honor of the Daf Yomi Shir, Rashi Abramson, and Saeed Haken, and Jeremy Lasson. Okay, Shkoyach Aradina Hurst, dedicating the Shir this morning in memory of her cousin Eliezer Botzer, who fell today. This is like yes, while defending Am Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael, Yehi Zichro Baruch. I was saying, of course, that we always dedicate our learning in the source of our precious hostages. May HaKadosh Baruch Hu Hashem bring them home b'shalom and karach, and the source of our holy soldiers, making Torah allow them to be successful in Chol Ma'aseh. I also just also begin with a tremendous note of Karach HaTov. So I know that some of you probably received a collective 14 text messages from me and 25 WhatsApp messages, and I just want to thank everyone who participated so generously in this campaign. Oh, Hashem, overwhelming Thank you to all of our ambassadors. Thank you to all of our captains. We'll send out more detailed thank yous, but really just thank you early at that human page. Thank you to everyone who participated so generously on that, and everyone, all of our captains, all of our ambassadors, all the people who worked so hard to bring this to fruition. The campaign is still open. We're in bonus round now, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. And we're going to keep going. We're going to keep bonusing until the Chanukah Sabayis and Hashem on January 19th. So our goal is $1.5 million, which I believe that we will, Hashem, exceed as well. Which is to thank you. Thank you to everyone, and thank you for all your generosity. Really have something very special, something very beautiful, and it's all because of you, all because of our extended Kehillah. Thank you all very much. And again, if I bombarded, and it wasn't me, it was actually very last. But if I bombarded, if we bombarded your inboxes with the messages and it got annoying at certain points, I'm sorry. Baruch Hashem will work. And just thank you very much. Let's should continue to Hashem bless all of our efforts of incredible success. We should be Hashem to move into our Mikdash Ma'at, our new Mikdash Ma'at, and continue to grow. In Rabbi Azam Lamakom, Rabbi Azam Lachavero, and Meretz Hashem continue to swim through the Yam Shel Talmud together for many years to come. So with that, let us begin. A lot to do today. Today's daf is daf Gimel. We are three. We are picking up Meretz Hashem on daf base and base to the Kana. Mahim Dine Kana. That is to no, actually, sorry. Ulamai, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 lines of the so remember again, we established yesterday's daf. It's actually one core point, which is when the Mishnah said, Dine Mamadas B'Shlosha, what it meant was like this: monetary law is adjudicated by a court of 3. And what do we mean when we say monetary law? Selis v'chavalos, cases of theft and cases of damage. What don't we mean? Loan disputes. Loan disputes are not included in this opening statement of the so it's obviously okay. So when you say that loan disputes are, let's say, different than other Dine Mamadas, how is it that loan disputes? So what's in the mind? What do you mean when you say disputes are different? Even in the law, but even Shlosha, see if you're saying when it comes to the adjudication of loan disputes, that you don't need a basis of 3. So that's clear. We're going to say that 2 people adjudicate the case of monetary law. Ultimately, again, their judgment is not a proper judgment. That for monetary law, you do need a basis of 3. So again, what we've established is that loan disputes are excluded from the first line of the Mishnah. When you say Dine Mamadas, right, monetary law, it does not include loan disputes. So now we're trying to figure out, so how is it that the adjudication of loan disputes is different than other forms of monetary law? So if you want to say that loan disputes don't require a basis of 3, that's clearly not correct. It's clearly not correct. The Gemara says over here that if you adjudicate loan disputes with a basis of 2, then halal for the life against such a date is not a proper case. Halal, the low button on loan disputes. Interesting. Okay, so rather it must be that perhaps for loan disputes you don't require experts. Now what does that mean? So Rashi is in the wide lines. 2, 4, 6, 8 lines. Mumchim smuchim from that foolishness to Nasir. I mean, like we're going to see this message on Sunday. The concept of simcha. The concept ultimately again of Dayanim, you have simcha, which people call it ordination, but really means commission. This is a certain level essentially of we'll call it certification. A certain level of judicial certification. So maybe by and maybe for loan disputes, we don't need smoothing. Now, or mumkin, I should say, experts. So someone says, you'll think to yourself, why would you ever not require certification or experts? Again, we're going to see all of this. So maybe that's what makes the adjudication of loan disputes different than all other forms of monetary law. Meaning, in all other forms of monetary law, when you adjudicate a case, you need experts. Anyway, loan disputes, you don't need experts. Well, let's analyze this. My kasava. What does this mean? Kasava, even partios, kasav. So I'll say, here's the thing. Concept of even partios. You look at Rashi, Ikas of Ira Parshas Kasivkan, the Ikaman Orba goes with Parshas of Subaskeva Mishpatim, Mitur Vovos, Shish Mikra Kasa Parshas, Zush Yakolam of Elami Parshakers. So we'll say, this is fascinating. The concept of Ira Parshas says as follows: Parshas Mishpatim has a tremendous amount of law, right? A tremendous amount of halachos regarding Dinei Mammons. Ira Parshas means that when you look at Parshas Mishpatim, different things are written in different places, but they can be learned out from each other. So in other words, you may have one pasuk written in one context that you can only understand pasuk written in a different context, and therefore that allows us to take all the Parshas Mishpatim and look at it as one cohesive unit of law, allowing us to learn out different things from different places. So my kasava, ikasava here Parshas Kasef Khan, the Barnari Muslim. Once they feel the year Parshas, then that should teach us that you can apply Muslim even by the interpretation of Moses, because then whatever applies by one type of Dinei Mammos will also apply by a different type of Dinei Mammos. The Kasava in your Parshas Kasef Khan, and I will say, if you don't hold the year Parshas, meaning that you can't go ahead and learn out different things from Parshas Mishpatim, then ultimately Shlosha Lamoni, then why would I even use 3 judges? Which the Gemara said, the Olam Kasava in the Parshas Kasef Khan. In reality, we hold the year Parshas, which I will say means that we are able and maybe even obligated to learn out different concepts of monetary law and other buckets of monetary law. And if that's the case, the Gemara says, the Dinu, and really, even by the adjudication of law use, we should require experts. The Gemara says, the Hydrolova in a motion, so why don't you require experts by the adjudication of law use? We shouldn't be funny. So what's this funny? What does the funny say? This is fascinating. They're already funny enough. Start Torah, Midora, and what's it says? Okay, just to hold our train of thought, right? It's actually a very simple progression. What's the progression? The Mishnah says, Dinei Mammos, the Shlosha, right? Monetary disputes are adjudicated in the division of 3. And now the way you understand the Mishnah is, which types of monetary disputes are adjudicated in the division of 3? Zelos v'chavalos, damages. What is it coming to exclude? What is going to exclude? Loan disputes. The Gemara says, when you say exclude loan disputes, exclude loan disputes from what? From what? The Gemara is essentially answering, exclude loan disputes from the obligation of expert judges. Meaning, in all cases of monetary law, you don't need a basis of 3, but a basis of multitude of experts. When it comes to loan disputes, you just need 3, you don't need experts. That's what the Gemara is suggesting over there. So the Gemara says, now why is that? The high global in a limited, so why don't you need experts by the adjudication of loan disputes? What's Rabbi Chanina say? Rabbi Chanina, divide Torah, Echad Dinei Mammos, Echad Dinei Nefashos, you should have Hakira. So listen to this very interesting. The Chanina says like this. In reality, Lidaraisa, both capital cases and monetary cases should require Zisha B'Chakira. We'll say, how would you translate Zisha B'Chakira? I guess on a basic level, we translate it as cross-examination. Right? So let's work backwards. Ruben comes into this. Ruben and Shimon come into this. Testifying that they saw Levi kill you. Okay. So what happened with this committee and they testified about what happened? Again, the examiner, cross-examiner, right? And then we asked a series of questions. So at the beginning of the reality, that same level of cross-examination and that same level of fact-checking should apply by loan disputes as well. Top of the law was a 3A. Shinamar, Mishpat Echad Yelochem. So it says there should be one set of laws, like one Mishpat. Not have only Dinei Mammos over here. So we'll say that's the case. Why is it that in general monetary law doesn't have the same level of cross-examination? So let's just to appreciate what's happening over here as follows. So for example, let's say when this is coming, like you're going to be coming in and testifying that maybe so David is going to ask them very specific types of questions. What time of the day did the lady kill people? We're going to see all of this in the Gemara. What was the position of the sun when the lady killed people? In other words, like a lot of really specific questions. So the Chanina says, in reality, we should ask that same level of specificity of witnesses who come from monetary matters, right? So maybe they shouldn't come in and they testify that maybe let me give you the $10,000. So yes, witnesses who come to pay was maybe the money. What was the position of the son? Like all the different questions. So Karina said really we should engage in that same level of specific. So why don't we? Gemara says, so why is it that Chazal said that monetary law doesn't require this level of cross-examination? Why? In order not to close the door in front of lenders. What does this mean? Rashi, third line down the range. Rashi. People are going to stop to lend. Shema Yichbar, Va'idin Yitu, Belote, and Yusam Mekubenes. What's going to happen? Imagine the following case, right? Maybe lends you $10,000. So what's going to happen? Yehuda says, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even know who you are. You're anyway. But what's going to happen? We're going to bring it to patient. If the witnesses are subject to significant cross-examination, listen, this is the only answer. I don't know what kind of laws when that somebody mentioned. I know that it was 1950s like that. That's what I know. I don't know anything more than that. So listen, what's the problem? The problem is that the case is going to get thrown out. Well, if the case gets thrown out, then Ruben is not going to want to lend money. Why? Because we'll say again, remember, lending money from a halakhic perspective is always, I don't want to say it this way, but a little bit at a financial disadvantage. In other words, you're not charging interest. Like you're not, so again, not a disadvantage because what the Baruch tells us to do. But already, again, it's not the same as regular lending. So now, if I know that by lending money, if my witnesses are cross-examined and they don't know every single specific detail of the transaction, my transaction gets thrown out of court, forget it. Everyone's discussing it. So the Canadian sounds like this. Even though in reality, so financial transactions should be subject to the same level of cross-examination as capital crimes, but in order not to close the door in front of lenders, which means in order not to prevent people from lending money, Chazal relaxed the cross-examination requirements of witnesses to financial transactions. Isn't that incredible? Therefore, that's right, good. And by the way, so now taking this a step further, this is also why we don't require moving by financial transactions as well. This by financial transactions, what kind of judges can you use? What kind of judges? Regular guys. I don't need experts. Hello. Me'ata, Talmud Yishamu. If that's the case. So as I say, now I understand why halacha l'maisa again. I don't need expert judges by loans disputes, and I also don't need cross-examination. Right? In order not to close the door in front of potential lenders. If that's the case, well, if that's the case, then halacha l'maisa don't need expert judges. Then what? And listen, because we're going to see in just a little bit. Well, more than a couple of weeks. So listen, take a look at Rashi. If that's the case, if the judge made a mistake, or the judge made a mistake, he says, "Hagyosos b'dinin lo yishamu, v'chevan de'reshus rabbanon kanach si havidu kimumshin b'chol hamumshin l'beisin p'atar l'shavim kimlekam." So there's a lot being thrown at us this morning. Listen to this. We're going to see a fascinating halacha that when a judge is considered to be a mumchad, if he makes a mistake in his ruling, he is exempt from personal liability. You see this concept, right? That when people are acting in their capacity, what's this? It's like, if I go ahead and I see someone in a medical emergency, and I decide to go ahead and just perform a heart transplant on them. And it seemed like, I watched a lot of TV as a kid, so I know this kind of stuff. Right? So again, I'm going to be liable for that. The doctor does it, right? There may be some kind of acting in his proper role. There's a certain level of right? There's a proper level of coverage in that. So a guy makes a mistake, that does not make you personally liable. A regular guy who decides to play a diet, right? A regular guy who decides to play a diet and then rules erroneously has personal liability. So now the Gemara says, one second, you can tell me that you don't need expert monetary law, so therefore, again, Allah if the diamond makes a mistake, you should be personally liable. To which the Gemara says, no. I'm sorry, you should not be personally liable. In other words, so if you don't need a mumcha by monetary law, so that means again, the non-mumcha, we'll call him the head of the regular guy, is acting with forbidden permission. If he's acting with forbidden permission, then he should not be personally liable. So which the Gemara says, no. Kol shekin, all the more so, that is going to create a problem for lenders. Because now, if a lender knows that even if the dayan rules erroneously, the dayan is not personally liable, so I'm not going to want to lend money. Why not? Because now I have no coverage in days to do that. Okay? Just want to point out something here. So where we're holding the Gemara right now is that when the Gemara excludes loan disputes from monetary law, what that means over here is that loan disputes do not require three experts. They don't require no mumkin. You just need three regular guys to sit on a table to adjudicate loan disputes, and you're good to go. If that's the case, says the Gemara, the party cut. Says a little bit redundant. Why? What does Mishnah say? Giving moments to social gotos. For Kabbalah's disclosure, right? What do we learn? We'll say so. What do we learn? That giving moments is with three regular people. Social gotos and Chazal and Silos for Kabbalahs. And ultimately, again, damages is going to be with three experts. The old shlosha lamali. So what I say? So now I understand the only distinction over here is whether or not you need mumkin or hakiltos. But you're always going to need a phase in of three. So if that's the case, why do you have to say 3 and 3? Just go ahead and say you need a phase in of 3. And here's the difference. The difference is that halacha l'maisa in general, right? Loan disputes only require hagiotos, and every other type of monetary dispute is going to require mumkin, amarava, tarti katani, yishum zadikanitos. Right? I will say ultimately again, both are stated in order to satisfy the position of Rabbi. So we can get a Rashi back across tarti katani. What's the name of the Mamanis? I know it does favos b'shlosha. Called the gzeros v'chavos b'dimo mumkin. Mishum dechalukim b'dinein lo kalidu b'chatklava. Because it's ultimately again because these halachos are separate and distinct, therefore they're broken out into different statements. So once again, where we're holding right now in the Gemara is that halacha l'maisa, everything is going to require three judges. The difference is that in loan disputes, you do not need mumkin. All you need are head judges. Incredible. Okay, so let's say, get ready for this. Is something dramatically amazing. He says that midaraisa, even one judge is enough by how close, by loans disputes. Shneimar, it's tzedek tishbot anta. Because it says, with righteousness, you judge your fellow. Singular. So what he's going to say is now. So ultimately, again, really when it comes to loan disputes, even one judge is enough. Says the Gemara, what are we concerned about? Watch this. If you put this all together, right? If by loan disputes, number one, I don't need mumkin, I don't need expert. And now you're telling me I only need one. The most what's going to happen? Who are you going to find? Yoshvei Kranas. Who are Yoshvei Kranas? So literally means people who sit in the corners. What it means is Yoshvei Kranas are just people who just sit around. In other words, they're not doing anything productive with their time. So the assumption over here is that if you're not doing anything productive with your time, you are getting yourself into trouble. And we're concerned, if you look at Rashi says over here, covering Shem B'Kiyativ, Rashi says over here refers to merchants. Generally, refers to people who are just not productively occupied. So we're concerned over here that if you don't need mumkin and all you need is one person, what's going to end up happening? You're going to find someone who's really connect, and he's going to end up adjudicating, and it's going to be a disaster. Up to the plus, and you know how the Yoshvei Kranas, I don't sense this because people. So the nice again, so you can't get what has so fine. So now you need a basin of three regular guys also. Why can't you be concerned to end up with a basin of three guys by your shkanas? He actually the two chad the gunner. So these are good numbers. Right? So the nice I have three Jews, one has to know what to talk. Okay, cover it. Pretty solid. Three regular people, at least one of those guys has to know what he's talking about. But if that's the case, also so again, if the nice so it starts getting over here as you see, I just want to show you what's happening. What you like thank you. Hey, so listen, what is happening over here? What we're developing over here is a construct that low disputes have a much lower legal threshold. What do I mean by that? You need three judges. What kind of judges do you need? Let's look at what kind of judges do you need? Regular guys, Hagiotos, which means that maybe even some of those judges are may not be fully qualified. Why are we diminishing the judicial threshold, the legal threshold so much? We want to go ahead and make the adjudication of loan as easy as possible because we assume that will facilitate the loan market. People will feel more comfortable lending money if they feel they have easier legal recourse. Right? That, as a lender, I'll feel more comfortable if I have easier legal recourse. If that's the case, the Gemara says, Tolo Yishalmu. If that's the case, maybe the judges are acting with full rabbinic blessing that if they make a mistake, they shouldn't have to pay back what they made a mistake. They're supposed to be in the future. There's no personal liability. All the more so you're going to get the corner dwellers who sit on things. My Yisrael being Rabbi Rabbi. So what is this in Rabbi and Rabbi given that there was Shmuel. Shmuel is a non distinction. What is Shmuel? There was Shmuel. Shnaim Shadanu Dine. Shmuel holds the following. Although you need a basin of three, if two people act as a basin and adjudicate the base, their ruling is upheld. So the Gemara says, Ella Shniklu Beis Latzif. Rather, they are called base, right? They a brazen base. Rabbi, less than the Shmuel, Rabbi, greater than the Shmuel. Okay, so my focus over here is the same as the Shmuel. So Rabbi, ultimately again, Rabbi does not hold the Shmuel, Rabbi does hold the Shmuel. Good. So both sides. So this issue closes out our first sugya of Masech Sanhedrin, and it was great. So again, what do we end up with? So again, let's go through our facts. Number one, Dine Mamonus, right? So ultimately, again, monetary law is adjudicated with a basis of three. But the problem just is, then the Mishnah says, Zelos the Kabbalos. Damages and theft is also adjudicated with a basis of three. That's redundant. It's not redundant. What does the Mishnah teach me? This general monetary law is adjudicated with a basis of three. What type of three? Mumchim, experts. This comes to exclude loan disputes. What's the exclusion? Loan disputes again. Still require basis of three. Don't require mumchim. But yet again, even though it doesn't require mumchim, because judges are still personally responsible for whatever it is that they do. Why diminish the judicial threshold by loan disputes? In order to facilitate the flow of loans, to make easy access to adjudication of loan disputes. This will allow lenders to lend with greater confidence. Beautiful. Right there. Nezek the Chatzi Nezek. So once again, the Mishnah went on. Right, the Mishnah said Nezek, which is damages. Chatzi Nezek, which is half damage. Remember again, when do you pay Chatzi Nezek? When do you pay Chatzi Nezek? When do you pay Chatzi Nezek? Short time accident. So again, my ox wars someone first time offender, half damages. So the Mishnah said Nezek, Chatzi Nezek, K-Fel, out of the Chanisha is all done with the basin of. She says the Gemara Nezek and Chalos. I understand. It was like damages is the same thing as Chabalos. In other words, it's like just the difference of the Nezek usually refers to damage done by damages someone versus Chabalos, which often refers to missing damages another person. But I understand that it's redundant. You should have seen Nezek, Tani Nami Nezek, right? We didn't really need to say, but because we wanted to say Nezek, so therefore again we see Nezek as well. Says the Gemara. Chatzi nezek and chabalos. But again, even chatzi nezek, what damages or as we'll say, the term chabalos just means damages. That should be an all-encompassing statement. Tana mamona v'katani knasa. All. So here we go. There's a big difference. We mentioned this in Mishnah. Chabalos, damages, or nezek even damages, really is mamon, is monetary restitution. What's chatzi nezek? We'll say, what is chatzi nezek? Chatzi nezek is a knas. It's a penalty. So the Mishnah is talking about actual monetary payments and penalty payments. So the Gemara says that's fine. Good. So that makes sense according to the opinion that says that Chatzi Nezek is a knas. Elo l'mandama palga niskem avona ma'ikerim. But according to the opinion that says Chatzi Nezek is not a knas. What is Chatzi Nezek? Half damages is mamon is money. Ma'ikerim. Now what is it? It's supposed to know you're going to double commentaries. Is half damages considered to be a penalty payment, or is it a monetary payment? Elo EDV the car, you're right. Why do we need to write in Chatzi Nezek? Because since we're including again Kefel, remember what's Kefel? Kefel is the double payment. If the stolen object is found with the thief, should have 4 and 5 time payment is when I steal a sheep or an ox and I slaughter it and sell it. So we'll say these are payments. The mamon on the days, the mamon she'ino mishtalim baros. So we'll say this expression of mamon she'ino mishtalim baros means a monetary payment that exceeds or that is different than principal. So since these are monetary payments that are different than principal, the mamon she'ino mishtalim baros. Ultimately, again, we also include Chatzi Nezek, because Chatzi Nezek is also a payment that differs from principal. Chatzi Nezek, since we said Chatzi Nezek, ultimately, again, we said Nezek as well. So it turns out that really what the Mishnah wanted to talk about was Kefel and Abba Chamisha, which are monetary payments that are not the same as principal. One of the three was including Chatzi Nezek. And once including Chatzi Nezek, everyone knows once you're saying Chatzi Nezek, you have to invite Nezek to the party as well, right? So therefore, that's why we group everything together. Beautiful. Once I do on base 3B, 4 lines down. Let's go. Social Minala. So now again, we're into now the Krishnas over here. How do I know that I need 3 diamonds? Let's see, here it is. These are very exciting, guys. Very exciting. Okay, so again, because this gets the Krishnas of how we operate addition. So now we've established in the Mishnah that at least for certain things we require a basin of 3. How do I know? Listen, remember again, realistically in the Mishnah, if you notice, the Mishnah went into the source of a basin of 71, right? 71, and the Mishnah went into the mechanics of a basin of 23. But if you notice, what was not mentioned? A basin of 3. In other words, the Mishnah mentioned a basin of 3, but the Mishnah did not get we don't know that much. So let's go. So the Mishnah says Gemara, social minhag. We'll say 3, 4 lines down. Social minhag. How do I know that a basin is comprised of 3 people? It's on Rabbi, because we didn't know Balabayas Elohim. The pasuk says Balabayas will come in front of him. Now, in this context, Elohim, so it means the judge. We'll say Harikan Echad. That's one judge. That's one judge, right? The pasuk says, right, the Balabayas, the litigant, will come before the judge. One. Ad Elohim Yavon Dvar Shneim, right? Until the judge, right? Their joint adjudication, their joint issues will come. That's number 2. Harikan Shnayim. Asher Yashiyun Elohim, that the judge will what's the opposite of exonerate? Find guilty. Harikan Shos Yoshia. So what's beautiful? So essentially, Rabbi Yoshia says like this: 3 different psukim, all refer to the judge, Elohim, all refer to the judge. So ultimately, what do you see from here? That a basic basin is 3 people. This is Rabbi Yoshia. That Yoda said, Amar, Rishon Tefillah Ne'emah, in Darshan Tefillah. Verse is the most learning. You can't do that. So said, it is this concept fascinating of Ein Darshan Tefillah. Now, what does Ein Darshan Tefillah mean? Whenever the Torah says something for the first time, you can't use that first mention as part of a drush. Why not? Because the first time that it's mentioned, that's where what? That's the source of where we're learning it out from. So because that's the source of where we're learning it out from, therefore it can't be used as judges. Therefore, for example, the first time the Torah mentions Elohim, a judge, so we're being introduced to the concept of the judicial system. So therefore you can't utilize that as part of a more complex Russia. So Jonathan says you don't dash with tefillos. Ella. So says so therefore. So what do? So how does he find out the Ella? Ada Elohim. About Barshneihem, Hurricane Echad. That's what the pasuk says. Ada Elohim Barshneihem. That means one. Asher Yashin Elohim. Zet Hurricane Shnayim. So it says, according to the Jonathan, you have two mentions. So first time you mentioned judges, that's where it introduces the judicial system. So then you have two other mentions, which gives you what? Two judges. So how do you know that you have a third of the things? Like I'm saying, they basically shut. You can't have a basin of two. Therefore, what? Mosif and Alein Od Echad Harikan Shlosha. So ultimately, again, you can't have a basin of two. Therefore, you have to add on a third. That's his source for a basin of three. Incredible. So the Gemara's name of the Darshan Tfilos commit for these. So maybe they're arguing on whether or not you could Darshan the first time something is mentioned in Torah. The Gemara's Savar Darshan Tfilos. One opinion says. The Gemara Darshan Tfilos also. Rabbi Yoshua would say. That Allah you could Darshan even the first time something is mentioned in Torah. Umar Savar Darshan Tfilos. And the other opinion says no. Rabbi Yonasan. You can't dash in the first time something appears in the Torah. Which the answer is no. The no. The Kuli Amma ain't darshan tefillos. Everyone agrees. You don't dash tefillos as something in the face. It's just tefillos, two darshan tefillos from this fast. Right? You dash the first time something mentioned. I was like, what does that mean? It's interesting something to think about in life. If a person accomplishes something, does something great, but doesn't sustain it. Right? I'm a one-time wonder. I go and I accomplish something one time, but then afterwards, I just don't keep it up. Is that one time episodic accomplishment meaningful or not? That's my focus. Darshan Tfilos or being Darshan Tfilos. Being Darshan, the first time you accomplish something, and maybe even you did it perpetuated afterwards, or not. What is the meaning? And what is the impact of accomplishing something once and then lapse into the person who uses the word myself. Yes, Darshan Tfilos something once, even if you do not keep it up, if you do not sustain it, that one time is only something beautiful, something fantastic to have. Another thing says, anyone can accomplish something great once. That's not the metric of spiritual success. The metric of spiritual success is the ability to accomplish something once and then what? And then perpetuate it afterwards. That's our metric. Darshan Tfilos or in Darshan Tfilos. How do we constantly about to get ready for it? Whoa! The Kuli Alma aim Darshan Tfilos. Wow. So it says, how do we pass? The Gemara says, you're right. Now, halachically, you can't. The first time the Torah test says something, you cannot go ahead and utilize that first statement as part of a drasha. It was perhaps hashkafically as well. The true metric of our spiritual level, of our spiritual success, is not the ability to do something once, but rather again, it's our ability to do something once and then perpetuate it afterwards. But anyone could muster up the courage and the ability to do something once. Like that's Darshan Tfilos. Yeah, both of the yid is yes, find the courage, find the spiritual courage to do something once, and then find the strength to perpetuate it to whatever degree possible. So you must Rabbi Yoshua in the name of God, the Nikra Balabayis ala Shofet. So Rabbi Yoshua will say like this: for the fact that the pasuk could have said the right the Balabayis should come to the Shofet. My Ella Elohim, why does it go ahead and use Russian of Ella Elohim, which makes it symmetrical to Psukim afterwards? Shmamina, Lemiyana. It comes to teach me ultimately again for number, but a reason requires incredible. But yours of Jonas will say, Mishma Da'alman. So Jonas will say, you are the terms of using making the verbiage. The Armenian, Man, the Isbedina, Likrab, Legabi, Positive just coming to say a person has a legal issue, bring it before a judge. Incredible. Rabbi Yoshia, less late days than Yokia. Let's say, here's the problem. Rabbi Yoshia, does Rabbi Yoshia not hold that you, by definition, need an uneven basis? You can't have a basin of food. You have to have a basin that has the ability to have a majority. That's what you got these foods. The laws of the Rabbi Yoshia have been on that. So what's Rabbi Eliezer? It's Rabbi Yoshia says as follows. Not Kamaloma, Lintos, not Kamaloma, Lintos, Hakos. What is Lintos? It says you have to be able to literally means to right? You have to go after the majority to tilt. In order you have to have majority to tilt the din. I thought on the Asila update, you know that. The Torah tells us you have to make a basin that is tilt capable. What does it mean to have a basin that's tilt capable? An odd number. Some of the community heels the community on ship. Let's say heels the community. You can do the Mishnah. What does the Mishnah say? The Mishnah says Sanhedrin was made up of how many people? 70 people. An even number. It's not Sanhedrin Gidolo Haisa Shal Shin in the Echad. The Sanhedrin before it was made up of 71 judges. Rabbi Omer Shivin. Rabbi this is was it 71? Rather, what was it? It was 70. So maybe Rabbi Yoshia holds like Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yoshia also holds that you don't need a basin that is tilt capable. Rather, even an even numbered basin is fine. Remember from the Mishnah yesterday? What was the practice? Why did the music say that the high point? I said, why? The Bible said there's a pasuk. What's the pasuk? Us from me, shivin ish. Gather from me 70 people. But you don't hold. That's probably when Moshe didn't gather from me 70 people. And Rabbi Yehuda's model, Moshe wasn't included. Okay, so that's a pasuk. That's a pasuk. But in general, logic dictates that you need a tilt capable basin. You must image the Shem that you says Gdola. The city cried, Shar Beidina, where Rabbi Yoshia hold that halacha l'maisa again with a regular basis that you don't need to be capable. Of course, you need to have the majority. If you came along, maybe not. Maybe Rabbi Yoshia holds that halacha l'maisa. Essentially, the Sanhedrin Gadol creates a model. Just like the Sanhedrin Gadol could be an even number basin, so to any basin could be an even number basin. But we learned Smichas Zekini, Va'arifas Egla B'Shlosha, in Rabbi Shimon. Yeah, what's the you learned? Smichas Zekini, we had some Mishnah. What was the Mishnah? Smichas Zekini means when the elders of the basin place their hands on the parrot. I love double should see right when they are issued on the road they offer a particular type of carbon. And a refund Egla Rufat, ultimately again is done with a base of 3. You're Rabbi Shimon. But Ruda says the Chamisha. And Ruda says fine. Ra'anina, 9 times Rabbi Yehuda. And he said, what's the logic of Rabbi Yehuda? He requires 5. There's something shine, as the pasuk says, something they will place their hands. That's plural, right? Minimum plurality is 2. Zikne, minimum zikne is 2. So that's 2 and 2, that's 4. They will be double. You can't have an even number base. Therefore, owns Echad Arin Kanke. We actually give me a base in the 5. So what do you see here? What do you see here? Even Rabbi Yehuda, who holds the Sanhedrin Gadol, is 5 is 70 people. That's only in the Sanhedrin Gadol because it's a pasuk. If I regular basis, what is he going to require? An odd number basis. But no Rabbi Yehuda. So we'll say that's B. Rabbi Yoshia holds something different than Rabbi Yehuda. What is he holds? Feel Rabbi Yehuda percentage. The last slide. Habishar they do not play. Rabbi Yehuda ultimately holds that what he holds that the Sanhedrin Gadol is an even number basin, but by other patei din you need an odd number because by Sanhedrin Gadol that's a pasuk. But by other patei din you're going to require an odd number. Rabbi Yoshia. The Shar they do not nonetheless. Yoshia holds even by other patei din, you can have an even number base. Incredible. Allah the high lintos, my other way. So what does Rabbi Yoshia do with the pasuk that says lintos? That the basin has to don't multi beginning of fascists. That refers to capital cases. Capital cases require an odd number of days. About B'dinei Mamanis, low. B'dinei Mamanis ultimately again does not require an odd number of days. Ella all this number, but that's what we learned. Shneim Olim Zakai, Ve'achar Omer Chayiv Zakai. But we learned the one say that if two people say that the litigant is guilty, one says Chayiv, he's guilty. I'm sorry. Two said he's innocent. One said he's guilty, so he's innocent. Shneim Olim Chayiv, Ve'achar Omer Zakai Chayiv. Two say he's guilty, one says he's innocent. Chayiv. Name was Rabbi Yoshia. That must not be like Rabbi Yoshia. Rabbi Yoshia. My slave account of Homer Medina Nefashis. Ultimately, again, even Rabbi Yoshia, because Rabbi Yoshia ends up in the Homer from capital cases. Umat Medina Nefashis the Kamiri Amrach Manas Zobasa Luba. Dine Mamanas and Kolshitin. If you're going back to follow majority, ultimately again by Medina Nefashis, which was ultimately again is much more covered. And Allah is certainly going to have to follow a majority by Dine Mamanas as well. So what comes out of here is as follows. What comes out of the nice is the following. That everyone is going to agree that you require an odd number of days on this. The machlok is where you're learning it out from. It's Rabbi Yoshia and Rabbi Son. The only time we have the possibility of an even numbered days is where? By the Sanhedrin. Like that Rabbi Huda says is 70 and not 71. And even there, why does Rabbi Huda hold that way? Why does he hold that way? Because I have a concept that says us three shillings again, right? I have a concept that says God will be 70 people, and then my focus is Moshe Rabbeinu included or not? And Allah said again, you're going to require an odd number of days. So that's why we'll stop everything. Also, just a special announcement for our learner on the engagement of his son Yeshaya, Mazel Tov. Some to walk the Chassan Kavadan, the Shraton, the Stachas, see them build the being on the ad. Master Rosai, such a skills. What a week. Finishing Babasa, beginning Sanhedrin.
Realized what I was doing when I put the baby in, and I'm not used to having a baby. Now hold on. The horror of realizing because the baby was quiet.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let's begin. A lot to DJ. Today's dot is dot college 4. We are picking up on the phase 3B, and also we are picking up on the second wide line. So remember again, our shir is dedicated to Ilui Nishmas of the Mazda and Clonos, and on the marathon from several efforts. So let's begin. Today, Mamalas B'Shloshim. We'll say so. Today we have exceptional development. So Dine Mamalas. So the Allah is the chapter to adjudicate. Right? Dine Mamalas. Maritary law. Base of Rabbi Omer B'Hamish. Rabbi says no, you need a base of 5. Why 5? Because Sheyigmar had been B'Shloshim. Listen, this is amazing. Rabbi says, you need 5 in order that you could reach a verdict through at least 3 judges. How could the cross and you look all the deal between them? If you have a basin of 5 can't you reach a verdict? How can you come? This is what I need to say. So what Rabbi needs to say is that we need a verdict. We need a verdict ultimately again to be conveyed by 3. We need a verdict requires a majority of at least 3. Our Passover closely keeps seeing the Gemara being exceeding. Nevertheless, we see that according to Rabbi, when we learn out the concept of 3 witnesses, that must mean what? 3 judges. 3 judges is the din in the Gemara, in the final verdict. So the Gemara says, Megadi for Rabbi Avo. Rabbi Avo says that Megadi, which is a very strong word, Megadi means actually biblically means to curse. Here over here is one means like Rabbi Avo was like blown away by this. He didn't understand the statement. Alma Kasava, Twasa, keep seeing the Gemara speech. So Rabbi Avo says, I don't understand Rabbi. So you're telling me now that when the Torah discusses the idea of 3 witnesses, 3 judges, that 3 judges is not a concept in the adjudication of a case, but rather it's a concept in the resolution of a case. And when the Torah speaks about 3 judges, and we spoke about this, we learned the source for needing 3 dayanim. That 3 dayanim means that in the verdict you need 3 dayanim. And also remember, if you need 3 dayanim in the verdict, that means based on at least how many? Of at least 5. So Rabbi says, well, if that's the case, you've just fundamentally upended the entire judicial system. How so? So he wants to say, that's the case. And let me have a case on entry, you go to the Arba and the Echad. If that's the case, then the Sanhedrin of Rabbi should need 141 judges in order that what? so that you could reach a majority, which majority is 71. Like this. So you're telling me that when we say you need 3 judges, that means a majority of 3 judges. That means you need a basement of 5. That means every single time the Mishnah told me about a certain number of Dayanim for a basement, I now understand that number to mean what? That's the number of judges you need on the court as a majority. So you told me that a Sanhedrin is 71, are you telling me then that what? That a Sanhedrin requires a majority of 71, which means that by definition, the Sanhedrin must have at least 141 members. Sanhedrin Kitano. The Sanhedrin Achatana will say should require at least 45. In order that you could have a 23-person majority, because obviously that's not possible, right? That's obviously not possible. So it can't be telling me that I have to have, or should say, Chazal can't be telling me that I have to have Batei Din of this size, because at the end of the day, large governing bodies are unruly and unproductive. Ella, rather, what does the Gemara say? Us believe shivim ish. Rather, what does the Torah say? The Torah says like this. The Torah says to Moshe Rabbeinu, gather for me 70 men. Gather me 70 men. Amar Rachman and Mishas Asifa shivim. Oh, we'll say, so what do you see from here? Us for me collectively. So the Gemara says Mishas Asifa. What does Shas Asifa mean? The number 70 is related to the Asifa to the between the actual judicial process. Not referring to the rendering of the verdict. As far as I say, Moshe needs 70 people for the verdict. First thing, Moshe needs 70 people for the process. Therefore, again, we learn out the Sanhedrin Akata, which is 23, from the 2 mentions of Eidah. Shafua Eidah, the will say, Nami Shas Shpitas Ha'ida. See, they'll use Lashon Shpitas when the congregation judges. You see from here that the Torah is giving me these numbers in relation to the actual judicial process, not to the verdict. So that means the Nikra Balabai is so too. Over here, when it comes to a basing of 3, the first Balabai is will approach me. I will approach the judge. You shot Riba, Shmosha. Ultimately, again, from the time that the litigants approach the judges, you require 3. So therefore, what we're saying over here is all of the numbers that we had for Batei Din were numbers for the actual judicial process, not numbers necessary for the verdict. So why does Rabbi hold what he holds? Remember, Rabbi said that for Dinei Mammon is needed based in a 5. So Rabbi, where do you get this from? Eloheinu comes to Rabbi. Asher Yashir Elohim Trey Ne'eman. So we'll say this is a tray. So Rabbi says like this. So when it comes to monetary law, the Torah says Yashir Elohim. Though that or he who the judges find good. We'll say Yashir Elohim is plural. The basic definition of plural is 2. So Ne'emar Elohim Lemata, but Ne'emar Elohim Lemata. It says Elohim twice. Malamata Shnayim. Just like Elohim in the first context means Elohim in the second context means 2 as well. The aim, Beis Din, shuffle, and if a Beis Din cannot go ahead and be equal, so you can't have a 4th-person Beis Din, Mosifin Aleim Old Apakari Kanamisha. You add on one more, they get by. So that is really just doing the basic Zer Shachassim. Torah says the word Elohim twice. The minimum definition of Elohim is, or Yashir Elohim, is 2 judges. You have 2 and 2 is 4. You can't have a Beis Din Shach, you can't have even Beis Din. We add a 5th. Top of Dalit. So why don't Rabbanan subscribe to this? But Rabbanan Yashiyun Shir. Oh, the Rabbanan hold, even only the word Yashiyun is still in the plural, but it's because it's written without a vav. And because it's written without a vav, it's teaching me that I'm not to darshan its plurality. So because I'm not to darshan its plurality, therefore again you don't end up with 4 judges. Okay, so I'm going to be so it seems to be. The machlokas of here between Rabbi and Rabbanan is just in how you darshan suit. Rabbi's darshan Yashir Elohim, right, which represents 4 judges and a foot chant and a base and shackle and a bit. So Rabbanan say we don't darshan that Yashir as in a plural sense because it's written plus or it's written without the vav. So also listen to this. I'm going to say this is a great Gemara. I'm going to discuss by Rabbi. Rabbi Yehuda ben Roa, Ube Shammai, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Akiva. Let's say this is like an all-star lineup. All of these great rabbis, including Sir Lahu, Yeshem Lemikra. We'll say now we're going to come to one of the most yesodistic machlokes in Shas. We've actually seen this a number of times already. The machlokes are yesh ein mikra or yesh ein medolos. I will say sometimes in the Torah you can have a word that is read a certain way, but spelled a different way, written a different way. The shaila is when you have a difference in the word in the Torah between the way that it's spoken and the way that it's written, so which form ultimately attains to Christ? This is going to be important. I'm going to do this a little bit. So the Gemara suggests all of these rabbanim that we just mentioned, Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda ben Rad, Rabbi Shammai, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Akiva, all hold Yesh in the Mikra. Take a look at the top Rashi, Yesh in the Mikra, Basar Kriya Aslina. They both say we go after the way the word is spoken. Right? We do the way literally the way the word is read. Yesh in the Mikra is the way that the word is vocalized and pronounced. So we'll say now we're going to go through each of these things. Rebbe Hada'am. So we'll say Rebbe we just saw because that's based on your shield. Even though your shield, we'll say, is really what? Without a thug, even though it's without a thug, because it's read as your shield plural, therefore by definition, Rebbe darshans it in a plural sense to teach you two judges. Which says Rebbe Yehuda ben Rad, listen to this. The sign you're going to write, the Shalom coming against Rebbe Yehuda ben Rad. So ultimately again it's doing as Rebbe Yehuda ben Rad. Ekra ani. Shivim. Yachol Tehei Yolevet Nekiva Tanea Shivim. She was going to listen to this. The Torah in the beginning of Parshas Tazria speaks about the laws of Tumas. So the Torah says, for example, that halach is when a woman gives birth to a boy, so she is Tanea for 1 week, 7 days, and then she has 33 days of the makeup, which means that even if she's bleeding, that bleeding does not render her Tanea. We don't observe these halachas in this way today. That's because our halachos are faithful. Fundamentally changed. Our halachos have changed. They merge with the halachos of Zava Gidola. We'll see it in the second week that we're getting involved in. In any event, when biblically a woman gives birth to a boy, she's there for 7 days, and then Torah is being for 33 days. Now, Torah says the following: that if she gives birth to a girl, then you give a kid. Become a shibu'an. How long? 2 weeks. Everything for a girl is done. So 2 weeks, Tanea, 66 days, she's Tahora. We'll say, here's the problem. The problem is that the word shibu'an is written without a vav. Meaning, if you or I were writing shibu'an, we were writing shin veis. Vav, Yin, Yud, Mem. It's written, if you notice, it's written in Yahweh's Shivai. So they ask about, maybe it's not, maybe it's what? It's Shivim. Maybe it's Shivim. Maybe it's 70 days. That's how you, that's what you're looking at. That's the Mikra is telling me that a woman is Tamea for 70 days after she gives birth to a girl. Yaakov the 11th to give it to me a Shivim. Amar Lahan, so Yehuda ben Rad says no. The Yehuda says, Tima v'tiyah v'zachar, the Tima v'tiyah v'nekiva. The Torah says that there are days of Tumah and Tara when a woman gives birth to a boy, and days of Tumah and Tara when a woman gives birth to a girl. Not you should see that the Zachar. So we'll say, so just like when it comes to Tara, so the Tara period of a boy, or at the birth of a boy, is doubled for a girl. So a woman is Torah for 33 days by a boy, she is Torah for 66 days by a girl. So we'll say, so we see that the relationship between a boy and a girl, that relationship between the birth of my boy and a girl is doubled. That's the realm of Tara. We would assume that whatever is going to apply to Tara is going to apply to Tumah as well. Ultimately, again, and so too, whatever the Tumah period for a boy is at the birth of a boy, which is 1 week, will be doubled by a girl. Therefore, again, even though the word looks like Shivim, we know it can't mean Shivim. What does it have to be? It has to be Shibu'ai. La'achar Shiyatsu Matzi Akareya, so we'll say, after Yehuda ben Rad went ahead and gave this whole drasha to the Talmud. He ran after that. Amar Lahem, he said to him, but the truth is, you actually don't need this entire drasha. Why? Because Shibu'ai Karina. So Yehuda ben Rad says at the end of the day, you don't need this whole drasha. Why? Because the word is read as shivlayim, even though what? It looks like, when you read it, it looks like shit. Because it was read as shivlayim, as a Masorah, was a supremacy ultimately to the way the word is spoken and not the way the word is written. So over here you see the Ben Rod, subscribe to the video. Next, this is very exciting because this is like a whole variety of just really unrelated pieces. So they Shammai, but again, all coming back to the same principle of Yesh Ein L'Nikra. There was supremacy ultimately again through the spoken word. They Shammai, what does the Shammai say? It's not. The Shammai Omen, Kol HaNisnin, Al Mizbeach HaChitzon, Shenosnu L'Matera Achas Kiper. So I say, so here, you might see the following. In Halacha L'Maisa, if you go with certain karbanos require the sprinkling of blood on the Mizbeach. So also many karbanos have multiple matnas, multiple sprinklings of blood. So the Shammai says, even if you have a karban that requires a number of sprinklings of blood, so he says, however, as long as you get at least one sprinkling of blood for a particular karban on the Mizbeach, so ultimately, again, mission accomplished and Haftarah has been achieved. Shne'emar, Edan Zivachecha Yishakel. This is regards to the Chatos, Shtei Matanos. But a Chatos requires ultimately, again, 2 acts of sprinkling. So Beisilo says, Chatos Shenasham Let's keep that. Beisilo says, even by a Chatos, getting to 1 sprinkling, that's atoned as well. So also it's fundamental approach is Shammai says. The Shammai says that in all cases, even if a covenant requires multiple sprinklings, as long as we get at least 1, the covenant is effective. They still says that's true for everything but a chatas. Ultimately, again, I'm sorry, but by a chatas you require 2. They still even by a chatas you only require 1. So good. I'm wrapping it. My time to be Shammai. Okay, what's the Shammai's logic? Meaning, why does the Shammai say that even if a karban technically requires multiple sprinklings of blood, that as long as you give 1, the karban is effective? So the Gemara says, so chronos, hare kan sheish. So let's listen to this. Or should say karnos. So the pasuk says karnos 3 times. What's like karnos means corners. Now, interestingly enough, so the Shammai says that it says karnos 3 times. Now, point out to me something fascinating. If you had the Torah or the side of the Torah, which lists so you actually see all of this in it. Also, the way it works is the first karnos is written chaser without a vav. The second karnos is written chaser without a vav, and the third karnos is written chaser without a vav. All of them are written chaser. They're written vacation, and they're not written with that vav which would normally be used for a plural word. So the Shammai says that it's vav, even though it's written vav, it's pronounced karnos, which is plural. So we'll say when you have 3 mentions of the word karnos, that each, right, that ultimately again gives you 6 different applications, right? So it tells you 6 times you have to sprinkle on the corners of these veils. So why 6 times? Arba mitzvah. See that one 4 times also arba, which means that 4 times arba chatilah, ushtayim la'akid. But ultimately, again, 2 of them are absolute necessities. So 2 of the sprinklings must be done. 4 of the sprinklings are mitzvah, but are not ma'akid. Not hold up the kapara. What did we just see? Which comes to Shammai, right? The Shammai says that supremacy is given the way the word is spoken, even if it's given in the way the word is written. In this context, the word is written positionally without a vav, yet the Shammai still dashes it in a plural 6. Why? Because it's spoken out in the plural with a vav. So Silo on this will say, karnos, hare kanarba. The book says, the first karnos is written moment, but the second 2 ones are chaser, hare kanarba. So that gives you 4, right? That gives you 4. So the one with the vav is worth 2, and each of the additional ones are worth 1. So again, that gives you 4. Gimel mitzvah, rachas la'asir. One, ultimately going to teach you that there's an obligation. And three, three are a mitzvah and one is not. Ve'em afulu mitzvah. I don't understand. Why can't we dash men that all of the sprinklings are mitzvah? Mitzvah means it's something nice to do, but it's not necessarily of wicked for me. It's not necessarily for the kapara, which the kapara of the filo chashim. What's like you can't find the kapara for a carbon without doing no sprinkling. It's not governed. Sprinkling of blood is that is an indispensable part of the avodah. But it appears that whether you need a basic avodah or a basic two, that's not good. So listen, our purpose is without getting into the weeds of kavanos. Our purpose is just that they shamai dash kanos words as being written as in Malay, and being written in the plural form. You know that our plural form because they're spoken in the plural form, darshan them as plural words. Next, legit. This is basically Shimon deciding you have to kill Hassan, which dishes at the look at it. What's a sukkah? Notice how exciting this is. We've gone from Thomas Leita to Karbanos to sukkah. All non-Mishkin like 9 minutes. Incredible. Rabbi Shimon, resolution is exciting. Steinfeld, that's what she should see. What's this doing? Being because I love when we see like when it comes to the Father. That the last wall of sukkah, of the sukkah, does not have to be a whole wall. Rather, again, all you need is a pepper of a wall, and that constitutes the wall of God's sukkah. So, the focus we're going to see is what are the basic dimensions of the sukkah. So, Steinfeld, if you have two regular walls, which have to be pepper, and the third wall is only a pepper, now that's sukkah's kasha. We'll say it's the kind of kava. Shimon says, you need 3 regular walls, and the fourth wall can be so almost like fundamentals between Rabbi Shimon and the Rabbanon. Rabbanon say a minimum is 2 walls and a third wall that's a tapa. Rabbi Shimon says 3 walls and a fourth wall that's a tapa. So my question is, what are they arguing about? Rabbanon says in the Masoras, the Rabbanon say that when darshaning, we have to look at how the word is written, but Rabbi Shimon Sabar Yish'in Latin. And Rabbi Shimon says, no, we look at how the word is spoken. Watch what Shimon says. Rabbanon Yish'in Latin. Rabbanon holds that supremacy is given to the way the word is written. Okay, when the Torah speaks about sukkah, it says, basukos, basukos, basukos. So remember again, in the first 2 forms of the word sukkah, is written chasser, without the last sukkah is written mavei, mavei kan arba. So we'll say, essentially, that gives you 4 sukkahs. Right, 4 sukkahs. Because sukkah number 1, definition, really on above is worth 1. So sukkah number 2 is worth 1. Sukkah number 3, which is written mavei, is worth harei kan arba. How had probably take away 1 pasuk of us, take away 1 sukkah, ultimately again, that's necessary to teach us just the concept of sukkah. Then Ashulu plus. That leaves me with 3. Asai Havil Pasah, Gar Asa Lishlishis, Vokimta Akapa. So we'll say I'm left with 3 sukkahs, and now Allah tells you I need 3 walls, but that third wall need not be a complete wall, rather only needs to be a kappa. We'll say first white line down. But if Shimon says, basukos, 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 harikan says. If Shimon says, I don't care. We don't look at how it's written, but rather what? We look at how it's pronounced. And it's pronounced as basukos, basukos, basukos. Each of them are plural. Harikan sheish. We'll say remember that one. Each one is quote unquote word 2. Therefore, that gives me 6 goes. So take away 1 of the sukkos to each of the concept itself. We'll say that leaves me with 4 sukkos. I say also look at that. Teaches that the sukkah must be 4 walls. And Allah comes along and teaches me that what? That the 4th wall only needs to be a kappa. You know, say for our purposes over here, you see that Rabbi Shimon holds that Yesh came the mikvah. That we ascribe supremacy ultimately to how the word is spoken. Rabbi Akiva, what's Rabbi Akiva? Rabbi Akiva, Omer, Minayim Rabbi is down Shita. Some Shemay, some Shematani, but oh hell, was another interesting case. Rabbi Akiva says, how do you know that blood, well, so now what it is, and a revius of blood is the Tame Ba'ol, which means that if you're under the same roof as a revius of blood, that you could become Tame from too much. From Rabbi Akiva says that even if you have a revius of dam, or a revius of blood that comes from 2 different purposes. Two bodies both go ahead and combine to form a shear of the radius of blood. So the Gemara says, Shemitayim Ohel, that has the ability to make to us oil. How do I know that? Shina Amar, Al Kol Naf Shos Meis Lo Yavo. Ultimately, says the Gemara, Al Kol Naf Shos Meis, plural. You shall not come in contact with all Naf Shos Meis, dead people. Shtein the Fashos, the sheer effort. So the key learns that from over here, Naf Shos Meis to teach me that even if the requisite amount of blood, as the radius, comes from two different sources, it's mitzvah to myself. But Rabbanan, just let me keep it that. Rabbanan don't touch this because they say nafshos. Most of the word is red nafshos. It's written nafshos without the vav, so it's not in a singular form. But again, you can't learn this a lot. So we'll say, what do you see from here? The Rabbi Kiva holds yesh ein b'mikra. Tendency is given to the Sophia. So Maskif law. So we'll say, so again, this is really like exceptionally exciting tomorrow because here. The Gemara is saying, wind up all of these different opinions, all who subscribe to the source of Yish Ein Lamikra. Says the Gemara, maybe because the last thing I don't understand, you're making it sound like that there are those who argue with this premise of Yish Ein Lamikra. Is there anyone who doesn't hold Yish Ein Lamikra? Meaning we all agree that supremacy is given to the spoken word and not to the way that it's written. Rothschild, I'll tell you why. Because if you don't subscribe to Yish Ein Lamikra, you have a problem. Pasuk is about Tanya, Bichalei Mimo. Pasuk says, Lo Sir Bashal to be Bichalei Mimo. You can't cook a kid in his mother's birth. Pasuk of Apollo. No hope to say this. I'm going to thought maybe it's not Cholov. Like maybe it's not Cholov. Maybe I will say, what is it? Maybe it's Chayv. Maybe it's fat. Maybe what it's saying is, Lo Sir Bashal to be Bichalei Mimo. There's no din of Pasuk of Apollo. There's a din of Pasuk of the Chayv. So the Gemara says, Amrit, Yish, and Manikra. So also, you can grab and see from here that blood. Look at the Rashi. Amrit, Yish, and Manikra, top of Dollar in the base. So let the man decode it. He comes across the Kaldamas, most listen to this, is amazing. So the Gemara says, please start seeing this from here. This is Rabbi Bayakos. Rabbi Bayakos, everyone has to get Yish, and Manikra. Why will say? Because if you don't hold your thing, Manikra, then you know what? Sorry? Right. You don't hold Yish Manikra, and at the end of the day, it's almost impossible to learn out the Isser of Baksa B'Cholah. There's a both sides. Again, if it's Ish Imam Asharmas, it's the way that it's written. I don't know if that's Cholov or Chayv. If that's just, but again, because we all agree Yish Imam Mikra, and our Masorah is that we know that we read it as Cholov, that's the Isser of Baksa B'Cholah. So Rabbi Acha Bar Yaakov said everyone agrees with Yesh Ein Lamikra. Elo Kuli Amar Yesh Ein Lamikra. Oh, great. After we spent this whole hour showing these machloks, and the Gemara says, you're right. There's no machloks. Listen, just you should know, it's incredible. Sometimes we invest a lot of time and energy in creating a certain construct or framework for ourselves. And sometimes it's clear that it's wrong. It's because clear that it's wrong. The hardest thing in life is to back up. The hardest thing in life is you go out and you invest so much time in our personality and identity and color and whatever, and then you realize, wow, this is just incorrect. Second, most times people just dig in their heels. I would rather go ahead and just continue down in the wrong path than to be busy. That's how the us is incredible Muslim. Just spent all of this time solidifying this idea that there's not focus. That's the Gemara says, okay, we are saying incredibly useful way about it. It's okay to say that you're wrong. It's okay. It's okay to make mistakes, and the best thing you can do when you make a mistake is acknowledge it, try to go ahead and redirect myself in you're right. Everyone holds Yish Ein Lamikra, although we're going to challenge this again in this moment. Everyone agrees that that's the premise you're giving to the way the word is spoken. So here's the problem. If everyone agrees with Yish Ein Lamikra, then you know what we're going to have to do. It's over. Now we have to go back to all of these machlokes and figure out what are they about. We're talking about Yish Ein Lamikra. If we're talking about this, everybody is a mikra. I need now to go back and figure out what are they arguing. So says the Gemara, Rabbi Rabbanan. So what are Rabbi and Rabbanan arguing about? Rabbi Rabbanan, Ba'asar, Shabbat, Yashir Elohim, Achim. Rabbi hold that the second time the Torah discusses Yashir Elohim, that's talking about a different set of judges. So meaning the Torah told me Elohim the first time, which means two. And then the Rebbe understands that the second mention of Rishon was talking about another two judges. And therefore, you're going to both say that leads Rebbe was a base made up of two. You can't have a base in shuffle. You can't have an even number base. And therefore, again, you get to find Rabbanan Sabri, Yarshion Dehe Bahai. Right? Rabbanan understands that the same, the Yarshion Elohim in the second pasuk is referring to the same Elohim of the first pasuk. And just like in the first pasuk it was two, in the second pasuk it was two, you can't have a big deal of two, therefore it becomes three. So the focus is just on what the Elohim is actually going on, but nothing to do with the Yeshua and the Yeshua myself. Now, Rabbi Yehuda ben Roth, so remember again, what did Rabbi Yehuda ben Roth say? Rabbi Yehuda ben Roth says, we give up on another. So he must have was the labor, was the too much labor. So in this case, the Gemara says that really the Rabbanan are not go figure out on the labor. We're going to come back and find that. What about this? Remember again, they saw the Shem was the machlokes of the minimum number of siblings. The Shammai said that you need a minimum of one, but for a chad there's two. The Hillel says even for a chad you only need one. So the Gemara says, they Hillel, the Shanya, the Keeper, so the Shalosh, if they had been the halal dinner, Nehemar Gamin Ramaka. So listen to this. So if you look at Rashi, it's the fourth short line in Rashi. Puts the Mitzvah Kulon. Why did the Torah have to eat better than eat better? So the Gemara says Mifnei Hadin. That's like all of them. You don't have a student. How my son on the school of the school of Maknos Nas. What we're going to see now, that the Torah had to keep better. Because had it not written that, I would have learned this from a comic book. Balotino, Ne'emar Damin, Lamata. It says Damin, Lamata. It says Damin by ultimately it's moving on in the Shea. The Ne'emar Damin, Lamata. Mad Damin Ha'amurim, Lamata. Shenasa, Lamatana, Achas Keeper. Just like it says also about the second mentioning of the Damin. Means that if you went ahead and you did one application, it's Machaber. Hasdom Amor Lamala, Shunatan Rakana Akas Keeper. So again, by the dummy that I mentioned the Mala, they say that these are instrumental. So ultimately, one apple should be enough to affect Kapara. Look at that, we'll just go on. Ne'em Damin, the Harshal Mata, Gabi Haka Sao, what's it, the Mata, the bird offering that is the Katos, the Shmias Hakos, the Izam Dam, the Izam Dam Akatas, Akshan is there. The Namu Dam Mamala, the Katas Tanima. So the Moses is treating the Katas off with the Katas Tanima. So just like again, just like the Katas, Mata Mamur the Mata, just like by the Katas Ha'of, there is one application, and that's enough. So to by the Katas Tanima, all you need is one application as well. So we're going to learn how the blood applications of the Katas Tanima and the blood applications of the Katas Ha'of. Okay, that was that. Or perhaps one could have been a different argument. It says blood application on the outside of the mizbeach. The outside of the mizbeach is what we call the mizbeach hachitzon, which was the large mizbeach used for animal sacrifice. But there were certain blood applications specifically on Yom Kippur that were done on the inner mizbeach. Remember, the inner mizbeach is mizbeach hachitoras. The incense mizbeach. You're not offering up animals there, but there are blood applications there. So I was going to find my comment so just like if you miss something, in other words, if you did not do one of the applications on the inner mizbeach, ultimately again you have compromised the sacrificial service. So too, I would say that what if you missed the blood application on the outer mizbeach, ultimately again if you missed one, you did absolutely nothing. Take a look at that. Actually, this month, it's like in the middle of the his Shatos Inios, the Parkman Mashiach, the Halam Jabba, Atunin Sheva Zayos, our Barokas Fan, and the Gam Hazar. Which is actually not bringing down the example of the paper, he's bringing down the example of Parkman Mashiach, or Parham of Governor, people are certain soon off the news. So listen to this. So the word is actually highlighting the idea. The question is, what do you compare to what? So if you compare the Chatas Hapnei to the Chatas Hapos, right? If you go ahead, or I should say differently, if you compare the Chatas famous and the Chatas Sa'od. So saying that the Chatas Sa'od has one blood application, so Chatas Behema only needs one blood application as well. So there'll be more blood applications, but all you need is one. On the other hand, if you compare outside Kabbanos of the Mizbeach HaChitzon to the Kabbanos of the Mizbeach HaPnimis, just like the Mizbeach HaPnimis, if you miss one blood application, the carbon is ineffective. So on the outside, if you miss one blood application, the cover is ineffective. So depending on what you compare to, will determine the outcome, which the Gemara says, so let's say in general, we like to compare similar things. Therefore, therefore, we would rather compare carbonos that are offered on the outside, the external to one another, rather than compare carbonos that are offered on the outside of the back to carbonos offered on the inside of the back. Therefore, I would sooner say, let's compare Chatos Bein and Chatos Sa'od. The same Chatos Sa'od by one blood application and it's kosher. So too again, Chatos Bein only requires one blood application to be, or perhaps you go in addition. Done in Chatos, the Dalit Karnos, Mechatos Va'arba Karnos. Or perhaps you want to compare one piece of Chatos that is sprinkled on the four corners to another piece of Chatos that is sprinkled on the four corners. And don't try to compare to a case that is not a Chatos and therefore does not have a requirement of four corners. Therefore, what's the upshot of all of this? Therefore, the Torah has to go say, because had we just left this, just deriving conclusions through comparisons, we could see how we can emerge with an erroneous conclusion. Therefore, the Torah says the word singular word, the keeper, 3 times. And what can I learn from that? Keeper, it teaches me, we'll say keeper 3 times, it teaches me that even if I only have 3 blood applications, even if it requires more, I can still look at kapara. Keeper teaches me a second kapara. And even if I only have 2 blood applications, it's kosher. And keeper, I'll say ultimately, and teaches me the last keeper teaches that what? That even if I just had 1. So keeper, you can have 3 great. If you have 2, you're okay also. But at the end of the day, if you just have 1, it's still kosher. So we'll say it turns out that the machlokes ultimately is just how to darshan. It has nothing to do with yesh in the mikra, yesh in the masor. It's very exciting. Right there. Said to Gemara, Shin Rabbanan, Sukkah, Sukkah don't do it. So remember again, we said before this machlokes of Shin Rabbanan. Namely, about what the dimensions are of a sukkah. The Rabbanan say that a sukkah is 2 walls and a third wall that's a tefach. Rabbi Shimon says it's 3 walls and a 4th wall that is a tefach. The way we set up the machlokes is how we set it up as saying that's the right again. It's how they darshan with sukkos. Right? Even though sukkos is not so, Rabbi Shimon darshan it as sukkos, malay, and so therefore they give us 6. Take 1 away. Look, we painted it as a machlokes in the mikra, yesh in the mikra. Now the Gemara is telling me everybody's yesh in the mikra supremacy. So what's the nature of the machlokes? It's like this. Listen to this. Let's hear about the husband. So like Shimon Sabar, Sichach lo ba'ikra. Rabbanan Sabi Sichach ba'ikra. We'll say, watch this. The shayla is, do you need one of the word sukkos, one of the sukkos, to teach you the din of schach or not? You need me to teach you the din. So if you look at Rashi for just a moment, Rashi says like Shin Rabbanan, everyone agrees that supremacy is given to the spoken word. So the less tribe of the sukkos in the buffet, Pashalu Arba. So according to Rabbi Shimon will say that you take out, right? Everybody agrees the issue of the drug. You're going to take away one sukkos, that leaves you with 4. Therefore, Rabbi Shimon says, you're going to take them because one of them teaches me the actual din of sukkah itself. Teaches me 4, so I need 4 walls of sukkah. Halach Moshe Mishnah teaches me that what? The 4th wall only needs to be the tefach. About Rabbanan Sabri, Sichcha. Rabbanan hold that you need one of the sukkos to teach you the concept of schach. In other words, therefore, even if I start out with 6 pashalu gimel tefanos, so therefore, turns out that I take away one of the sukkot, teaching the kind of sukkah. One of the sukkos ultimately again teach me the kind of stock that we with three. They got us the focus on the shlishis. And now that I'm left with three, that Allah comes along and teaches me that I only need 2 full walls plus a tanach on the third. So the way the Gemara is framing this now is whether or not you need to take away one of those sukkos to teach you the concept of schach, that you need schach. Do I want to say yes? Rabbi Shimon says no. Say, why does Rabbi Shimon say no? Why does Rabbi Shimon say no? Because again, Rabbi Shimon says, sukkah nikres shma Hashem haschach. In other words, what makes a sukkah, is what? Is the schach. That means that's the defining feature. The defining feature of a sukkah is the fact that it has a temporary use. That's what makes it a temporary structure. We know we pass now the walls of the sukkah to be of the most solid material. It's not what keeps the walls out of. I mean, it matters. But the walls don't have to necessarily be of an permanent nature. They can even be up so what makes the sukkah, so it shows I don't need a pasuk teaching that's schach. Schach is a different part of the sukkah. Now, I want to say, no, you need a pasuk to schach or a word also. That machlokus translates ultimately the sukkot you have available for drasha purposes. Next, Rabbi Kiva Rabbanon. So remember, next machlokus, Rabbi Kiva Rabbanon. So we'll say, what happens if you have a revius of blood which came from 2 cartridges? 2 cartridges. Rabbi Akiva says if it comes together it's an revius, then what? It's metame for ohel. The Rabbanon say it's not. What are they arguing about? So Rabbi Akiva Sava, naf shows tarki mashmo. Rabbi Akiva says that naf shows means even from 2 people. The Rabbanon Savi nafshos da'alma mashma. And the Rabbanon say no, nafshos is just the way the Torah speaks. It just means people in general. Fine. So the Gemara says, well, so now watch this. So just understand what we started with over here. We started this morning, it's like, it's only been 40 minutes since we started that. It feels like we're doing such a roller coaster. So remember, we started again with the statement that there's machlokas. Yesh in the mikra, yesh in the masoras. Okay, that was machlokas, and we defined all of these cases along those machlokas lines. Then the Gemara says, no machlokas. Everyone agrees yesh in the mikra. Supremacy is given to the way that the word is spoken. Fine. Now, what do we have to do as a result of that? We have to redefine all of these machlokas. Now the Gemara comes along and says, is that really true? That everybody holds yesh in the mikra? Like, that really true that everybody holds that? For 1 second. Alright, well, so Torah uses this strange word of totapos. It says it 3 times. You have to notice again. So 2 times it's written chaser without the bow. 1 time it's written chaser. Harei kan arba de Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel teaches us that what the tefillin has to have 4 compartments. Where does he get 4 compartments? I will say because totapos is 1. Totapos number 2 is 2, and totapos number 3, which is written chaser, which is written volley with the bug, represents what? 2. So 1 plus 1 plus 2 is 4. That means 12 actions. So here you see that you need 4 compartments or 4 parshos, something with 4 with tefillin. That the Kiva Omer Enotar. The Kiva says, I want to now understand what is Rabbi Shmuel doing? That is Yesh Ein Lamasoras. What that is saying is supremacy is given to the way the word is written, not the way the word is spoken. What are you talking about? You just told me over here that everyone agrees Yesh Ein Lamikra. And here we've got the great sage Rabbi Shmuel telling me that no, Yesh Ein Lamasoras. Rabbi Kiva says Enotar. Rabbi Kiva says we don't need this whole drasha. Rather, Elatat the Kasbi Shtayim, Kasba Asbi Shtayim. Ultimately, Rabbi Kiva is the whole drasha. The word totapos is not etymologically a Hebrew word. It's not Lashon HaKodesh. There's no Hebraic etymological root for the word totapos. Rather, Rashi HaKodesh says it's actually from 2 different dialects. Right? The Tatsi in some Kasbi languages too. Possibly some African dialect is too. Maybe it's like a richer version that is what's the pshat. I think also give us the word for trust. You all agree. It's like the Gemara says, you're right, it's a machlokas. It's a machlokas. Wow. I'm exhausted. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. So the Gemara says, it's a machlokas. Not every machlokas of yesh in the mikra, yesh in the masla. The honey leaf, watch this. When do they have a machlokas? Echad shanikra mimasoras. We'll say now, we'll end off with this piece still. We'll pick with it tomorrow. But when do we say there's a machlokas? There's only machlokas when the written word really is different than the spoken word. That's when there's machlokas between when the way. So the example of that would be, let's say, shivim shuai. When the written word and the spoken word are two different words. Actually, leave that aside. About high, kala of the case. Let's remember again. The reason why the Gemara had to say that everyone agrees with Ish in the Mikra was why? Basar B'chama. Because if you don't hold Ish in the Mikra, then the pasuk going to be teaching me what? Most of us shall be B'chela Imo. It's not fact. Maybe that's what we're talking about, though. That's how the Gemara back to the one has to do with Ish in the Mikra. Now that the Gemara is saying that it's actually in Machlokas, the shaila is how you go ahead and you darshan, Basar B'chama. So we'll stop over here. We'll pick up and answer with Basar B'chama. Let's just understand where we're holding. Where we're leaving off is we're back to square where we started with today, assuming that indeed there is a machlokas between those who hold yesh in the mikra, yesh is not so rest. But if you're going to say there's a machlokas, it requires of us to understand how you know that Los Mashal Gadiba Kalibi Mo is covered, not clear.
How does he fit in that video, though? This is posted by Money Alone. He dated 6 for that.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning, Chef Yono, the Kimano, the Guillermo, as well as that. What an incredible school is Baruch Hashem to be able to begin the Sefta together. Begin by thanking our sponsors for this morning's Shir today. Our Kamatoa sponsor, our annual Kamatoa sponsor, with month of Tavshin Zohar 5785, the Tosin Mishpacha, for dedicating all of the Shiurim and Drushos this year. As a source, first of all, as a knowledge of the Kedusha of Basra, and the words Hashem is supposed to have a strong start and a strong completion. From the Sefas Sanhedrin, the Tosin Mishpacha, so we appreciate your dedication, your sponsorship, and your generosity. Thank God, Kamatoa sponsors for the month of Kislev Habadim and the Tova. Dashing at the preview. The creation of Beyonce from Josh's father, Yisrael Yehuda, Ben Chaim Yefal, Tikkun B'Bracha, we're discussing the safety of our hostages and the security and Hashem of our soldiers. Sami and Maka Esterson, the memory of their parents, Ludwig Stiefel, Yitzchak Leib, and Aaron Akolim, Sarah Stiefel, Sarah Rachel, Bas Baruch, Abraham, Inga Esterson, Inga Bas Henef, Ephraim Tikkun B'Bracha, and the memory of their dear friend, the great soldier, beloved husband, Father is looking at that as Naftali Zuni, Naftali Yonashimi from Damo, and Jesus Miriam, and then Yizal. We hope they're in the marriage. Our Kamatoa. All of the Neshamas, the families in the Chama, we hope that Eretz Hashem the merit of our leaders. And our soldiers, complete victory, the security of Israel will bring our hostages home with Shalom and the Kara and the Zilch and Eretz Hashem. We experience the sorrows troubles for all of Klal Yisrael. Let's say that let us begin. It is really an incredible supposed to be able to begin in the sector. There's an energy, there's an excitement that you can't explain it. Even though, again, it's not like we're in this for the long haul. Like this is, and again, even when we finish shots, right? What does a youth do when you finish the shots? What do you do? Right? It's fascinating, right? You just keep going. You just keep going, right? There's no day off. There's no sabbatical. There's no take a little bit of time to recharge. There's no let me get myself together. It's just again, what happens the next day, we just start again. What happens in Bar Basra, we just start, right? We begin there, Hashem the second Sanhedrin. I want to participate in a little mini series, CMS, little Fabani last night, because Baruch Hashem, as you said, just can't let the end of the Sefta come and not celebrate in some way. Our bonus in there will be on Shabbos, January 18th, our last Shabbos here in the shul is this current shul, Hashem. So it'll be a great special festival to celebrate there. I'll say, but again, with that, let's begin Sanhedrin. So we have to, again, whenever you begin in the Sefta, like everything else in life, so much is about the kavanas when you enter in. So what do we want? What do we want to accomplish? So first of all, it's incredibly important to understand Sanhedrin, like where did the Sanhedrin sit? The Sanhedrin sat in the Lishkas Hagos, it's in the chamber of hewn stone. We'll talk more about that in this Masechta. This was one of the chambers, actually one of the small chambers inside of the inside of the base of Mikdash itself. So it's important to understand that even during the name Sanhedrin, by definition, conjures up feeling the flesh. And whenever we conjure up feelings of the base Hamikdash that's been awakened inside of us, a strong yearning, a strong timing, a strong desire for something bigger. We spoke about last night by the seal, as the Rabbi shared extensively, that all of Galus is a hachana for Geula. Right? Ultimately, the exile is a hachana, it's a preparation, ultimately for redemption. So when we learn these Masechtas, and we learn about things that don't yet apply, so in certain respects, because we don't yet have a base Hamikdash, the Avot is supposed to awaken inside of us a yearning. So the word Sanhedrin, what I want more than anything is, I want to take you not knowing all of this information, I want to see it. I want to see it in practice. I want to see it actualized. I want to be able to see the members of the Sanhedrin finding out of the children of the Rishas Hagazis. I want to be able to see them coming out of session. I want to be able to actually see it with my own eyes. So that's our kavanah. That everything we learn in Eretz Hashem should be a hachana, should be a preparation in Eretz Hashem to be able to see the Sanhedrin, to be able to see the third day Hamikdash, to be able to see Klal Yisrael whole and intact in Rabbi Aminu. Amen. Let's look at that. Let's begin. Let's continue. Let's begin. Sanhedrin, feel right? Feel excited. Okay, let's just continue. So, the Mishnah. So once I say that, what we're going to do in this Mishnah is as follows. We're going to focus a little bit on which type of legal bodies, which type of statute deal with different cases. Now, let me give you the premise of the Mishnah. The premise of the Mishnah is that there are different types of courts which deal with different types of issues. Now, how we know that and where we learn that from, that in the Eretz Hashem we're going to get to in the Gemara. As you notice, by the way, the entire Amar Aleph is a Mishnah. This is what on the Amud Beis. This is one long, this is one long Mishnah, and this Mishnah actually is going to fuel us probably for the next couple of weeks. And then Hashem, but again, this is kind of going to give us the landscape of framework of how the legal system works. So here we go. Okay, so Dini Moris B'Shosha. Dini Moris. So again, very well. And again, when you get into the Gemara, of what these things actually need to be adjudicated is a basin of three. Regular basin of three. Examples for Kabbalos. So again, deaths and injuries. So again, deaths, pretty sure. If you look at Rashi, and I was in other pieces, we want to give a very special welcome to Rashi. Right, Rashi has not been with us for a little while. And again, we want to thank Rashban. Rashban did a tremendous job, Rashban, in terms of shepherding us in Bar Basra. And again, once again, to point out, we are back with Rashi now in the second Sanhedrin. So Rashi points out, top line, Selos, Kofer the Bikadon, Mishalech, Oyar Habigazon, the Verachotik, Neakaveda Habigazon, to go by so as Achonis Miyada Mitzvi. Avalon, looking to what they show again. Selos is just a simple act, what we call theft. Chabalos, Rashban, Rashi says that Chabalos, Achobos Echadera, Chai B'Chamisha Dvorim. So as you're going to see, when you injure someone, you are fighting 5 different types of damages. So again, that types of this is Xeros, theft, Havalos, injuries, Bishmosha. Can also be adjudicated in a basin of 3 people. Nezek, the Chatzi Nezek. So remember again, go back to Baba Kamdi. So Nezek means damages. Chatzi Nezek have damages. Where's the case of half damages? Let's have damages. Short time. Right? So again, this is a situation where you have an ox that is born for the first time or for the second time. So again, Chatzi Nezek is Knas. And Chatzi Nezek ultimately is a penalty payment. So Nezek, Chatzi Nezek, Tashlime Ketal, double. That's one point. So it actually points out, Rashi points out that the last of the wide lines, the Gnevish means that we are right. When does a thief have to pay double? If you catch a thief and he has the stolen object in his hands, Shalach Ramay, so you pay double. This touched me out of the Hamisha. And paying 4 or 5 times penalty payment. Where does that come up? Rashi, Yishar Osesh Shekapha Umachdo. If you sell a sheep or you sell an ox and you go ahead and you steal it and you shecht it and sell it, there's a 4 or 5 times penalty payment for that. Now let's say, I want to point out, if you notice over here, the list that's growing, Nezek will be on the side, but Chatzi Nezek, Tashlim gave a double payment, Abba the Chamisha, 4 or 5 times. him is next only if a man violates a woman. There's a payment. And the fact that man seduces a woman, Motzi Shema, or again, it was a Motzi Shema is the case. If a man marries a woman and then he makes it clear that she's not a Bashira. It's really not to him. That is a very serious claim because that claim comes with the possibility that she committed adultery. And maybe she had a relationship with another man during previously. All of these cases, the short of the Rabbi Meir, and they are Allah Hamanai. So all of these cases can be adjudicated in a period of 3. So the Chum say no, Motzi Shema, the Chum agrees all the cases except Motzi Shema. Why? The Gemara says, "Quickly, Motzi Shema, come on, Motzi Shema be'esu mishlosha, because she used both three and the fashions." And the Chum is a very interesting point of view. They say we agree with all the other cases. All the other cases. Since you only have a case which are penalty rulings, you can adjudicate that in a three of 3. The one case in which we'll visit Motzi Shema. Why? Because Motzi Shema carries with the possibility of a capital crime. That as you just mentioned before. Since there's the possibility that the accusation which wasn't the Suba could ultimately have been unlawful to lead to the fact that she committed adultery before you sue it. So because there's a possibility of capital ramifications over there, therefore that is kicked up to a base of 23. So by the way, I just want to point out, you've never heard of a base of 23 before. Again, 3, I've heard of that. Right? 3, I've seen just a couple bases. Where did 23 come from? We're going to talk about it. But just, that's your notebook. So that dogs and have notebooks. I'm sorry if you feel free to take this and have your notebooks over here, as we've always been speaking about. It's so important. We move at such a part of this case. And it's important, we do want to take this. We want people to think that they were going to remember all the information. Most of us don't. But to remember something would be helpful if you want your notebooks. Here they are. So again, as we go along with it here, so you see just different pieces of information to pick up as we go along. So these 2 days in the 3, that's what we're operating with this entire time. Based on 23, we don't know where it comes from, but here's what I do know, which is that a Basin of 23 is capable of adjudicating capital crimes. Okay? Fine, capital cases. Next, Makos, Bishosha. So what's this? Makos, Makos, Chachamim, Motzi Shema, Basin of 3, Chachamim, Motzi Shema, Basin of 21. Sorry, 23. We must as follow. Makos, so Makos, what about any case dealing with Malchus? Like I say, what's a case of dealing with Malchus? So Malchus ultimately again is any law, pretty much any biblical prohibitions, not any, but many biblical prohibitions carry with them a penalty of Malchus. A person goes ahead and eats non-kosher, Malchus. A person wears shackles, Malchus. The violation of any basic law, any basic prohibition carries with it the penalty of Rashi. Rashi points out over here, Malchus our body, time to be sure, Rabbi, if I do not find about Malchus. So you should be sure, that's very interesting. In the case of Malchus, again, remember, they didn't get Malchus in a violation of the law, a violation of prohibition. And yet, the Shmuel says that has to be adjudicated in a basis of 23, which is fascinating. So again, this is just a violation of a regular law that the Shmuel stood up for a basis of 23. Again, is the Mishnah. So I was just going through all the information, and that's Hashem. We'll see the reasoning later on. Ibra Kodesh. The Shloka. Interesting case here. Ibra Kodesh. Look at Rashi again. Ibra Kodesh. Shali is the nation alone increasing Nada Via Abid. Back to Kufa. Sorry, that's Shaya. So Ibra Kodesh, no advice. So let's say it's outside. Every single month is comprised of either 29 or 30 days. Right? That's collected. That's why sometimes those Kodesh is 1 day, those Kodesh is 2 days. Maximum number of days that a Jewish month could have, that it is 30 days. Possibly, again, if it's a chassid, if it's a Jewish month, 29 days. And remember, before the calendar was fixed, that was established by a day. So whether or not the month is going to 29 or 30 days, remember, it depends on ages that you get. That type of ages can be received in a basis of few people. Get ready there. There shouldn't be outside. This is very interesting. Different process. The Shloshah Masir, this is fascinating. He holds, hello, Lamaisa, you could discuss like the deliberations with a Kamisha, no single mostly, and again you kind of kick up the conversation to a Beis Din of 5, you go in the Shiva, and you finish it with a Beis Din of 7. Final decision made in the Beis Din of 7, then God will be given with the Darius, but if you kind of bypass that system and just decided on this in the Beis Din of 3, it works. So let's say all of this is riveting because now it just happened over here. Is Rav Shimon introduced to me again a Beis Din of 5 and a Beis Din of 7. So I'm used to operating with this concept of Beis Din of 3 and a Beis Din of 23. Now Sunday is a Beis Din of 5, Beis Din of 7. Okay, so we'll have the Gemara. First white line of our second Mishnah. Smichas is the cleaning. So he's saying, what's Smichas again? Look at the Rashbam. So Rashi is Smichas the cleaning. Roach Tar Elam Davash on Tzibor. So we will discuss this. So let's say we're going to deal with this. So we actually quite simply. Tar Elam Davash on Tzibor means as follows. Where it's like Hedron Paskins, the Hedron Paskins on a halacha, and the copy was facts based on their directions, and it turns out that they were wrong. So the halacha is that they bring a particular type of carbon called a So okay, so again, for that carbon, what ends up happening is the king, the elders of the court place their hand on top of that carbon. So that's smichas is a king, the arifas as well. So what's arifas as well? That's arifah. Another again, you find a dead body, and you find someone murdered in between two cities. You measure the closest city. The elders of that closest city come, the young cats that have never worked, decapitated in a dry-up riverbed, wash their hands over the decapitated cat and say, Yadinu lo shafchu dam zeh. We are not responsible for the death of this person. Both of these processes, give it Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says both of these things could take place in a Beis Din of 3 people. Rabbi says Chamisha. Rabbi says no, it requires a Beis Din of 5. Then Hachalitza next. Hachalitza, V'hamir. So Chalitza, first thing we know again, Chalitza, remember again, moving the man to Rothschild, moving guys without children, now there's the obligation of legal that moving has, that Shimon, so Rabbi brother has, Rothschild or Shimon don't want to get married to these kinds of Chalitza. Remember, you don't want to say what's Mi'un, finding is also great Mishnah, because this Mishnah is like a Chazara of Shas, right? Because it goes through every single process in halacha. What's Mi'un? You know what's Mi'un? So remember again, only a father has the ability to marry off his minor daughter in the Daraisa. With the Rabbanon Chazal gave the brother or the mother the ability to do so. But it's important to understand that is only in the Rabbanon. But because it's a condition of the Rabbanon, for what? The girl, while she is still a minor, refused. I don't want this. What happens when she does Mi'un? She goes free from the marriage. Yet, no other process other than formal refusal to continue on in this relationship. So both Chalitza and Mi'un have to be done in a Beis Din of 3. Not to revise. It might be shame on what you're doing. Okay, so I'm going to say a lot of really interesting stuff over here. So not to revive, I'll say is 4th year produce. Now, we love this concept Arla. What does Arla say? You plant a fruit tree, but you're not allowed to go ahead and partake of the fruit for the first 3 years. Arla, you're not allowed to utilize it. So let's say now what happens about the produce in year number 4? That is called not to revive. Again, there's Karen revive, which applies to the vineyard, not to revive, which applies to other fruit trees. So 4th year produce, you'll see it, but there's a caveat. What's the caveat? The halacha is that you have to take it to Yerushalayim, because Yerushalayim essentially is treated like Meiser Sheni. Okay, so Karen Rabbi, not the Rabbi, not the Rabbi, Meiser Sheni. What's a Meiser Sheni? Again, remember, it is hard. So again, it's yours to consume, but you have to consume it to Yerushalayim. So what's the halacha? She'in Damav Yidurim. It's actually very interesting. If you look at Rashi over here, Rashi says, "Oh, the name we do it." You go, "Put us in a Jewish and Shia Bishop." So let's say you have, and I love nice remember again. In order to, I don't want to take it to Yerushalayim, right? I don't want to take my Nata Ravai, my 4th year produce. I don't want to take my Meiser Sheni to Yerushalayim. So what can I do? I can redeem it with money. transfer the sanctity onto money, take the money to Shamayim Kodesh, and go ahead and spend the money that you have to spend it on what? Spend it on what? On food. That's the caveat. It doesn't spend on food. So let's say for whatever reason, I don't have the ability to assess the value of this produce. So it's interesting, the way Rothschild shows it over here, let's say the produce rotted. Sometimes it's hard to assess the value of rotten produce. So that can be done in a basic of Shlosha. Based on a few people. Okay. Hekdishos, Shlosha. This is very interesting. Hekdish can be done in a bunch of a basin of three. Now what does that mean, Hekdish? So let's just remember again, it can't mean consecrating something, because what do you need in order to consecrate something? What do you need? What do you need? Right? A mouth. Right? That's what you need, right? A mouth and a brain, right? You have to be able to go ahead and identify, right? I have to be able to say this is Hekdish, and I have to have das. So Rashi points out that the Hekdish means Haba Yehudo's son, Sarach Shlosha Shimon. This is interesting. This is a case if you want to redeem Hekdish. I want to redeem Hekdish. Right? So if I want to redeem Hekdish, so something belongs to this Hekdish, and I want it for myself, so it's a process of redemption. That requires a things to Hekdish, to Shlosha, everything, everything on the calculation to Shlosha. Very interesting case over here. So let's say, so look at that. Well, that's true for the everything calculate the Gemara fire. So let's say, here's what we know. In Erech vow is a Dalgir vow. So what it sounds like is happening over here is there's the metaltalin that was pledged to the Beis HaMikdash, and I want to redeem those metaltalin from the Beis HaMikdash. So we'll see in the Gemara exactly what it means. But the Mishnah says that requires a basin of three. So he says, Echad Mehen, I'm sorry, he's over Echad Mehen Kohen. So he says you can use a basin of three, but anything to do with redemption of consecrated property needs a coin on the basin. So interesting. Like, since you're redeeming from the Beis HaMikdash, it's true you only need three, but one of those guys has to be a coin. Dakakos happens if you're redeeming karka. Like, what happens if you're redeeming karka? You're redeeming land from the Beis HaMikdash. Tisha V'Kohen, that requires a basin of 10, right? And one of those people has to be a coin. All right, the Adam Kiyosef, and the same thing will apply both like ultimately again to the Erech value of the person. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says that Kakos shall have to start test that seed calling the Shimon. The Shimon in Baruch Dosa. So the property is owned by land, is owned by the Beis HaMikdash, and I want to redeem from the Beis HaMikdash. So that requires the proper valuation. That valuation is going to require 10 people, and one of them has to be a Kohen. And Adam, Rashi says over here, Adam Habam Mikdos Atzmo Miyad Hekdish Sarach Asar V'Shulo. So let's say, so it's very strange. It sounds like the Mishnah saying is, if I am pledged to the Beis HaMikdash, and I want to redeem myself, or I want to redeem someone else from Hekdish, that also requires a meaning that requires 10, a basin of 10, and one of those people has to be a Kohen. Now, what's that? Rashi points out there, and he was going to ask me, what are you talking about? A person who is consecrated to the Beis HaMikdash? What's that case? Okay, we'll see it. Next, another case. So now we can up here a little bit of it. Being the Pashas, that's the Rothschild. Capital cases. Capital cases have to be adjudicated by a basin of 23. Now, let's say, once again, where does the basin of 23 come from? Where does it come from? Right? It's okay, you didn't miss it. You don't know. Right? You don't know, right? When you might introduced it to us over here, right? Sometimes, actually, again, when you introduce that's already account because you couldn't tell something. Like, all we know is nice to be up. Things are 20. So, this is the way that comes from. But what we're going to do, capital cases, things are 23. However, behind the above, the S in the short term. So, it says, interesting case here. Roll over the other means. If a person violated an animal, like that's if a person performs an act of bestiality on an animal, or nearby, or the animal itself went ahead and had relations with a woman. So these things say, so this is a capital case. But why is it a capital case? Well, again, remember, if the person was a willing participant in this, then ultimately, again, it's a capital case for the person, and obviously the animal is executed as well. I know the Banyaba, that's in Shosha. Case of 23, Shinemar, the Harakta es Haisha, the Es Habahima. The Omer, the Es Habahima Talo. So the Mishnah's point out over here is, The execution of the person and the execution of the animal are linked. What does the linkage teach us? That just as capital case for a person is adjudicated in front of a basin of 23, so again, the adjudication of the capital case of the animal is also adjudicated in the presence of a basin of 23. So very interesting. The goes right there. The Gemara says, if you look at Rashi, Rashi the last like 6 of the white lines. Adam Harovea, this fish Bahadari, Barakia Saisha, the Exa Behemo, Behema so what is it? So again, you see over here that the death of the person is engaged in the act of bestiality, and the death of the animal are linked. Once again, to teach us, just as the person is judged and adjudicated by a basin of 23, so is the animal. It's kind of a shrine is goat, that's what it's called. Shnema Shani Sakel, actually called it that. Shard is goat, what's a shrine is goat? A stone shard, right? A stone shard is a shard ultimately again that killed someone. And therefore, there is going to be put to death himself. Rashi says over here, Shenaga Adam Unis. It's a shard that gored someone, and the person died as a result of the goring. So that shard is going to be judged in front of a basin of Kojirovas. Obviously, the shard is not judged, the owner is judged, right? But ultimately, again, the claim, the case, is going to be heard by a basin of Kojirovas. Shenanar, Hashar Yisakel, the Gam Ba'alav Mas. So the pasuk says the shard will be stoned and its owners will be put to death as well. Once again, what do you see happening over here? The Torah is going ahead and the Torah is going ahead and juxtaposing the death of the shard to the death of the owner. Now again, we'll say not that the owner is put to death, right? But the point is there's culpability. The idea over here is that just as the capital case started by reason of 23, so too the capital case of the shard by reason of 23. Incredible. We'll say that's an interesting case here. As a Rahari, those of the Handama Ba'ad Ba'anachash. So we'll say now you have a wolf, a lion. Nama is Dargus. There's also something in the left family. Nachash, or often translated as a polecat. Nachash is a snake. We'll say any of these animals which killed someone, we suffer the Asri Shosha. Ultimately, again, these cases are adjudicated in a basin of 23. To go to Rashi, Rashi's in the second line. Hazavari, Shanisu Adam Vindomin Iskila, Kishar, talk about it. So ultimately, again, these animals are treated like a shark that caught someone. So what's that? So these cases are adjudicated in the basin of 23. Very clear. Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Chalakodem Lahargan Zacha. These are interesting. Rabbi Eliezer says any of these animals that had done that killed someone, the first person to be able to kill them, Shkoyach. In other words, these are damaging animals. These are damaging animals. These are dangerous animals. And therefore, interestingly, it's so fascinating, right? So that Tanakama says, okay, whenever these animals kill, there's due process. There's due process. Obviously, we're talking about where these animals are owned by someone, right? It's going to have to check, obviously, you're not getting a free-range bear. Today's, I don't know, free-range bear, such a thing like that, right? But when I say that, that's not it. It's like not like an animal rights thing over here. Right? So this is where you hear stories like this, right? Where you have like these people who own these wild animals. This is not even a dog bear over here, right? But it could be, like sometimes you have like people who own like a pit bull, and then the pit bull does something like, I can't believe you're doing such a sweet pit bull. Right, like it's a pit bull, right? Like what's the matter with you? Right? So again, these are cases over here also of where someone owns these animals, like someone owns a wolf, someone owns a lion, someone owns a bear, right? You have enough jobs like this, right? So the nice stuff, and then the animal does something. So again, remember when we say that it goes to beasting, that's when the owner is taking the beasting. Like, yes, he's incredible. So that's fine. So like the lyrics are saying is, the lyrics says no. Because these are dangerous animals, there's no due process for these animals. Instead, Kalakodim Mahargan Zaha. Whoever is first to put these animals down, Shkoyach. Shkoyach, the damaging forces. Obviously, level of explanation. Well, but for myself, again, that's not what we're sort of about. Good. But Yekiva said, Misasar, that's Yekiva said, no, he's the adjudicator here, but I think 23. Right? And interestingly enough, the words going to ask, Yekiva seems to be saying as a kind of combo. Right? Because it was in the days of 23. Okay, we'll see what you mind, Moritz Hashem, what exactly we're talking about here. Next. In Johnny, Moritz Hashem, the Moritz Navi Hashem, the Moritz Klingadol. These are actually fascinating cases. You cannot put a Sheva on trial. That was when you do ever be judging an entire Sheva. So it actually said that in the Rubo Shel Sheva, Sha'al Gabo, the Zara, the Moses. This is incredible. Third one by that in Rashi. Let's say you have an entire tribe that has to come and worship Avodah Zarah. Or it actually says again, the majority of the tribe which worship Avodah Zarah. So now you're putting a tribe on trial. You're going to have to adjudicate this case in a Beis Din, or Navi Sheker, a false prophet, or Kohen Gadol, or you have a Kohen Gadol that you have to take the Beis Din. I will say that interestingly enough, we'll have to see what you think of the Kohen Gadol to Beis Din for. What exactly is it that he's being accused of? So it's like all of these cases, so judging the entire tribe, Navi Sheker, false prophet, or Kohen Gadol matters, Ella Aki Beis Din Shel Shin Alecha. Here it is. Here it is. Right? It's fascinating, right? He said this called Sanhedrin. Here's the first one in the entire Mishnah so far that we've seen. Sanhedrin of 71 judges. 71 judges. You're judging the tribe, you're judging the false prophet, you're judging the Kohen Gadol. That's kicked all the way up the ladder. That goes to the high court of the land. This has 71 judges. They won't see it. That's incredible. They won't see it. We will come as our shus. Allah up to Beis Din Shel Shin Be'ach. Assuming against 12 Israel can't go out to war unless they have the permission of the Sanhedrin, the high court. 71 judges. Now, we're going to talk about this, and this is going to be some great studies over here. Different types of wars for Klal Israel. It actually says, we'll come for shus. This is in the white lines in Kol Yeshus, the Vagin Lochemes Yoshua Shaisa Mishpachas Eretz Yisrael. So Rashi says something very interesting. What is on the Lochemes Yeshus? Now we call it Lochemes Yeshus not optional war. I think there's a better term for it. A discretionary war. Right? So Rashi says war is a discretionary war. Rashi essentially says, I do that you got to maybe you did go to his teaching was also very good, just not correct. It's not correct. And so listen to this. Discretionary war. Now what is a discretionary war? So Rashi says something amazing over here. Rashi says any war except for conquering Eretz Yisrael is called a discretionary war. So which is very interesting. So what does that mean? A defensive war is considered to be a chemical it's not a country. So again, if we're going to take a lot of issue with that, actually, and I'm going to take issue with that, actually, not on topic right now, but again, just coming attractions. So again, but however, what the Gemara does say, is something very interesting. The opposite of the Muhammad Rishos is Muhammad Mitzvah. So apparently, Muhammad Mitzvah does not require the permission of the Sanhedrin, which we're going to in the Gemara. But Muhammad Rishos does require Sanhedrin. This is incredible. You cannot add on to the city. Now, the Pashtos, we're going to see that this is talking about over here, Yerushalayim, actually, for example. You can't add on to the borders of Yerushalayim, nor can you add on to the courtyards of the Beis Hamikdash without the Sanhedrin. You need a Sanhedrin of 71 judges. They also the Sanhedrin of the Shvatim. So it's fascinating. We're going to see that the Sanhedrin of the Sanhedrin, the High Court in Yerushalayim, has an obligation to establish what we call circuit courts, like in every Shevet. But who establishes the circuit courts? Who establishes the smaller courts? That can only be done by the High Court in Yerushalayim. And those Sanhedrin of the Shvatim, and the Beis Din Shel Shin Be'ach. So every Shevet should have its own court. But those courts have to be established by the High Court in Yerushalayim. And also Eri Dachas, Ela Beis Din Shel Shin Be'ach. So let's say Eri Dachas. What's Eri Dachas? What if you have a city where all of the inhabitants worship Avodah Zarah? What happens to that city? You wipe it out. You wipe it out. So the declaration the declaration or the sentence of a hearing dafos can only be established by a Beis Din by the Sanhedrin, 71 judges. They don't see the dafos b'sabar, so once I now talking about hearing dafos, you must have some interesting discussions over here. And you don't see the hearing dafos b'sabar. You cannot declare a border city an hearing dafos. Now, let's say this makes a lot, just intuitively makes a lot of sense why. What happens if we declare a border area dafos? What ends up happening? You wipe out the city. What does that do? That opens borders. That opens up the so we have reached to an era where what happens when border cities are overrun. And how that opens up the gateways for death and destruction. So therefore, again, this is interesting that you have a border city. What do you do with a border city where the inhabitants worship Avodah Zarah? That we'll have to see. But the point is, you can't go ahead and declare a city as a hearing dafos. Furthermore, again, it will have exactly what to do with this. You cannot go ahead and declare. You cannot go ahead and make 3 cities a hearing dafos, but you can do 1 or 2. Okay, Sanhedrin Gidol, so once I hear this. Sanhedrin Gidol, the High Court in Yerushalayim, the Beis Hamikdash was comprised of 71 judges. And ultimately, again, a lower court was 23 judges. The one says, how do you know that the High Court in China was 71 judges? Where do you get that from? Shenema. I will say it's very simple. Very simple. Us believe. Shouldn't Ish be Zikne Yisrael? Moshe al Gabein. The Bible says absolutely incredible. Because what does the Bible say in the right? Where again, Moshe Rabbeinu said to Baruch, I can't do this by myself. So Baruch says, no problem. Gather for me. Gather for me. Moshe really says, right? This really. Hashem says to Moshe, Hashem says to Moshe, gather for me 70 people. And who's together with the 70? Who's together with the 70? Who sits on top of the 70? Who's that Beis Din? Moshe Rabbeinu. Boom, there it is, 71. 71. So 70 people gathered, plus Moshe Rabbeinu, that becomes an auto for a Sanhedrin of 71 people. And you don't read the Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin is actually not 71, but rather the Sanhedrin is 70. Interestingly enough, it seems to be that Rabbi Yehuda holds that Allah Moshe Rabbeinu wasn't part of the Sanhedrin, the first Sanhedrin. So it's really gathered from these 70 people. Now, what do you do with an even numbered Sanhedrin is a different discussion. We'll see in tomorrow. So let's say, how do you know that the lower court is comprised of 23? Where is that? From Shneimar, the Pasuk says, the Eidah, will translate the congregation or the assembly. The assembly will judge and the assembly will save. Eidah shofetes, the Eidah matzalas. In a Beis Din, you need a group that could indict and a group that could exonerate. In other words, every Beis Din must have an Eidah and must be comprised of at least 2 groups, the capacity of 2 groups. One group who could find the parties guilty, one group who could find the parties innocent. How much is an Eidah? So the Gemara says, Harikhan Esther, that gives me 20. So I say, how do you get to that? Gives me 20. Now watch this. How do I know that Eidah represents 10 people? Get ready for it. Shneimar, Ad Mosai Le'eidah Hara Hazos. So what's it? By Muradin. Remember again, the Shane said, but what's that mean? There were 12 Muradin. Remember again, when the Pasuk says, Ad Mosai Le'eidah says, how long will I have to deal with this terrible Eidah? Remember again, who did that exclude? That excluded Yoshua and Kalev, which means Eidah means 10. Eidah means 10. So let's say, now watch this. When it comes to a court, the Torah uses 2 phrases. The shav to Eidah, the Eidah, the Tzidu Eidah, the Eidah will be sounded. That shows you that a Beis Din has to be made up of 2 Eidahs. 2 Eidahs. An Eidah, minimum of an Eidah is 10. Where do we learn that from? Miraglim. So 2 Eidahs gives you 20. 20. So the Gemara says, now watch this. So how do I get the other 3? The Pasuk says, you shall not follow after a simple majority to indict. Right? You should not follow after a simple majority to find someone guilty. This is speaking about specifically by capital crime. So the Gemara says, so it sounds like you can follow a simple majority to exonerate. right? But you can't follow a civil majority to indict. So the must thinking lamanama achar Rabbi lahakos. If that's the case, I can follow a civil majority to exonerate. Why does the pasuk have to say achar Rabbi lahakos? Why do you have to say that? But follow the majority. So we want to say, Lord, hatiyas chalatova, hatiyas chalara. To teach me, the most sense, to follow the again, to exonerate, is not the same as following the majority to indict. How so? Hatiyas chalatova, following the majority to exonerate, all you need is what kind of majority do you need? What kind of majority do you need? Majority of one. So we says, Hatiyas chalara, afishnai. In order to indict, ultimately again, you need two. Everyone says, so here we go. Just follow this, right? So let's build up our number. 20 page. Don't turn it. Don't turn it. Hey, everyone says, now remember again, what do I have over here, right? Why do I have hands off, right? What do I have over here? Right? I've got a basin of 71, which I now know that's an easy one. Because Hashem says to Moshe, gather for me 70 people, plus Moshe only was 71. He turns the time to fine. Now I know about a basin of 23. So remember again, I have the shucks to our ego, the tzila, the two phrases. Ego, how much is it equal to? How much is it equal to? 20. Right, 20. Right, 10 and 10? 20. Good. Now what about the other three? Here's what I know. Now it's time to get to 20. Now, in order for a basin of 20 to go ahead and indict, what do they need? They need the majority of two. Because to indict the majority of two, to exonerate the majority of one. So therefore, if I have 20 and the majority of two, what does that kick me up to? What does that kick me up to? 22. God, the aim, they shuffle with the problem. You can't have a basin of 22. Why can't you have a basin of 22? Because you can't have an even number of basin. Therefore, because then you're going to end up with a split. Therefore, Mosifin Alein Od Echad Hare Kan Esim Moshav. Therefore, I can't have a basin of 22. Therefore, I got to add in one more. What do I have? 23. So that's right. I've got now my next basin. I've got my 71 member basin. And I've got my 23 member basin. The comma you hate the ear. Let's say, how many people do you need in a city in order for them to be right this and now what this means is, if you, it sounds like what you are saying, it sounds like Mishnah saying, we'll see this in Gemara. How many people do you need in a city in order to set up a basement in that particular city? That's rational. How many people do you need in a city to set up a basement? So the Gemara says, I mean, all of us sign this culture. I mean, somebody says, 250 people. Oh, no, I skipped. May have asked him, 120 people. 120 people in a city in order to set up a center. Which sounds to be like a pretty small city. We'll discuss in the Gemara. And you come around and says, beside the Shloshis, you need 230 people to make it Sari Asaras. Corresponding to the Sari Asaras. Again, we'll see exactly what that means in the Gemara. So it's like, it's interesting enough. Fundamental focus about what the minimum population size is in a city in order for there to be an obligation to set up a local base. And that's like, Mazel Tov. Mazel Tov, our first Mishnah in the Second Sanhedrin. Mazel Tov, by the way, Mazel Tov, Mishnah. I'm finishing the Second Sanhedrin. Right, and beginning the Second Sanhedrin today is pretty incredible. That's the only Mishnah beginning is in there, stressed coming at Cuba. Finishing Mishnah beginning today, stressed was like, Mishnah, how to exist the Kabbalah, not doing all this, okay, so what's this in our back? Mishnah is a serious. Right, everything makes like perfect sense in the world. Right? Everything is beautiful, everything is harmonious, Gemara is still the back. So when I look at here's what Gemara says, here's the problem. This one says, Dinin Mamis, B'Shlosha, and then B'Selos B'Chabalos B'Shlosha. Right? Monetary laws are deleted by days and of 3, and then the laws of theft and injuries are 3 as well. So asks the Gemara, up to B'Selos B'Chabalos B'Dinin Mamis, I don't understand. It's repetitive. Once you tell me Dinin Mamis, 3 monetary laws you give about 3, theft and injury is monetary law. Why do you have to break that out separately? To which the Gemara says, I'm not Yavo, Mahin Katani. So you're right, the Gemara says the Mishnah is meant to be explanatory. What's the explanatory? Mahin Dinin Mamis, yes, the Kabbalah. Read the Mishnah like this. Dinin Mamis B'Shlosha. And what's an example of Dinin Mamis? What do you mean when we say Dinin Mamis? You see, what's the Kabbalah? You mean the laws of theft and damages. Aval, Hodas, and Halvah's life. I will say, when it comes to the laws of loans, now those are also disputes. Right? Issues of loan disputes, those cannot be adjudicated outside of basement of 3. Rather, those type of disputes require a different type of basis. So what's the thing that's happening over here? So on one hand, it says, DNA mummies can be adjudicated by a basin of three. Hold up. What do I mean by DNA mummies? Zeros for Kabbalos, thefts and injuries. What don't I mean? Loan disputes. Loan disputes require different type of basin. What type of basin? I don't know. Remains to be seen, but that's not a basin of three. So the Lord says, yeah, we'll see why we should leave it with Tzricha. Now I understand why we need a ton of DNA mummies. So would have just said being mom is adjudicated by basin of three. I would have thought that therefore this by definition also includes Hodras and Avos. Must also include loan disputes. Therefore, Tani Zeros Bechavos. Therefore, the Mishnah says, no, Zeros Bechavos, the teaching that what does being monogamous? What does it mean when we say that monetary law could be adjudicated in a basin of three? That's only theft and injuries. Etar Zeros Bechavos. They're not being monogamous. Furthermore, again, had to just say, so just be being monogamous and just say, Zeros Bechavos. Just say theft and injuries is adjudicated by a basin of three. I don't think so I would have who have been back to the Hodas Vavos. I would have thought, no. Since it says Zeros Bechavos, which means monetary law, I would have assumed that includes loan disputes as well. Behind it can be Zeros Bechavos. And since I wanted you to say Zeros Bechavos Dafka, you should be Eker Gino Exceed Zeros Bechavos Exceed. Because when the Torah speaks on a basin of three, the primary place where it talks about it is in the realm of theft and injury. So the Gemara says, because when it comes to theft, the pasuk says, right, and the aggrieved party will come before the judge. Means in this context as the judge. Kabbalah, when it comes to injuries, what does it matter if you injure someone financially or you injure someone physically? It's all considered injuries. Therefore, Tana, about the Mishnah is structured very specifically. Right? So the Mishnah is written as Dine Mamanis B'Shlosha. Right? So again, financial cases are adjudicated in the days of three. Now, when you stop there, we would assume that means all financial cases. Therefore, the Mishnah comes to qualify the statement and says, no. What type of financial cases are we talking about? Zeros, the Kabbalos, theft, and bodily injury, physical injury. Those are the types of cases adjudicated by a basin of three. But let's say loan disputes. Okay, let's again, we're going to the exact Hodars, but it means for our purposes today, loan disputes are not adjudicated in a basin of three. Rather than they require a different legal mechanism. What's the legal mechanism for them? I don't know. We'll see. But they're not adjudicated by a basin of three. I never wish not to be written this way, because otherwise you would have ended up with an erroneous and erroneous confusion. I want to pause here for just a second, because I want to show you just a tremendous and a beautiful Mr. Hospital. Just before I want to get it in, and then we'll have time. We still have time. We'll go back to that before, because this picks up with a little bit of a new studio in just a moment. So the Gemara says as follows. So one says, remember in the Mishnah, we saw something incredible. What did we see? The Mishnah learned out the concept that a basin of 23. Like, where did we learn out from? Eda plus 3. What's the Eda? And I will say, by the way, what's the Eda? The Eda ultimately, again, is the miraculous. And by the way, you see something very interesting as well. When the Gemara lays out the obligation for a million, right? Interestingly enough, what's the source for a million as well? Is at Korach. Right? Part of the million is Korach and his assembly. So Rothschild asks such a fascinating question. He says, I don't understand. Why are we learning out these bedrock concepts from bad people? And let's focus over here. When we're talking about the judicial system, what's the entire purpose of the judicial system? To maintain integrity, right? To maintain adherence to the laws of the Torah. Why are we learning this out from the Miracle? Out of all the places, you can't find another source to this. So let's say, listen to what the Rabbi said. This is incredible. Chazal Omru, Miracle, Eredor, the Gemara says that the Miracle have a portion in the world to come. So the Rabbi says that, however, Nishmos Yisrael, excellence, yogi, only add, right? It is impossible for you, which is also impossible for the Neshama to be lost forever. So on one hand, the Gemara says that the miraculous don't have a portion in the world to come. It could be that a soul is going to be lost forever. He says, "Kirti one, Chemes Elokah Nimau." People think that's the Balakani is Russian, but the Jews about Chemes Elokah. Then Chemes Elokah, Chemes Elokah. The Neshama ultimately again is a Chisra HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So how can it be that a Jew would be lost or the same that a Jew doesn't have a portion of the world to come? He says, "Lachem Matzu Lahem Chazal Takana." So therefore, Chazal found a way to save the Meraglim. How do you save the Meraglim? How do you save the followers of Korach? Eider Ki Asara. By using them as the limit, as the source. For 10, Eider Kritis Anadru. Are you getting limud zeh? Yisalu Yitaku Nishmo Sefer. By using the Meraglim as the source for this halacha, what does it do? It lifts up their neshamas. By using their memory, by using their sin, by using their pasuk to teach us a profound halacha, a bedrock halacha, ultimately that provides a tremendous aliyah, lifts up their neshamas. The same is true ultimately with the assembly of Korah. Kol davar shebedusha eina ba'asara, avur zeh, that is goes into us. It's what Chazal. That learn how to mean from Korah. What Chazal learn how to Sanhedrin from the Meraglim, in order to lift up the neshamas of these individuals. That even with all of their avelos, with tremendous avelos, there is no such thing as a Jew who is beyond salvation, and we have an obligation to lift everyone up. That is what. So what's the religious ability? What we're providing is a tikkun for the neshamas of the Meraglim. And I both say there are two profound lessons over here. Number one, no one is beyond salvation. Even the Meraglim are not beyond salvation. Even the city of Korach is not beyond salvation. And if those guys are not beyond salvation, then we certainly cannot give up on ourselves as well. And then the two, the lengths that we have to go to help each other. So, it's easy just to say, you know what, I worry about me. I want to have an achrayus towards the other. But it's not true. We all have an achrayus. We all have a responsibility to one another. We all have to look out for each other. If we see someone else who is struggling, we have an obligation to roll up our sleeves and to help out. Chazal felt that achrayus, even to the Jews who weren't doing the right thing, even to the Meraglim, even to the followers of Korah, and therefore built them into the Gemara. So every single time we learn these concepts, we have the ability to lift them up higher and higher. We should be joking with Hashem to believe in ourselves, and we should be joking to believe in the other as well. And in doing so, always have the great source to love each other, to look out for one another, look out even for the Meraglim, even look out for the Korach. On one side, Shkoyach on the first half of Sanhedrin, absolutely amazing. Shkoyach, everyone.
He talks in this way that it's just never ending. I can't even replicate it myself because I would never vote blue. And you're checking the boxes. He really doesn't give the person any chance to answer, and he also doesn't. Not only does he not give them a chance to answer, but there's not even really a question. It's just a statement. It's kind of like Gadushing you while feigning a question. He did Gadusha a little because he was like, politicians, I don't trust them at all. I mean, they're not great.
Look at Amir Hashem, the merit of our learning.
He doesn't even realize
will bring our soldiers.
He's like, you're here, so you're
complete victory. Complete security. Will bring our hostages home to Shalom and the Kara of Oshim. Zoch Amir Hashem. We pray to sorrows for all of Klaus. Let us speak in it. Is really incredible supposed to be able to be here in the sector. There's even though, it's not like for the long haul. And again, even when we finish shots, what do you do? It's fascinating, right? You just keep going. Right? There's no day off. There's no sabbatical. There's no take a little bit of time to recharge. There's no let myself get. It's just again what happens the next day. You just start again. But after Basra, you just start. Right? You begin there. Hashem the second night. Someone like this thing, a little mini CMS. Little Chabranya last night was Hashem, as you said, just can't let the end of the Masechta come and not celebrate in some way. Our formal senior will be on Shabbos, January 18th, on that Shabbos here in Shul, this current Shul here at Hashem. It'll be a great, we're supposed to be able to celebrate there. I want to say, but again, with that, let's begin Sanhedrin. So we have to again, whenever you begin with a sector, like everything else in life, so much is about your kavanas when you enter in. So what do we want? What do we want to accomplish? So first of all, we kind of need to hard to understand Sanhedrin. Like, where did the Sanhedrin sit? The Sanhedrin sat in the Rishnas Hagazis in the chamber of hewn stone. We'll talk more about that in this Masechta, which was one of the chambers, actually one of the small chambers inside of the inside of the base of Mikdash itself. So it's important to understand that even just saying the name Sanhedrin, by definition, conjures up feelings of the base of Mikdash. And whenever we conjure up feelings of the base of Mikdash that should awaken inside of us, strong yearning, strong pining, a strong desire, something big. We spoke about last night by the seal. And the Lubavitch Rebbe explained so beautifully that all of Galus is a hachana for Geula. And ultimately, again, exile is a hachana, it's a preparation, ultimately for redemption. So when we learn these sectors, we're going to learn about things that don't yet apply. So in certain respects, because we don't yet have a base of Mikdash. Yeah, both of these supposed to awaken inside of us a journey. When we learn Sanhedrin, what I want more than anything is, I want to be able to say, okay, now I learned all this information, I want to see it. I want to see it in practice. I want to see it actualized. I want to be able to see the members of the Sanhedrin of the chamber of the Rishnas Hagazis. I want to be able to see them coming out of session. I want to be able to actually see it with my own eyes. So that's our kavanah. That everything we learn in Meretz Hashem should be a hachana, should be a preparation in Meretz Hashem to be able to see the Sanhedrin, to be able to see the third base of Mikdash, to be able to see Klal Yisrael whole and intact in the Rabbi Aminu. Amen. Well, so with that, let's begin. Let's continue. Let's begin. Sanhedrin, feel right? Feel the excitement. Okay, let's just get to it. Says the Mishnah. So now what we're going to do in this situation is we're going to focus a little bit on which type of legal body, which type of stuff they did deal with different cases. Now let me give you the premise of the Mishnah. The premise of the Mishnah is that there are different types of courts which deal with different types of issues. Now, how we know that and where we learn that from, that in the question we're going to get to in the Gemara. As you notice, by the way, the entire Amud Aleph is a Mishnah. This is one long Mishnah, and again, this Mishnah actually is going to fuel us probably for the next couple of weeks. And then Hashem, but again, this is going to give us the landscape, the framework of how the legal system works. So here we go. So, okay, so Dine Maonis B'Shlosha. Dine Maonis, mostly so again, monetary law. And again, we're going to get into this in the Gemara in terms of what these terms actually mean to be adjudicated with a basin of three. Regular basin of three. Disablus v'chavalos. So again, thefts and injuries. So again, thefts, pretty. So if you look at Rashi, and then what the other piece is, you want to give a very special bar from the Shalom to Rashi. Right? Rashi has not been with us for a little while. And then again, we want to thank Rashban. Rashban did a tremendous job, Rashban, in terms of shepherding us in Balav Asra. And again, once again, to point out, we are back with Rashi now in the second Sanhedrin. So Rashi points out, top line, Selos, Kofer B'Tikazon, Mishalech, Oyar Havigazlan, Dofina Chotik, Miad Chavira Havigazlan, Izron Vayikzo, Es Achonis Miad HaMitzri. Avalov, Eloshim, so again, Selos is just a single act, what we call theft. Chavalos, Rashi says over Chavalos, Achobot B'Chaverov, Chai B'Chamisha Svarim. Right, you're going to see, when you injure someone, you are hiding 5 different types of damages. So again, that types of this is Zelos, theft, Chavalos, injuries, B'Shlosha. Can also be adjudicated in a basin of 3 people. Nezek, the Chatzi Nezek. So remember again, it goes back to the Baba Kamatis. So Nezek means damages. Chatzi Nezek, half damages. Where is there a case of half damages? Let's have damages. Short time. Right? So again, it's a situation where you have an ox that is born for the first time or for the second time. Remember again, Chatzi Nezek is Knas. Chatzi Nezek ultimately is a penalty given. So Nezek, Chatzi Nezek, Tashlume Keto, paying double. Rashi points out to their last of the wide lines. The Gneva Shnim Sabiado. When does it pay double? If he catches a thief and he has the stolen object in his hands, so you pay double. And paying 4 or 5 times penalty payment. Where does that come up? Rashi, the Shar Osesh Lekavcha Umafro. If you sell a sheep or you sell an ox and you go ahead and you steal it and you shecht it and sell it, there's a 4 or 5 time penalty payment for that. Now, I want to point out, if you notice over here, the list that's growing, Nezek will be on the side, but Chasi Nezek, Tashlumi Kefal double payment, Arba Bechamisha, the 4 or 5 time payments. Next, Ones, the man violates a woman. There's a payment. Hamifata, man seduces a woman. Motzi Shemra, or again, I will say, Motzi Shemra is the case of a man who marries a woman and then he makes it claim that she's not a Basuba. It's true that she's not a Basuba. Now, that is a very serious claim because that claim comes with the possibility that she committed adultery. So maybe she had relations with another man during Erusin. During Erusin, all of these cases, the Shlosha de Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir holds that Allah Chalamayim, all of these cases can be adjudicated in a Beis Din of 3. So the Chum say no, Motzi Shemra, the Chum agree in all of the cases except Motzi Shemra. Why? The Gemara says, "Chutnei Motzi Shemra, come on the Motzi Shemra be'esum Shlosha, if which Yishbal Dina Nefashas." Then the Chum raises a very interesting point over there. They say we agree with you with all the other cases. And again, since the only other cases which are penalty payments, you can adjudicate that in a Beis Din of 3. The one case in which we will disagree is Motzi Shemra. Why? Because Motzi Shemra carries the possibility of a capital crime. Right, as we just mentioned before. Since there's the possibility that the accusation that she wasn't a Basuba could ultimately again unravel to lead to the fact that Chas V'Shalom she committed adultery during Erusin, during Kiddushin, before Nisuin. So because there's a possibility of capital ramifications over there, therefore that's got to be kicked up to a Beis Din of 23. So we'll say, so by the way, I just want to point out, we never heard of a Beis Din of 23 before this. Like again, 3 I've heard about. Right? So 3 is a typical Beis Din. Where did 23 come from? We're going to talk about it. But just, you get, I forgot to take out notebooks. There are Sanhedrin notebooks. I'm sorry if you feel free to take your Sanhedrin notebooks. And again, as we've always been speaking about, it's so important. We leave at such a great pace. And it's important. It would be wonderful. Thank you so much. It'd be wonderful to think that everyone's going to remember all the information. Most of us don't. But to remember something. Would be incredible. If you want your notebooks, here they are. So let's say, so again, as we go along over here, so you see just different pieces of information we pick up as we go along. So we've been introduced to a Beis Din of 3, that's we've been operating with this entire time. Beis Din of 23, we don't know where it comes from, but here's what I do know, which is Beis Din of 23 is capable of adjudicating capital crimes. Okay, it's fine, capital cases. Next, Makos, B'Shlosha. So we'll say, so our first Makos is Chachamim, Motzi Shemra, Beis Din of 3, Chachamim, Motzi Shemra, Beis Din of 21. Sorry, 23. So the verse is following. Makos, B'Shlosha. So Makos, what about any case dealing with Malchus? Okay, what's a case of dealing with Malchus? So Malchus ultimately, again, is any law. Pretty much any biblical prohibition, or many biblical prohibitions, carry with them the penalty of Malchus. The person goes ahead and eats non-kosher, Malchus. The person wears shatnez, Malchus. The violation of any basic prohibition carries with it the penalty of lashes. Rashi points out, Malchus are goyim. Time of the Bishma, Rabbi Rothschild not fine. So about Malchus, so Mishra Bishma, this is very interesting. In the case of Malchus, now again, remember, where do you get Malchus? In a violation of a law, violation of prohibition. And yet Rabbi Shmuel says that has to be adjudicated in a Beis Din of 23, which is fascinating. So again, so this is just a violation of a regular law. If Rabbi Shmuel kicks it up to a Beis Din of 23 again. This is the Mishnah. So right now we're just going through all the information, and yes, Hashem, we'll see the reasoning later on. Kibra Chodesh, B'Shlosha. Interesting case here. What's Ibra Chodesh? Look at Rashi again. Ibra Chodesh. Shahayu Bezi Yoshin Baron in Srifin Laber Nagar Nea Habib. Back to Kufa. Sorry, that's Shana. So Ibra Chodesh, you don't want to finish. Don't say outside. Every single month is comprised of either 29 or 30 days. Right? That's the maximum. That's time. That's why sometimes Rosh Chodesh is 1 day, Rosh Chodesh is 2 days. The maximum number of days that a Jewish month can have, like is 30 days. Possibly again if it's a chasar, if it's a diminished month, 29 days. Now remember, before the calendar was fixed, that was established by a Beis Din. So whether or not the month is going to be 29 or 30 days, remember it depends on edus that you get. That type of edus can be received in a Beis Din of 3 people. It's a Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Shimon says, this is very interesting, different process. This is fascinating. This is old. Halach l'maisa, you could begin the discussion, like the deliberations, in a Beis Din of 3. Ubachamisha nosin v'nosin, and then again you kind of pick up the conversation to a Beis Din of 5. The Gomrim Shiva, but you finish it with a Beis Din of 7. Final decision named the Beis Din of 7. Then Gomrim Begimel Mehubaras, so you kind of bypass that system and just decided on this in Beis Din of 3. It works. So I will say all of this is regular because now it just happened over here. Because Shimon introduced to me again a Beis Din of 5 and a Beis Din of 7. So I think if you're operating with this concept of Beis Din of 3 and a Beis Din of 23, that's 30, Beis Din of 5, Beis Din of 7. Okay, so we'll have first white line of us and this stuff. Smichas is a kingdom. We will discuss this. So also we're going to deal with this actually kind of extensively. Government actually believes as follows. When the Sanhedrin Paskins got a halacha, and it copied this act based on their direction, and it turns out that they were wrong. So the halacha is that they bring a particular type of carbon called a karhelam government tzibor. So those I saw again, for that carbon, what ends up happening is the elders of the court place their hand on top of that carbon. So that's smichas shekinin, va'arifas eglah. So what's arifas eglah? That's eglah arifah. Eglah arifah, let's remember again, you find a dead body, you find someone in between 2 cities, you measure the closest city. The elders of that closest city come, thinking they're decapitated in a trial period, wash their hands over the decapitated cat and say, Yadenu lo shafti damza. We are not responsible for this person. Both of these processes, Sushosha, Diver Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says both of these things take place in the Beis Din of 3 people. Rabbi says B'chamisha. Rabbi says no, it requires a Beis Din of 5. Okay? Hachalitza, next. Hachalitza, V'hamiyot. So chalitza, just so you don't get a chalitza, remember again, we didn't like Rachel, we didn't guys without children, now there's an obligation of people that we didn't have. Sorry, that Shimon, Shabbat doesn't have. Rachel or Shimon don't want to get married in the process of chalitza. Miyun, remember the one, so what's good, is also through Mishnah, this is Mishnah, it's like a Hazara of Shabbos, right? Because it goes through every single process in halacha. What's miyun? You know, say what's miyun? Remember again, only a father has the ability to marry off his mind and daughter Midoraisa. If Rabbanan Chazal gave his brother or his mother the ability to do so. But it's important to understand that it's only a institution of Rabbanan. Now because you should do Rabbanan, therefore what? The girl, while she is still a minor, could what? Refuse. They change their minds. I don't want this. What happens when she does miyun? She goes free from the marriage. No get, no other process other than a formal refusal to continue on in this relationship. So both Chalitza and Miyun have to be done in a Beis Din of 3. Not the Rabbi, Meister Shin Gamadi doing. Okay, so I said a lot of really interesting stuff over here. So not the Rabbi. Not the Rabbi will say is 4th-year produce. Now, you know this comes from Arla. What does Arla say? You plant a fruit tree, and you are not allowed to go ahead and partake of the fruit in the first 3 years. Arla, you're not allowed to do that. And listen, now what happens about the produce in year number 4? That is called Nata Rabbi. Again, there's Karen Rabbi, which applies to the vineyard, Nata Rabbi, which applies to other fruit trees. So 4th-year produce, you're allowed to consume it, but there's a caveat. What's the caveat? Now, what it is, you have to take it to Yerushalayim, which is and it says treated like Meiser Sheni. Okay, so Karen Rabbi, not the Rabbi, sorry, I call it, not the Rabbi, Meiser Sheni. And I will say Meiser Sheni, you can remember, it is tithe. So again, it's yours to consume. It's got to consume in Yerushalayim. So what's halacha? She'in damav you do it. And what's that saying? If you look at actually, you're actually she'in the name you do it. You're going to pay us here, kivu she'in shir b'shut. So let's say you have produce. And halacha l'maisa, remember again, in order to I don't want to take it to Yerushalayim, right? I don't want to treat my nuts on the time, my fourth year produce. I don't want to take my machine to Yerushalayim. So what can I do? I can redeem this money, transfer the sanctity onto money, take the money to Yerushalayim Miracle, and go ahead and spend the money that you have to spend it on what? Spend it on what? On food. That's the caveat. That's what we spend on food. So let's say, for whatever the reason, I don't have the ability to assess the value of this produce. So it's interesting, the way Rashi understands it over here, let's say the produce body. Sometimes it's hard to assess the value of large produce. So that can be done in a basis of shlosha, basis of 3 people. Okay. Hagdishos v'shlosha. This is very interesting. Hagdish can be done in front of a basin of 3. Now what does that mean, hagdish? So let's just remember again, it can't mean consecrating something. Because what do you need in order to consecrate something? What do you need? What do you need? Like a mouth. Right? That's what you need, right? A mouth and a brain. Right? You have to be able to go ahead and identify, right? I have to be able to say this is hektish, and I have to have das. So she points out that hektish is habot with those on sarek shlosha l'shuma. This is interesting. This is a case if you want to redeem hektish. I want to redeem hektish. Right? So if I want to redeem hektish, so something belongs to the Beis Hamikdash, and I want it for myself. So it's a process of piyum, of redemption. That requires a base there of 3. Hektish, shlosha, erchin, ha'erchin ha'misaltuin, shlosha. Another interesting thing. So let's say, so look at Rashi. Well, Rashi says erchin ha'misaltuin, the Gemara fire. So let's say, here's what we know. An erech vow is a valuation vow. So what it sounds like is happening over here is there's been talmud that was pledged to the Beis Hamikdash, and I want to redeem those talmud from the Beis Hamikdash. So we'll see in the Gemara exactly what it means. But the Mishnah says that requires a version of 3. Luke says, Echad mehen kohen. So Luke says, if you use the basin of 3, and anything to do with redemption of consecrated property needs a coin on the base. So interesting. Right? Since you're redeeming from the Beis Hamikdash, you only need 3, but one of those guys has to be a coin. Back goes, what happens if you're redeeming Tarka? Like what happens if you're redeeming Tarka, you're redeeming the land from the Beis Hamikdash? Tisha coin. That requires a basin of 10, right? And one of those people has to be a coin. All right? The Adam Kiyotsevad. And the same thing will apply both sides ultimately again to the erech value of the person. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says back our clothes, shall hektish tzarches vasiri kohen the shuman in Balif Dosa. So if property is owned by land is owned by the Beis Hamikdash, and I want to remove from the Beis Hamikdash, so that requires the proper valuation. That valuation is going to require 10 people, and one of them has to be a kohen. And Adam, Rashi says over here, Adam haba liftos atzmo miad hektish sarach asar l'shumar. So we'll say, so we're going to say this is very strange. It sounds like the Mishnah saying is, if I am pledged to the Beis Hamikdash, and I want to redeem myself, or I want to redeem someone else from hektish, that also requires a union that requires 10, a basin of 10, and one of those people has to be a kohen. That will say, Rashi points out there, the word is going to ask is, what do you what's that case? Okay, hold on, we'll see it. Next, what's that case? Now we can get off the edge a little bit over here. The fashas. That's the shlosha. Capital cases. Capital cases have to be adjudicated by a basin of 23. Now, I must say, once again, where does the basin of 23 come from? Where does it come from? Right? Okay, we didn't miss it. We don't know. Right? We don't know. Right? The Gemara introduced it to us over here. Right? Sometimes, actually, again, when you're confused about something, it's not because you're confused about something, you couldn't tell us anything. And all we know is a constant of phasing of 23. Sorry, phasing of 23, we don't know where that comes from yet. But well, here's what I do know. Capital cases, phasing of 23. Harova, V'hanirva, the S Mishlosha. So it's an interesting case here. Harova V'hanirva means if a person violated an animal, like that's if a person performed an act of bestiality on an animal, or nirva, or the animal itself went ahead and had relations with a woman. So in these cases, we'll say, so this is a capital case. But why is it a capital case? Well, again, remember, if the person was a willing participant in this, then ultimately, again, it's a capital case for the person, and obviously the animal is executed as well. Haroba V'hanirva, that's your Shlosha. Based of 23. Shneimar, V'harakta es ha'isha, v'es ha'behema. Omer, the Esa Karo. So the Yusha's point over here is the execution of the person and the execution of the animal are linked. What does the linkage teach us? That just as a capital case for a person is adjudicated in terms of a basis of 23, so too again, the adjudication of the capital case of the animal is also adjudicated in the presence of a basis of 23. So very interesting. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says over the top of the emotion, Adam is the last 6 of the white lines. The Adam Harovea, the Iskish Mahadadi, Barakta Saisha, the Esa Behema, Behema Hanas Rovea. So again, you see over here that the death of the person who engaged in the act of bestiality, and the death of the animal once again to teach us, just as the person is judged and adjudicated by a base 23, so is the animal. Incredible. Shar Nisol, Best Mushlosha. Shneimar Shar Yisakel. Actually, before we get that, Shar Nisol, what's a Shar Nisol? A stone shar, right? A stone shar is the shar ultimately again that has killed someone. And therefore, again, it's going to be put to death itself. Rashi says over here, Shenaga Adam Umis. It's a shar that gored someone, and the person died as a result of the goring. So that shar is going to be judged in front of the basin of 20 years. Obviously, the owner is judged, right? But ultimately, again, the claim, the case, is going to be heard by a basin of 23. Shneimar, Hashar Yisakel, the Gam Ba'alav Mas. So the pasuk says the shar will be stoned, and his owners will be put to death as well. Kimisas Failim, Kat Misas Hashar. Once again, what do you see happening over here? The Torah is going ahead and juxtaposing the death of the shar to the death of the owner. Now again, what's a lot after that the owner is put to death, right? But the point is its culpability. The idea over here is that this is the capital case of a person heard by David of 23, so to the capital case of the shar by David of 23. Incredible. I was saying that's the interesting cases here. As a Lahari, Bahadol, Bahandamar, Bahardos, Bahanachash. So now you have a wolf, a lion, a bear. Namar is a leopard. Bardo is also something in the leopard family. Nachash, often translated as a polecat. Nachash is a snake. So we'll say any of these animals which kill someone, Misasan Ba'asu Shlosha. Ultimately, again, these cases are adjudicated in a basin of 23. You go to the Rashi. Rashi's in the second white line has Zevari, Shanisu, Adam, Vinidoni, Skiva, Shar, Damir, Babakama. So what's this ultimately? Again, these animals are treated like a shark, they toward someone. So what's that? So these cases are adjudicated in the basin of 23. Very deep. The Eliezer Omer, Kalakodem Lahargan Zaha. This is very interesting. So the Eliezer says any of these animals that have killed someone, the first person to be able to kill them, these are damaging animals. These are dangerous animals, and therefore, interestingly, it's so fascinating over here, right? So the Tanakh says, okay, when these animals kill, there's due process. Obviously, we're talking about where these animals are owned by someone, right? It's not the fact, obviously, you're not taking a free-range bear, I don't know if free-range bear is such a thing like that, right? But when I say that, that's not it. It's like an animal rights deal here, right? So this is sort of like where by the way, you hear stories like this, right? Where you have like these people who own these wild animals. It's not even a dog right? But it could be. Like sometimes you have people who own like a pit bull, and then the pit bull does something like right? Like it's a pinball, right? Like what's the matter with you? Right? So it's like so again, these are cases over here also of where someone owns these animals, right? Someone owns a wolf, someone owns a lion, someone owns a bear, right? You have enough jobs like this, right? So the nice stuff, and then the animal does something. So again, remember when we say that it goes to Bezdin, that means the owner is taking the Bezdin. Rabbi is incredible. So that's fine. So Rabbi Hillel says something amazing. Hillel says no. Because these are dangerous animals, there's no due process for these animals. Instead, whoever is first to put these animals down, they're damaging horses, they're dangerous to greater society, they should not be living within habitation, and then whoever takes the law into their own hands, so to speak, puts these animals down first. Now, listen, obviously, that's going to require some level of explanation as well. But for myself, again, that's not focus over here in the Gemara. Good. Rabbi Akiva says, "Misasan ba'esim shlosha." Rabbi Akiva says, "No, these cases have to be adjudicated in front of the Bezdin of 23." That was, and interestingly enough, the Gemara is going to ask. Rabbi Akiva seems to see the same thing as the Tanakama, right? The most thing of Bezdin of 23. Okay, we'll see in the Gemara and Hashem what exactly we're talking about over here. Next. In Tzonim, Loas Hashevet, Veloas Navi Hashaker, Veloas Kohen Gadol. We'll say these are actually fascinating cases. You cannot put a Shevet on trial. I will say, when did you ever be judging an entire Shevet? So Rashi says over here, Rubo Shal Shevet Sha'avdu Avo Zara B'Nesi. This is incredible. Third white line down in Rashi. Let's say you have an entire tribe that has to show them worship Avodah Zarah. Or Rashi says again, the majority of the tribe which worships Avodah Zarah. So now you're putting a tribe on tribe. You have to adjudicate this case in the Bezdin. Or Navi Shech, you have a false prophet. Or Kohen Gadol. Or you have a Kohen Gadol that you have to fix the Bezdin. I will say that interestingly enough, we'll have to see in the Gemara what do you do with what exactly is it that he's being accused of? So we'll say all of these cases, so judging an entire tribe, Navi Sheker, false prophet, or Kohen Gadol matters, Ella al pi Bezdin shall shinu that. Here it is. Right? It's fascinating, right? The set is called Sanhedrin. Here's the first one in the entire mission so far that we've seen, Sanhedrin of 71 judges. 71 judges. You're judging the tribe, you're judging the false prophet, you're judging the Kohen Gadol. That's take all the way up the ladder. That goes to the high court of the land. The Sanhedrin, 71 judges. They Motzian. Was incredible. They Motzian. The Mochames Harishus. Ella al pi Bezdin shall shum ba'achas. Similarly, the Klal Yisrael can't go out to war unless they have the permission of the Sanhedrin, the High Court. 71 judges. Now, we're going to talk about this, and this is going to be some great studies over here. Different types of wars for Klal Yisrael. Rashi says over here something very interesting. Rashi says, Mochames Harishus. This is in the wide lines, about 4 lines in. Kol Milchama. So Rashi says something very interesting. What is a Mechames Rishos? Now we call that Mechames Rishos not optional war. Is it better? I think it's a better term for it. Discretionary war. Right? So Rashi says, what is a discretionary war? Rashi essentially says, also very good. It's not correct. And so listen to this. Discretionary war. Now, what does it mean, discretionary war? So Rashi says something amazing here. Rashi says, any war except for conquering Eretz Yisrael is called a discretionary war. So I will say, which is very interesting. So what does that mean? A defensive war is considered to be a Mechames Rishos. So again, we're going to take a lot of issue with that Rashi. I'm not taking issue with that Rashi. Not a topic right now. Again, just coming attractions. So again, but however, what the Gemara does say is something very interesting. The opposite of a Mechames Rishos is Mechames Mitzvah. So apparently, Mechames Mitzvah does not require the permission of the Sanhedrin, which we'll get into in the Gemara. But a Mechames Rishos does require Sanhedrin. This is incredible. You cannot add on to the city. Now, the Parshas we're going to see, as this is talking about over here, Yerushalayim, Rashi points out. You can't add on to the borders of Yerushalayim, nor can you add on to the courtyards of the Beis Hamikdash without the Sanhedrin. You need a Sanhedrin of 71 judges. They also the Sanhedrin of Mishpatim. So it's fascinating. We're going to see that the Sanhedrin, like the Sanhedrin, the High Court of Yerushalayim, has an obligation to establish what we call circuit courts, like in every Shevet. But who establishes the circuit courts? Who establishes the smaller courts? That can only be done by the High Court in Yerushalayim. Enos in Sanhedrios Mishpatim, Ela Al Pi Beis Nishoshem Ve'echad. So every Shevet should have its own courts. But those courts have to be established by the High Court in Yerushalayim. In Osim Irani Dachas, Ela Al Pi Beis Nishoshem Ve'echad. So what's the Irani Dachas? What's Irani Dachas? Well, it's like you have a city where all of the inhabitants worship the Holy Zara. That's the show. What happens to that city? You wipe it out. You wipe it out. So declaration, or the sentence of a Irani Dachas only be established by a based in by the Sanhedrin, 71 judges. So now that we're talking about Irani Dachas, you must have some interesting discussions over here. And also in Irani Dachas B'Safar, you cannot declare a border city on Irani Dachas. I'm not going to get into this, but this makes a lot, just intuitively makes a lot of sense. Why? What happens if you declare a border city in Irani Dachas? What is happening? You wipe out the city. What does that do? That opens up the border. People say, we have lived through an era where we see what happens when border cities are overrun, and how that opens up complete place for death and destruction of one of Islam. So therefore, again, it's interesting that you have a border city. So what do you do with a border city where the inhabitants worship Avodah Zarah? That we'll have to see. But the point is, you can't go ahead and declare a border city as an Irani Dachas. Below shalosh. Furthermore, again, we'll have to see exactly what to do with this. You cannot go ahead and make 3 cities in Irani Dachas, but you could do 1 or 2. Okay, Sanhedrin Gidol, so let's see, here it is. Sanhedrin Gidol, the High Court in Yerushalayim, the Beis Hamikdash was comprised of 71 judges. And ultimately, again, the lower court was 23 judges. And where it says, how do you know that the High Court in Yerushalayim was 71 judges? Where do you get that from? Shneimar. I will say it's very simple. Asfali. Shivim ish v'zitnei Yisrael. Umoshe al gabehem. I will say absolutely incredible. So what does the pasuk say in Bamidbar? Right, where again Moshe Rabbeinu says something. I can't do this by myself. So Moshe says, no problem. Gather for me. And Moshe Rabbeinu says, right, Isfali. Hashem says to Moshe, Asfali shemish. Hashem says to Moshe, gather for me 70 people. And who's together with the 70? Who's together with the 70? Who sits on top of the 70? Who's got based in? Moshe Rabbeinu. So there it is, 71. So 70 people gathered, plus Moshe Rabbeinu. That becomes the model for a Sanhedrin of 71 people. And you don't read this says Shivim. So he says, no. The Sanhedrin is actually not 71, but rather the Sanhedrin is 70. Interestingly enough, it seems to be that Rabbi Yehuda holds that Allah reminds that Moshe Rabbeinu wasn't part of the Sanhedrin. The first Sanhedrin. So it's really gathered for these 70 people. Now, what do you do with the even number of Sanhedrin? Is a different discussion. We'll see. So I say, how do you know that the lower court is comprised of 23? Where is that from? Shneimar. We'll say, get ready for this. Shneimar. V'shaktu ha'eda ve'etzilu ha'eda. The pasuk says the Eidah, which translates as the congregation or the assembly. The assembly will judge and the assembly will save. Eidah shofetes, the Eidah matzalas. In a Beis Din, you need a group that can indict and a group that can examine. In other words, every Beis Din must have an Eidah. And it must be comprised of 2 groups, the capacity of 2 groups. One group who could find the parties guilty, one group who could find the parties innocent. How much is an Eidah? So the Gemara says, Harikan Esrim, that gives me 20. And let's say, how do you take it that gives me 20? Now watch this. How do I know that Eidah represents 10 people? Get ready for it. Shneimar, Ad Mosai Le'Eidah Hara Hazos. So let's say, find the miraculous. Like Meraglim. Remember again, we're saying several seconds. There were 12 Meraglim. Remember again when the Pasuk says, I must have the Pasuk says, how long will I have to deal with this terrible Edom? Remember again, who did that exclude? That excluded Yoshua and Caleb, which means Edom means 10. Edom means 10. So let's say, now watch this. When it comes to a court, the Torah uses two phrases. The Shaftu Ha'ida, the Edom will judge. The Tzidu Ha'ida, the Edom will exonerate. That shows you that a Beis Din has to be made up of two Eidas. An Eidah, minimum of an Eidah is 10. Where do we learn that from? Meraglim. So two Eidas gives you 20. So the Gemara says, now watch this. So how do I get the other three? The Pasuk says, you shall, this is talking about by the Beis Din, you shall not follow after a simple majority to indict. Right? You should not follow after a simple majority to find someone guilty. This is speaking about specifically by capital crime. So the Gemara says, so it sounds like you can follow a simple majority to exonerate, right? But you can't follow a simple majority to indict. So the Gemara says, so if that's the case, I can follow a simple majority to exonerate. Then why does the pasuk have to say achar Rav Nahasos? Why does it have to say that? Let's follow the majority. So the Gemara says, "Lo katiyas chalatova, hatiyas chalara." To teach me that the most to follow the majority ultimately again to exonerate is not the same as following the majority to indict. How so? Hatiyas chalatova piyachad. Following the majority to exonerate, all you need is what? What kind of majority do you need? What kind of majority do you need? Majority of one. So the Gemara says, "Hatiyas chalara apishnaim." In order to indict, ultimately again, you need two. So here we go. Just follow this, right? So let's build up our number. 430 page. Don't turn it. Hey, now remember again. What do I have over here, right? Why do I hands off, right? What do I have over here, right? I've got a basic of 71, which I now know that's an easy one. My son says to Moshe, gather for me 70 people, plus Moshe Rabbeinu is 71. It's 20% fine. Now I know about a basic of 23. So remember again, I have the Shaftu Ha'ida, the Tzidu Ha'ida, two phrases. Eidah, how much is Eidah equal to? How much is Eidah equal to? 20. Right, 20. 20. Good. Now what about the other three? So here's what I know. Now it's time to group the 20. Now, in order for a basin of 20 to go ahead and indict, what do they need? They need a majority of 2. Right? Because to indict, you need a majority of 2. To accelerate, you need a majority of 1. So therefore, if I have 20, I need a majority of 2. What does that kick me up to? What does that kick me up to? 22. Now, turn the page. The Beis Din shuckle. Here's the problem. You can't have a Beis Din of 22. Why can't you have a Beis Din of 22? Because you can't have an even numbered Beis Din. Therefore, because then you can end up with the score. Mosifin alein both echad hare krem and simulation. Therefore, I can't have Beis Din of 22. Therefore, I got to add in one more. What do I have? 22. So that's what I've got now. My next Beis Din. I've got my 71 member Beis Din, and I've got my 23 member Beis Din. How much you hate it here? How many people do you need in a city in order for them to be righteous and actual? Now, what this means is, if you it sounds like what you are saying, and what sounds like what you're saying, we'll see this in the Gemara. How many people do you need in a city in order to set up a Beis Din in that particular city? That's what I'm asking. How many people do you need in a particular city to set up a Beis Din? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Nechemia says, 250 people. No, I skipped. May have answered 120 people. 120 people in a city in order to set up a synagogue, which sounds to be like a pretty small city. And what's less in the Gemara? And Nechemia says, you need 230 people to make it Sari Asaros, corresponding to the Sari Asaros. Again, we'll see exactly what that means in the Gemara. So we'll say, so interestingly enough, fundamentally my focus about what the minimum population size is in a city in order for there to be an obligation to set up a local base. We'll say, Mazel Tov on our first mission in the second century. By the way, Mazel Tov to Mishnah Yomi. I'm finishing the says well also, right? And beginning the second Sanhedrin today as well. Pretty incredible. That's the only Mishnah Yomi beginning this in January. Talmud Akiva. Finishing Mishnah Yomi today. I check one second. Mishnah Gemara. Also, because Sakabos, not doing all this. What is it about? Mishnah is a source, right? Everything makes like perfect sense in the world of Mishnah, right? Everything is beautiful. Everything is harmonious. Comes Gemara and So when I listen to what the Gemara says, here's the problem. The Mishnah says, Dine Mamanis Bishlosha, and then Gzelos V'Chavalos Bishlosha. Monetary laws adjudicated by days are 3, and then the laws of theft and injuries are 3 as well. So asks the Gemara, Gzelos V'Chavalos V'Chavalos understand. It's repetitive. One time we did a momentous monetary laws adjudicated by days are 3. Chavalos, theft and injury is why do you have to break that out separately? To which the Gemara says, Rabbi, you're right, Rabbi says the Mishnah is meant to be explanatory. What's the explanatory? Read the Mishnah like this. Dine Mamanis B'Shlosha. And what's an example of Dine Mamanis? What do you mean when we say Dine Mamanis? Gzelos V'Chavalos. You mean the laws of theft and damages. Aval Hodas V'Halvaos Lo. The law saying when it comes to the laws of loans. Now, those laws just means loan disputes. Right? Issues of loan disputes, those cannot be adjudicated by a base of 3. Rather, those type of disputes require a different type of basis. So let's see what's happening over here. So on one hand, the Mishnah says, Dine Mamanis can be adjudicated by a basis of 3, but hold up. What do I mean by Dine Mamanis? Gzelos V'Chavalos. Theft and injuries. What don't I mean? Loan disputes. Loan disputes require a different type of basin. What type of basin? I don't know. Remains to be seen. But that's not a basin of 3. So the Gemara says, now we'll see why the tree isn't doing tzricha. Now I understand why you if the Mishnah would have just said Dine Mamanis is adjudicated by a basin of 3, I would have thought that therefore this by definition also includes Hodas and Avalos, must also include loan disputes. Therefore, coming to Gzelos V'Chavalos. Therefore, the Mishnah says, no, Gzelos V'Chavalos to teach you that what does Dine Mamanis? What does it mean when we say that monetary law could be adjudicated based on 3? That's only and injuries. Ikar Gzelos V'Chavalos. But don't have funny Dine Mamanis. Furthermore, again, had the Mishnah just said. So just leave out Dine Mamanis and just say have Gzelos V'Chavalos. Just say theft and injury is adjudicated by base injury, and don't say Dine Mamanis. So I would have said, I would have thought, no. Since it said Gzelos V'Chavalos, which means monetary law, I would have assumed that includes loan disputes as well. The high becoming Gzelos V'Chavalos. And why did Mishnah say Gzelos V'Chavalos? You should the acre gimel exceed Gzelos V'Chavalos exceed. Because the say, when the Torah speaks on a basin of 3, the primary place where it talks about it is in the realm of death and injuries. So the Gemara says, Gzelos T'chsiv B'nikra Balabayas El Elokim. Because when it comes to theft, the pasuk says, right, and the aggrieved party will come before the judge. El Elokim means in this context the judge. Chavalos, when it comes to injuries, Mali Chaval B'Gufa, Mali Chaval B'Mona. What does it matter if you injure someone financially or you injure someone physically? It's all considered injuries. Therefore, Tana, Ma'in, Mamanis, Gzelos V'Chavalos, about Hodos, V'Havos, Lo. So therefore, I will say the Mishnah is structured very specifically. Right, so the Mishnah is written as Dine Mamanis B'Shlosha. Right, so again, financial cases are adjudicated in a basin of 3. If we would stop there, we would assume that means all financial cases. Therefore, the Mishnah comes to qualify the statement and says, no. What type of financial cases are we talking about? Gzelos V'Chavalos. Theft and bodily injury, physical injury. Those are the types of cases adjudicated by a basin of 3. But halacha l'maisa, let's say Hodas V'Halvaos, loan disputes. Once again, we'll get into the exact Hodas V'Halvaos, but it means for our purposes today, loan disputes are not adjudicated in a basin of 3. Rather, again, they require a different legal mechanism. What's the legal mechanism for them? I don't know. We'll see. But they're not adjudicated by a basin of 3. And therefore, the Mishnah has to be written this way, because otherwise you would have ended up with an erroneous conclusion. Okay, I want to pause here for just a second, because I want to share with you just the tremendous and beautiful Mishnah has to do. Just before, I want to get it in, and then we'll have time. We still have time. We'll go back to it, but before, because this picks up with a little bit of a new studio in just a moment. So the Gemara says as follows. So remember again, in Mishnah, we saw something incredible. What did we see? We learned out the concept that a basin of 23, right? Where did we learn it out from? Ada plus 3. What's the Ada? And what's the other? What's the Ada? The Ada ultimately again is Merabi. And by the way, you see something very interesting as well. When the Gemara goes out the application for a million, Right? Interestingly enough, what's the source for a meaning as well is Adas Korach. Right? It's part of the limud is Korach and his assembly. About Shem asks such a fascinating question. He says, I don't understand. Why are we learning about these bedrock concepts about right? Let's focus over here. Right, we're talking about the judicial system. We'll say, what's the entire purpose of the judicial system? To maintain integrity, right? To maintain adherence to the laws of the Torah. Why are we learning this out from the Morocco? And of all the places, you can't find another source to this. So we'll say, listen to what that says. This is incredible. Deish Lomar, Chazal Omru, Morocco Imechel Golam Habo. The Gemara says that the Morocco don't have a portion in the world to come. So we'll say, this is incredible. The Rebbe says, but however, Nishmos Yisrael Efsharem Shiyotu Only Ad. It is impossible for a Yiddish soul, it's impossible for a neshama to be lost forever. So on one hand, the Gemara says that the Meraglians don't respond, don't have a portion of the world to come. But the Baal Shem Tov says, how could it be that a soul is going to be lost forever? He says it can't be. Why? Chelek Elokah Mima'al. People think that's the Baal Shem Tov. But this is the Baal Shem Tov already said, right? Chelek Elokah. Chelek Elokah. The neshama ultimately at the end is that the Kisra HaKadosh. So how could it be that a Jew would be lost, or to say that a Jew doesn't have a portion of the world to come? He says, Lachein masu lahem Chazal tapana. So therefore Chazal found a way to save the miraculous. How do you save the miraculous? How do you save the followers of Korah? Eda ki asara. By using them as the limit, as the source for 10, Eda to create the Sanhedrin. Al yitei limud zeh Yisalu v'yitaku nishmosei. By using them, by using the psukim, by using the miracle as the source for this halacha, what does it do? It lifts up your neshmas. By using their memory, by using their sin, by using their pasuk to teach us a profound halacha, a bedrock halacha, ultimately that provides tremendous aliyah, lifts up their neshamas. The same is true ultimately with the assembly of Korah. Got to learn how to minion from Korah. What Chazal learned Sanhedrin from the miracle in order to lift up the neshamas of these individuals. That even with all of their averos, their tremendous averos, there is no such thing as a Jew who is beyond salvation, and we have an obligation to lift everyone up. That is what. So when you learn this literally, what we're providing is a tikkun for the neshamas of the miracle. And I've always said that 2 profound lessons over here. Number one, no one is beyond salvation. Even the miracle are not beyond salvation. Even the assembly of Korah is not beyond salvation. And if those guys are not beyond salvation, then we certainly cannot keep up on ourselves as well. And number two, the lens that we have to go to help each other. So it's easy just to say, you know what, I'm worried about me. I don't have enough achrayus towards the other. But it's not true. We all have an achrayus. We all have a responsibility to one another. We all have to look out for each other. If we see someone else who's struggling, we have an obligation to roll up our sleeves and to help out. Chazal felt that achrayus even to the Jews who weren't doing the right thing, even to the Meraglim, even to the followers of Korah, and therefore built them into the Gemara. Said every single time we learn these concepts, we have the ability to lift them up higher and higher. We should exalt Hashem to believe in ourselves, and we should exalt to believe in Hashem the other as well. And in doing so, always have the great source to love each other, to look out for one another, to look out even to the Meraglim, even look out for the Bnei Korah. Rabosai, Shkaya on the first half of Sanhedrin, absolutely amazing. Shkaya, everyone. Okay, such a stress to be with you in last time. So I'd like to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's year. We thank our annual co-sponsor, Productions, aka the Pilsen Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. We watched that yesterday, saying that for today, we're going to change the sponsorship in Yetz Hashem, as this is just for all of those toil, and all of the brothers, and all of those Hashem who are Zilcha, to bring a Basra to a beautiful and sweet and fully clothed and American Hashem to start over the Slappas. Begin the second Sanhedrin from all of the Shal over the Slappas. In that's the plus, and that's the plus, and that's the thing to all. Okay, so Rafa, Hatzlacha, Shefa, and Mazel, for ourselves, for our Mishpachos, and for all of our Israel. His always going to score the month of Kislev. Joshua met Freeman, and Grace of the Yarsha from Joshua's father. Yisrael Yehuda, the Rav Chaim Raphael, and the secret fear of our hostages and the security of our soldiers. Samuel Malta, as we should remember of their parents. Yitzchak, Levi, and Aaron Cohen, Sarah, Rachel, Das, Baruch, Abraham, and Inda, Das, and Chaim, and the memory of their dear friend. And today, Dr. Romy is sponsored by the Friends of Moshe Garden, wishes him a tremendous mazel tov on being the Sayin Shas with the completion of the Masechet Balasra. The daf is also sponsored by the Friends of Zevi Daniel, wishing him a tremendous mazel tov on the Sayin Shas with the completion of Balasra. The daf is also sponsored today by Zevi Daniel with the completion of his Daf cycle, and with tremendous gratitude to the Shir, specifically his Daf brothers, David Plum and David Schwartz, without whom this incredible pursuit would have only been a dream. As in, he would still be asleep. Incredible. So beautiful. So first of all, a mazel tov to Mercy, a mazel tov to Zevi. What is this? What is supposed to be Messiah Shas? So I was saying, by the way, I'm thinking also, if you're being Messiah Shas in Balabasra, what does that mean? It means you picked up in the middle of the cycle. So sometimes, one of the most difficult things is to start something that everyone else is doing. So it's so easy to say, I'll catch you later. Balabasra, whatever I'll just wait until the second office. And I think the Rabbi also said started not even video last night, right? A week before Balabasra was over. With the week before Balabasra, let's say such, I want to say, Chevy and Ramesh is giving us such a beautiful life. When a beautiful opportunity comes your way, don't wait until the opportune time to jump into it, but take it. Mitzvah an opportunity to learn, an opportunity to grow, an opportunity to broaden your spiritual horizons comes. Okay, it would be great if I started doing this a little bit later, a little bit earlier. When it presents itself, take it, something good. Debbie mentioned much mazel, much bracha, and much incredible halacha, and this accomplishment, and to be so and therefore to be signed Shas many times over to build on your Hashem to broaden the spiritual horizons for many years to come, and this is because this seal of Shas, and therefore shall be a source of mazel and bracha and simcha and tzedakah because it's focused for many generations to come. Incredible. All right, so let's begin. Good. I know there's no opportunity today to finish the rest of the day tomorrow. Right, so this we gotta finish this. All right, so today's topic is Kuf Ayin Vav 176, and we are picking up on Kuf Ayin 800 days. Listen, pretty much we left off with Gemara yesterday, but we did the Shita Kula. Remember again, we're doing an interesting machlokas here about Shibuda D'Oraisa. How do we understand? Let's say again, Ruben lends Shimon money. So again, as you know, so loan, halakhic loans 101 is that when you loan someone money, that's the easy against their property. What is the nature of that loan? So Uma Paskin, Shibuda D'Oraisa. Mid D'Oraisa, whenever you lend money, whether you lend money in a shtar, whether you lend money verbally, any loan creates the Shibuda. Any loan creates the lien against property. The only reason why Chazal said that if you loan without a document, if you loan verbally, that there is no Shibuda, is in order not to put purchasers at a disadvantage. Right? Because if somebody goes ahead and purchases the right, that was fine. So now we're up to Rabbi. Rabbi, American Torah, after the discussion, Kuf Ayin 175b, probably about 20 lines of the Rabbi said, Torah, after the discussion, in the Torah element of the Rabbi says no. Rabbi says in reality, you loan money, so really, you cannot collect this income of property. What's the reason for that? Nighttime. Well, Shibuda Lav D'Oraisa, Rabbi holds that a lien against property is not Shibuda D'Oraisa, it's Rabbi. Biblically, it is no lien against property. I'm not under the Mabel of the person. So that's the case. Says Rabbi that biblically there is no lien against encumbered property. Then why did Rabbi borrow against any property? then why did Rabbi say that if you loan with a document that Allah will you should collect even from the property? Because they show $2 $58 in order not to close the door in front of borrowers. And as I will say, remember, in general, when you're lending them from a halakhic perspective, so that even if you can't lend them for this smichas other Monday night, that would be fantastic. Right? So again, it's already as it is, you can't charge interest. So if I can't charge interest and also there's no lien against property, it's a hard sell. You're going to close the door. You're going to stymie the loan market, as people aren't going to want to lend money. So therefore, again, halacha l'maisa. See, at least if you loan with the document, you're not with the shtar, then you get a lien against all property. I.e., of the malva al now. So if that's the case, then it's in order to encourage and to facilitate loans, then why not even say that a verbal loan should generate a lien against property? Some less late cover. But because in that case, it will say again, your halacha l'maisa is no ba'al you have a verbal loan, there's no call. So because there's no call, ultimately, again, you can't do it. We are malava. The Rabbi is different. I'll say, what we are left with is a covenant on both is Ula and Rabbi. The Ula says, Ula Doraisa. The concept of a lien against property is a Doraisa concept. And reality, it should devolve upon all properties for all loans. The rabbis went ahead and only did it by Nova Abishar, not by they lifted it by Nova Alpat. Fine. Rabbi, on the other hand, holds, Shibunda Lav Doraisa. There is no concept of a lien against property. There's no covenant on property. So the only reason the rabbis made a lien when it's in a shtar is in order not to close the door to lenders. Okay, not to borrowers, I should say. So the Gemara says as follows. The Rabbi really says this. Baha Amar Rabba, Gobel Karka, Yesh Lo Maos. Gobel Karka, Yesh Lo, Gobel Maos, Yesh Lo. So I say this is actually very interesting. Take a look at the Rashba for just a moment. Shibud Alakdara. So the Rabbi really holds that Shibud is not right. So the Ha'amir like the Shofim come, the part in the middle of Ishnaim Nova. So let's remember again. Interestingly enough, one of the things we learned, remember we spent a lot of time on Yerusha, before our firstborn son gets a double portion. What did you get a double portion in? What did you get a double portion in? Muhzak. And not Roy. Like he only gets double portion in property that is considered to be owned by the estate and not property that is, what's the word, due to the estate. Thank you. Right? It's only property that is owned by the estate, and not property that is due to the estate. The Gemara says, well, we have something interesting. So let's say when Yaakov dies, the leash behind the two sons of Reuben and Shimon, Reuben is a Bakar. So now Reuben is when that debt becomes collectible. If the debt is secured by property, then Reuben gets Pishnai, double portion of that. If it's not secured by property, or only money that's been paid, he doesn't get Pishnai. What do you see about that? What do you see? You see from here that it must be that the lien against property is a D'oraisa lien. And therefore it turns out that because that lien existed even when Yaakov was alive, that lien makes the loan like set, and therefore the Bakar gets Pishnai. So that would seem to indicate that she did the D'oraisa, yet Rabbi just said the funny she did the Rabbi. What's going on here? So he's saying about so maybe it's no problem, just switch around the positions. Maybe it's really Rabbi who holds she did the D'oraisa, and Ula who holds she did the Rabbanon. I Baha'amar Ula, Yivar Torah, Yivar Torah, what's the other thing is. But that's not true because Ula himself is on record as saying that Mid'oraisa, a Balchol, a creditor, is entitled to collection as he does. So let's say, remember again. So now, as much as Ula is saying that a creditor only gets from inferior property, what he is saying is that a creditor always has a lien against property, which would then indicate that halacha l'maisa she do the D'oraisa. Ella, Rabba, I'm not the name Amar. Rabbi was in this case over here before about the loan. Rabbi was not espousing his own. Rabbi was espousing the opinion of the Jews of Israel. But he himself did not hold that. So therefore we are left fundamental machlokes. And by the way, this is actually a tremendous machlokes. Tremendous machlokes. What is the nature of an encumbrance? Is encumbrance D'oraisa? Is encumbrance D'Rabbanan? Rabbi, Rabbi Uda, Rabbi going to get out of the light. Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi. Rabbi Shmuel both say the following. Nova Alpha, we will talk about Lomina Yerk and Lomina Alpha. You make a verbal loan, right? Because again, Ruben lends Shimon money, and Halach Lamaisa again, about that, not with the star, but what even go along with Lomina Alpha. So ultimately, you cannot collect that debt from Yarshim, from the Soman. Right, from an estate. Now, listen, whenever you see Yershim, what does that mean? What does that mean? It means you summon what you time. Right, so you can't collect from the estate until you stage in the driveway you really did it out. You know, the moment I nor can you collect that debt from property that has been sold after the date of the loan. My time, no one's reason for that. Shibud Allah Daraisa. The Rabbi Shmuel holds like Rabbi that Shibud is not Daraisa. You have a Shimon the Monday, Amitabayu. No, but I said, go to they hold that thing when I have Shimon. On the other hand, if you're going to that even a verbal loan can be collected from Yershim upon the Kusos. What's the reason for that? My timer, Shibuda Daraisa. Ultimately, again, because they don't Shibuda Daraisa, like so we'll say, you see what's happening over here. Feel it, right? Feel it? Something big is happening. How do I know something big is happening? You are stacking the opinions, right? You've got the Amoraim, and now you see how this is really blowing up, potentially blowing up into a minimum of culture. What the Mason says is Kasha, this is a very interesting case. Ruben digs the pit in the Shisarabas. By the way, it's really beautiful. This is back to our Baba Kama case. This is back to Baba Kama. When you do Baba Kama, a while ago, I was close to a year ago now, right? Close to a year ago. It's a whole set of garbage Shisarabas. It's very exciting. So first, it's a Ruben digs the pit in the Shisarabas. Ruben digs the pit in the Shisarabas. Ruben digs the pit in the Shisarabas. Now what happens? The Napa Allah Sharva Harga. Interesting. Remember, Ruben does something illegal by digging a pit in the Shisarabas. What happens? As he's digging a pit in the Shisarabas, an ox falls into the pit and kills Ruben. A lot of speculation. So he's one of the most basic of the don't do the Shisarabas. And so they say again, it kills him. What's that about? Potter. So obviously the owner of the shar is Potter. Right? Why is the owner of the shar Potter? Let's see, remember again, we had a principle, like whenever you go ahead and you do something decent, right? You do something, I don't know, you do something illegal, you lose to a certain degree any of your halakhic rights. So Ruben does a pit illegally. The ox falls on him and goes ahead and kills him. Halach l'maisa, the owner of the shar is Potter. Okay, hello, not only that, hello, Mace Hashar. Oh, watch this. Let's say the shark falls into the pit. Not only does the shark kill Reuben, but what happens? What happens if the shark dies? Yarshe Balabar, Hayadim Lashalim to make sure the Bible. Very interesting. Reuben's inheritors, Reuben dug the pit, his inheritors are obligated to pay back the owner of the shark. Okay, so what's this? What do you see from here? Yarshe Balabar, Hayadim Lashalim, Allah, Malta Alpha, over Menegya, Pasha Leila. So what's this? This is very interesting. So now, what do you see from here? Essentially, when the shark falls in, right, it kills the race, and then it dies. So essentially, the Gemara makes me have this debt that Reuben's estate owns as a Malda Alpha, as a verbal loan. And you see that what? A local Mesa is enforceable even from Yarshu. So that would seem to indicate the concept of Shibuda Ba'alaisa. Amr Rabbi, so the Gemara says never like that necessarily. Amr Rabbi, no, the case over here is where the case was adjudicated. Rashbam says the Milva faith, the Master faith into Milva Shkarka. This case was adjudicated in court. And for the court rule, but ultimately again, the owners of the Yarshim of Ruben are obligated to pay back the value of the ox. And therefore, because the life based in is as if it's written in back. Whereas one time, the hardly that time. Wait till I says that we can die. So the case over here actually is a situation where Ruben was made into a traitor. So he didn't die yet. He was just mortally wounded by the ox falling on him. I the Amr Allah not going to Mace the Kabro, which the Gemara says, but it says that he died. And he died because the axe buried him in the bed. The Gemara says, yes, he died now. Talking about a case where the judges were literally sitting at the edge of the bed and adjudicated this case at the edge of the bed. There again, let's say the idea of this is because it's a case of a court adjudicating the situation. It becomes a little bit star, not a little bit back. Okay, top of the Bible, 170, last stop. I'm gonna bubble. Look for stuff. Malva Alpha, over the you're saying and go to the people. Salof Lamaisis, the Papa says that when you go ahead and lend, right, a verbal loan, Salof is you collect from Yarshin, you have the ability to collect from your state. The intergovernmental office, but you do not collect from sold property. Government Yarshin, why are you able to collect? From an estate, traditional Tino Galas made loving. In order not to close the door in front of lenders. Listen, I want what that issue. That issue very simple. That issue of the is. Remember, when a person lends money, a person needs to know they're going to be able to collect even if the borrower dies. A person knows that if the borrower dies, they can't collect, then Allah, we run into a real problem that people aren't going to want to lend money. Therefore, even if you lend Alpha without a document, you have the ability to collect from Yarshin. But you can't collect from purchasers. And the Ain't Building on Google's for less than color. You can't collect from purchasers. Why? Because that would be unfair to the purchaser, right? If you lend him money and subsequently again after the loan, and let's say they lend verbally, right? You then lend to Alpha. And then afterwards, you then sold the property to Lindsay. It's unfair in the event that Ruben defaults for Shimon to go and collect from Lindsay. Why? Maybe he has no way to protect himself, right? Maybe he did his title search. And because the loan was undocumented, therefore, again, maybe has no choice, he has no ability. On one hand, we want to protect everyone. We want to allow, again, the borrower, the lender, to collect the estate. And therefore, again, he gets paid. On the other hand, we want to go ahead and protect the purchasers because they had no way of knowing about this debt. So let's say, how do we pass? Because this is a big one. This is a big one. She's with the Zoraisa, or she's with the Rabbi. How do we pass? Rabbi Paskin, ready for it. Both the Sava below that. Character Aleph, Aleph, and Dalit. Rambam writes, call Nova the star. When you lend with the document, right, you lend in writing, the halacha is you can collect both from Yarshin as well as from purchase. Collect from everyone. Nova Alpha, if you lend verbally without a document, government at Yarshin, you can collect from the estate, but you cannot collect from purchasers. Right? And the reason for that is because purchasers had no way to protect themselves because they didn't know about the existence of this loan. And the Rambam Haskins, the Kol Nixi Haloba, Hachas Shibot Hamalba, Menatola. The Rambam Haskins, Shibuda Doraisa. Shibuda Doraisa. So again, just understand what that means is anytime you lend money. Anytime I lend money to me, Doraisa, Ruben's property is encumbered by debt. Now, with that, to me, in the event of default, I could collect, or debt, I collect from the estate, I collect from purchasers. The only reason, as I said, if it's a verbal loan, I can't collect from purchasers, is only its buyer protection. Buyer protection. The purchasers have no way of knowing about this debt, therefore be careful on these documents, even though I can't be able to finish. So again, I'm off for myself, Google guys, I will say the parents of the husband is also, what does it mean? Not only I love to make these Google guys, but ultimately again, I shop for myself. What is that shop for myself? Shibuda. Something like often we put ourselves like enslaved and ensnared to a lot of things, right? The person feels a sheep to a lot of things in life. In reality, there's only one thing in life you should really feel a true sheepness, right? The word is enslavement. There's a better word, a true encumbrance to you. There's only one real sheep in life, and that is Yoraisa. That's what it gives you feel encumbrance. One sheep, and also if you think about it, by the way, everything else comes from that sheep. When you say this about second, it's not family. Like, how can I feel to Shiva? You don't understand. If you feel the Shiva to Daraisa, to the Torah, everything else comes from that. Because the Torah tells me that I have to be a good father. The Torah tells me that I have to be a good husband. The Torah tells me that I have to make a hard in order to go ahead and provide for my family. The Torah is all those different things I need to do. But a lot of times it also you find things like you shouldn't. You find yourself encumbered. It's a better word than encumbered. You shouldn't, and you literally like a slave. Right? But we find ourselves encumbered. So many different things, right? People find themselves encumbered to their career. People find themselves encumbered to other people's expectations. The society norms, the different things. You're covered with my friends or my peer group are doing. There's only one sheep is what it is. There's only one thing I'm encumbered to in this world, and that is the Raisa. That is the Ribono Shel Olam, and that is my life encumbrance. And if I'm shoving myself, but ultimately, again, I see myself, give myself over. I allow myself, literally, again, to be an Eved Hashem. That's ego. I'm an Eved Hashem. I'm a Shibud. Shibud Da'araisa. Everything positive, everything wonderful, and everything incredible comes from that. Aloha L'Raisa and Hashem. Let's go right there. Finish up. Here we go. So once you look, let's remember again, Mishnah then said, let's say again, I lend you money. And we don't have a secret document. What happening over here is I have a loan document in Ruben's handwriting. Right? So Ruben has a handwritten, right? The document says, right, Silver lends Ruben $1,000, and it's written in Ruben's own handwriting. The halacha is the Mishnah asking, the halacha when I say you could go any touch from the customer when they told you. Unencumbered property, but not from encumbered property. But it's a star. It's true, it is a star. But it's a star without what? Star without what? Star without eight. And then because star without eight, and therefore it doesn't have a call. Right? And therefore, because it doesn't have a call, you can't collect from encumbered property. So when you Rabbi, they're not, sorry, Rabbi Barnos, I mean, Rabbi Yochanan, books up Savyadu of his mind. So we'll say, but what happens if Beis Din knows Ruben's handwriting? Right? Ruben, I don't know if Ruben is an employee borrower, or just in general, maybe he's also a witness, where this is a lot of stuff. So the point over here is they know his handwriting. So what about that? The Gemara says, mine. Essentially, does the fact that Jason recognizes Ruben's writing, does this make it like a star that has this? That's the shiloh. The star with this. And we're like, I'll be so excited. No, let's say again, in order to collect from the customer Shabbat, in order to collect right from the two hosts and purchasers, you have to have witnesses. And this is clear whole, general awareness, and therefore again, purchasers will be aware. Even if they can recognize Ruben's signature that still only allows for collection from the customer unencumbered property. So Master Rabbi Rachamo, Shloshik Yitin, raises the cash up. So Shloshik Yitin Psulim. There are three gittin that are possible. The Mises have lied. Three gittin which are possible, right? But if you marry anyway, the person you are essentially a woman utilize them, the offspring is so going to be kosher. What are those three gittins? Number one, sad yoga. If you get in the husband, so very that kind of thing, it's the husband and woman, right? But there's no ego, there's no witnesses sign on it. Such a get is kosher, but you really shouldn't use it. But if she did use it, right, that's a really nice Rachel did use it, technically speaking, the divorce is valid. Or there are witnesses that sign there, but there is no date on it. Or there is a date, but there's only one witness. What's the halacha? These three really are not really just for use. The Mises have lot of but if you use it ultimately again, it's kosher. Kosher. The go them in the custom Mishubati. And the Lazar says, even if there aren't reasons on it, but you leave it in the presence of witnesses, it's custom. Okay, another again, that's the Lazar Mishubati. Is that the Lazar hold? Well, it was also in the sea of our sea. I remember again, it's not the witnesses who sent us a document, but the witnesses who see the giving over of the star. The Lazar goes so far to say that even if you don't have witnesses who sign the star, so say witnesses who giving over of the star, I'm off on the night saw. Again, discussion you can collect, right? Or again, I want to remember again, I want to point out also, whatever halachos apply to you, also apply to what? Regular stars. Like regular stars, okay? It's not so long ago. So we learn the first Shvadim. So let's say so again. So what do you see from there? Look at the Rashban for just a moment. Go over the Friday class. Go over the first Shvadim. Lomar, you start Milvahu, Osta Shara Kostas Yadova Invo Agent Alexei. Go over the first Shvadim. Okay, so again, here it is. What do you see? You have a star over here that is written in the handwriting of the husband. There are no witnesses on the star, and yet, despite all of that, Allah you collect in the Chasam Shabbat. This is what we just said before, which is not a shiny husband, the Shas Siva, and the Shabbat. That case is different. That case is different. Why? Because in this type of situation where Allah again is disturbing the beginning, that woman is not going to use people for that, or again, he was only going to use to Shabbat himself. He obligated himself in this level of obligation from the beginning of the writing of the Shas. Go to the Rashban, Shiny Hasam to the Shas, Siva to the Shabbat Nafshe, to Shemechta Pashtar, Nifta to the Relasa of the Day. She would be seen above the Siva. Hopa, even the Lord that we can see the Karsi, to the Nefta to so Pashtar. That case is different. Because since it's relying on the Lazar, therefore again, maybe the Sira Karsi, therefore he's Mishabit himself from the beginning, and it is testimony in the Shtar Shah. The body on Bahut Yalab Sablog of the Almo, the motion of the Lois, as the say, can't apply this back much. Remember again, what was our initial question? Our initial question was, Mishnah said that if you were lent Shimon money, and you have a star, like star is written Shimon the borrower's hand. So what's the halacha? The halacha is that ultimately, again, you may collect your Shimon, but only from the customer and from the property. When Gemara asked, what happens if Allah recognizes Shimon's handwriting? Would that make it as if there's testimony, witnesses, sign? So no one's going to bring a raya over here. The Hamas case is different, right? The get case is different. And Allah Almighty, the way you ask me, even if you can recognize the handwriting of Ruvain, sorry, the handwriting of Shimon the follower, that's fine. There's a valid document, Ruvain, the letter of encumbered property, you cannot select from encumbered property. Right, the most like so other way to that that you missed the distinction between the guarantor signs before the signatures and after the signatures. Right? You know just essentially a guarantor signs before the signatures, that's the proper guarantor. But a guarantor signs after the signatures, not really a proper guarantor. Now the way I shouldn't say it like that. The Mishnah said that if the guarantor signs after the signature of witnesses, you only collect from the nefasim and kolis of the guarantor, not from the nefasim shubas. So apart from that, if he signs before the signatures, you can collect even from the nefasim and kolis. That was like, now ultimately again, that was just the shubas. Thank you. Now remember again, that's what Rabbi Shmuel asking. Bananas disagree. Come to bananas in just a little bit. So the Gemara says as follows: Amarat, both of the people stars go from the Chasam Shvadim, not the people stars go from the Chasam Nekolim. Here it is. So Rav says, if the guarantor signs before, or right, signs before the signatures of the witnesses, you can collect from the Chasam Shvadim. But if he signs after the signatures of the witnesses, you only collect from the Chasam Nekolim. Zimir Amarat, again, other times Rav said, I feel both of the people stars in the Chasam Nekolim. Those are other times Rav said that even if the guarantor signs before the signatures of the witnesses, still can only try to unencumbered property. The Rav. What is it? The Lord says, you got to look at this addition. What because cloning is already. What's the day? Wow. The Lord say everything increases of God. What does this mean? So let's play this out. We live in $1,000. So in the document it says, I do $1,000. So let's say now watch this. If you're right, if in the star it says, and lady is a guarantor for this loan. And yet, then I want to myself, then the lady is on the hook, even for his own assumption. If on the other hand, it just says, I will lend you $1,000, and then it says, lady is a guarantor for this loan without involved. And ultimately, again, a local answer that then the true baby is the guarantor, but maybe he's only a guarantor up to what? He's the custom that they or not as the custom of Shubha. Essentially, what Rabbi is suggesting is you need a hook. You need something directly connecting the guarantorship to the transaction outlined above. All you need is a goal, right? There. All you need is that goal. An and. In other words, documental juxtaposition. Yes, that is a branded term, right? Documental juxtaposition is not enough. You need something that actually, again, hooks the guarantor to the transaction above it. Therefore, again, interesting enough, what Rav says is having the guarantor signed before the signature of the witnesses is enough to create an obligation. Remember, again, I said it is an obligation, but it only obligates an outside the custom that they hold. If you want the guarantor to be obligated even for the custom of Shubadim, you need that hook. You need that and, which again documentally goes ahead and links him to the actual transaction itself. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. Rabbi Yochanan says no. Rabbi Yochanan disagrees with that. Rabbi Yochanan says no. The way a guarantor works, Rabbi Yochanan holds that a guarantor's obligation is always capped at his nefashim. That's it. A guarantor is never on the hook for nefashim mishigavis. Massive level. The rubber is a kasha. Even like you get possible. So let's say this is actually a very interesting case. So Rabbi brings up the following question. So let's say again, you have a document, right? So again, Reuben is divorcing his wife Rachel. So in the document it is like this, right? Reuben is divorcing Rachel, and then in the document itself it says, and witnesses, do me a favor, when you go and you deliver this get to Rachel, send hello to my old friend. Right? Because again, Reuben lives in Tel Aviv. Rachel lives in Yerushalayim. So Reuben tells the witnesses, my old childhood friend lives in Yerushalayim. When you deliver the get, go say hello to Shimon. And he writes that in the document itself. Go say hello. I agree. Right. But sometimes it's all about consolidation of resources, right? Why spend money on the additional scam? Right? If you can just go ahead and have the witnesses go ahead and give over that shalom aleichem. So we'll say, so now watch this. The Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, so here's the issue. If you have witnesses signed right below shalom aleichem over there, or that instruction to give shalom to Shimon, then the get is puzzled. Why? Because what are we concerned about? We're concerned that the witnesses are signing on the greeting, and not signing on the get. If you didn't first, you didn't need Rabbi Yochanan. So also this Rabbi Yavo said, as follows. Rabbi Yavo said, I understood it was as follows. Shalom puzzle. This sha'ilo kasha. She'ilu puzzle. This sha'ilu kasha. Oh, I would say everything depends on the us. If you write it again, I will right? And the next section, please make sure to inquire about the welfare of my friend Shimon, and then essentially what this is, that's going to validate the get. Because the witnesses are just signing on the greetings. But if it says and, if you have again the documental hook, right, which again connects the greeting to the get itself, I will be able to divorce you up all. And please give greetings to my friend Shimon. So the and, the documental quote, allows us to understand when the witnesses are signing both on the get as well as on the greetings. Hakanami, because of holy artists, he offers Tiny Rav. Looks like that's the same thing as Rav. He's right. I'm not the opposite. So it's how long when I start, we're constantly like Rav. And again, essentially, it's not enough to have the guarantee signed before the scene. The witnesses. Rather, what do you need? You need a documentary quote. In other words, it has to say, like, I would have been and lending $1,000, and maybe is the guarantor, and after the signature facilities. It's beautiful. All right, the myself, we'll the Play Ishmael. So let's just remember again, after this, we have Nachman Yisrael bananas. What did bananas hold? So bananas holds that halacha l'maisa, the only time that a guarantor can hold his right, when it is clear that the guarantor was the reason for the right? So for example, the only time that guarantee is obligated is when, let's say, for example, Levi says to Ruvain, lend the money to Shimon, and I'll guarantee it. So it's clear that the loan is being made because the guarantor is guaranteed. Otherwise, Banana says there is no obligation. You give the example of I walk into the marketplace and what happens? I see Ruvain holding Shimon in a chokehold, and I say, Ruvain, stop. I'll guarantee the debt. I'll guarantee the debt. Banana says, so then you is that the guarantorship? Of course not. Of course not. I'm just trying to get him out of the chokehold. So Allah, nice again. So this is another hope. This Banana is going to be strong. So here we go. Says the Gemara. Nice to bug there be strong. Even though, again, let's remember again, that Rabbi Shmuel praised the bananas. Right? Remember again, how did he praise bananas? He said, if you want to learn Dinei Mamanas is the most incredible thing. And if you want to learn Dinei Mamanas, make sure to learn the bananas. Nevertheless, I love what you guys say. Allah has like Rabbi Shmuel and not like bananas. Not like bananas. We'll say, now what does that mean? The halacha is that as long as the guarantor signed in the document before the signatures of the witnesses, and now we just said before, and there's a whole guarantorship to the piece of the document before and to go. We don't pass, even though Rabbi Shmuel plays bananas, we don't pass them like bananas. We buy them the funnel, Mali on Rabbi Shmuel. What about the case of the chokehold? This is important to know. Right? So what about the case of the chokehold? Right? I walk into the shop. I see Ruvain is holding Shimon in the chokehold. He's saying, baby. Right? And I say, let him go. I'll guarantee the loan. What would that be? Am I now a guarantor for that loan or not? So the Gemara says, Tashma, Rabbi Yaakov, Rabbi Yochanan, Solid, Rabbi Shmuel, no, Rabbi Shmuel disagreed even in the case that's Chana, and Rabbi Shmuel would actually hold that the guarantor is high. So, all right, and even though again it's clear, why am I saying to Ruben, I'll guarantee the debt? I'm trying to say shit. That's what's happening over here. But there was Rabbi Shmuel said, I'm going to be obligated as a guarantor. So the Gemara says, okay, Allah say. So do we pass the that way or not? So Tashma, if you ask Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Shmuel disputes bananas even in the case of the chokehold. And Rabbi Shmuel would say, even in that case, I would be obligated as a guarantor. Allah told him also after the Chodesh. And Allah calls Rabbi Shmuel, even in the case, ultimately again, of the chokehold. Other Rabbi Shmuel, the Chana Miyado, the Shtabit. So no, that's what it is. It's fascinating. So sometimes we read the same thing as like this. In the chokehold case, if I get a kidney, so that's just that clarified, right? So I walk into the shop. Ruvain's got Shimon in the chokehold. Clearly, we can't have a surprise party for you without shit. Shimon owes me the money, hence the chokehold. Right? So I come along and I say, Ruvain, leave him alone, I'll guarantee it. So Shmuel comes along and says, that works as long as I do a kinyan, like a kinyan sugar with the lender to say that I'm going to guarantee. So what do you see from there? Miflau, the Ari Ta'ama no by you. So we can infer from this that in general, a guarantor does not require a kinyan. We get around that. So we'll say this is another interesting idea. In order to become a guarantor, do you need some type of kinyan or not with the lender? We get around that. And this argues on Rav Nachman. Why? But I think Gemara says, I'm Rav Nachman, in Paskin, or on the base of us, last moment, or a basically, who can all buy food, or the Alma buy food. So we'll say, normally it's only a guarantor who becomes a guarantor in the presence of Bastin, who does not require a fee. But in general, we'll say, otherwise, in order to become a guarantor, for that guarantorship to be done, you do need a kinyan. And Ochasa will say, what's that? Locha? Or it's Mother Mose for by kinyan. After Mother Mose by kinyan. We'll say, this is very interesting distinction. If you became an art, if you became a guarantor, at the time that the loan was made, if you become a guarantor at the time that the loan was made, then Allah there is no need for a kinyan. In other words, if you're present at the time of the transaction, like say you are a guarantor from the transaction, again, let's say, we don't have the caveat. You're a guarantor from the transaction. You're signing before the witnesses. There's a documental report. Your guarantorship to the actual part of the loan document. You have all of that. Kinyan is not necessary to formalize advertise guarantorship. However, after Matan Ma'os, like it's very important. That was say, now remember again, you can technically introduce a guarantor after the loan is made. Right? Ruben lent Shimon the money, and then later on within the limit of this age, right? When Shimon decides to get a guarantor, you can introduce a guarantor after the transaction has already been made. But in order to do that, what has to happen? In that case, the guarantor has to be Makabel Kumi, which makes sense. Since he's not part of the document, right? He's not part of the original transaction. In order to introduce him, you need something with halakhic teeth. They require a kingdom. Already, based on no by opinion, once in all circumstances, a person who becomes a guarantor in the transaction that's happening in Beijing never requires a opinion. Why? No, in the heaven lay, summer in the Shabbat. So let's get it like beautiful. Like beautiful. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, if I'm a guarantor in the transaction of Beijing, what does that show? That Beijing trusts me. That Beijing trusts me. So because Beijing trusts me, again, that is enough for me to fully commit myself to the guarantorship without having to do anything with the kingdom. As you must say, in other words, the kingdom is there in order to ensure that the guarantor is really on the hook. If I'm in Beijing, and Beijing is trusting me to be a guarantor, so that is enough. That is enough that I fully commit myself, and there's absolutely no need for any additional kingdom. So let's say it happens to be that halacha l'maisa in the chokehold case, the way that I'm not testing, that halacha l'maisa is guarantor is not on the hook. That's the Ram, which again I think is logical and intuitive because halacha l'maisa again is sure what we're doing in order to go ahead and save people. Now, both say amazingly enough, he also asking like that he's strong and not like Ben Nanas. And halacha l'maisa again essentially. So again, a guarantor needs not to do a opinion if he's becoming a guarantor from the transaction itself, right? That doesn't have to those are the implied opinions. If he's being introduced later on, and halacha l'maisa becomes a guarantor in Beijing because he never requires opinion, needs to be signed. Guarantor needs to be written in before the signature of the witnesses and needs the document or full in order to make it binding. So let's say just to close out the example, the last Mishnah ended off with a really beautiful idea that Harot Yasov B'dinei Mamanos. I'm sorry, if a person, Harot Shiyach, person wants to become wise, Yasov B'dinei Mamanos. A person should go ahead and really involve himself in monetary law. Right? That's the ability to become exceptionally wise. What's the shot? Why don't you say, Harot Shiyach, you want to become wise? Learn Hilchos Shabbos. Like, learn Hilchos Kashrus. I don't know why B'dinei Mamanos. So let's say, so, beautiful idea. From the Shem Shmuel, which says like this is incredible. He says, what is B'dinei Mamanos required? He says, B'dinei Mamanos, Shtei Hamamonos Shal Yisrael. Right, when you have B'dinei Mamanos, what's B'dinei Mamanos? There's a pot of money over there, right? Or there's financial claims. And there's two Jews, right? So you have Reuben and you have Shimon. And you have to try to figure out like how to distinguish Mammon, Zeh, Yemim, Shayas. Who owns the money? Right? So there's one bucket of money or one claim. Who gets it? The Zeh HaYehudi or the Chaveira. Does it go to Reuben? Does it go to Shimon? So talks about the goal and the hope from the element. So the Shimon shows us something amazing. B'dinei Mamanos requires a very specific skill. Havdalah. The ability to distinguish. Does the money belong to Reuben? Does the money ultimately belong to Shimon? So B'dinei Mamanos requires the ability to distinguish between things that look so similar. Right? Reuben is showing the basement. Reuben is such a great guy. Shimon is such a great guy. Reuben makes a compelling claim. Shimon makes a compelling claim. And what do I have to try to figure out? I have to figure out how to be not clear. Says the Shem Yishmael something amazing. What is the greatest skill that we possess in life? The ability to be not clear. The Gemara in Second Brachos brings down that the first thing we do on Motzei Shabbos, right? First thing we do on Motzei Shabbos is Brachos Asher Holim La'adam Das. We say, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you give us wisdom. How does that wisdom manifest itself? Where does that happen in Gemara? Atas HaLekanu is Asher Holim La'adam Das. Ultimately, again, the greatest ability we have is the ability to distinguish between different things. So dominus, being dominus, represents this ability to engage in the incredible process of Havdalah. That was the aspect that is very nice. But once you have being dominus, once you know the financial law, how to do Havdalah, how to make the decisions that you need on the children, then of course I can take that skill and I can bring it to the rest of life. Because what is life all about? Life is all about a Masculine takes possession of her. They are the Osha. They sell God. Life is all about the ability to make sometimes very, very nuanced decisions. What's right and what's wrong? What's holy, what's impure? What's kosher, what's light, and what's dark. That's what life is all about. I will say, more often than not in life, the big decisions we have to make is not really between two things that are polar opposites. But it's often in daily life navigating those nuanced decisions. What's the real proper path for me today? What's the right decision to do? What's going to get me where I really need to get to in life? Well, life needs more than anything. But a successful youth needs more than anything. It's the power and the ability to be a Havdalah Yid. And how do you become a Havdalah Yid? I want to Yaskir, if you want to find your Havdalah skills, Yaskir, to be modest. That engage in financial wealth. Because if you do that, you do modest, and you learn that part of nuance. And if you learn it here, you can take it with you the rest of life. Those it has been a tremendous success and privilege. And the site that was one day it's just every day exciting, every day beautiful, every day incredible. I mean, it's been the greatest success in the world for doing this all year. So I have on Zoom for the cover that's here. Talking about it. Literally every morning is having the opportunity to experience Olam Haba and Olam Haba. Even Olam Haba there a bit more late than we are here. But nevertheless, again, it's a little bit. It's a shtick Olam Haba in Olam Haba. Also tomorrow morning starts to happen. We're going to go. Baruch Hashem, we're going to just saw. What do you see in the Gemara? That Yilid in Chayil El Chayil. From multitude to multitude, just helping people accomplish. This is dramatic, beautiful accomplishment. Tomorrow we start Sanhedrin tonight. Everyone is invited. Our real seminar session will be actually our last Shabbos here in the shul, which will be Shabbos January 8th. That'll be our Gala Seminar. We're going to close out this beautiful base of Knesset with a Gala Seminar session. And but tonight, everyone is invited here to the shul. A little L'chaim Siyum event at 8:15, minor at 9 o'clock. We're going to celebrate together on the site. Celebrate tomorrow, tonight. Tomorrow morning, committed, sharp, ready to go, well rested. Whether you get enough sleep or not, you're going to be well rested. We're going to grab Sanhedrin by the horns. We're going to Ner Hashem, make it our new best friend. He's staying Baal Basra. We'll say it's so important. Baal Basra, thank you. Thank you. You're wonderful to us. You're taking care of us. You love us. You've been by our side. Like, no matter what was happening in my life. There was like a lot of us, I'm sorry, no, I'll just finish up. A lot of us, sometimes you can't always count on your friends. You can't always count on your friends. But you always count on your friends. He's always going to be there. And he's always going to love you, and he's never going to judge you. And he's always going to be willing to learn with you no matter what else is happening in your life. So we thank our Basra. He's such a beautiful and loving and accepting companion to be back 176 days. We appreciate him for everything that he's given us. And again, actually, we look forward to making from the second side tomorrow. Say Shkoyach. Every time they do a Chin song, I'm like that Jay-Z English. That's exactly how I figured. Wait a minute, is this a banger? Good morning. Shout out to Chin. Wow, Baruch Hashem. Okay, it's such a source to be able to begin the last night. So I begin by thanking all our sponsors for this morning shir. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei Hey. Yitilsim Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. Naftali WhatsApp me yesterday saying that for today we're going to change the sponsorship in Eretz Hashem as a zuchos for all of those who have toiled in all of the babas and all of those Baruch Hashem who are zocha to bring Baal Basra to a beautiful and sweet and holy close and Eretz Hashem Yishal Kabul Tzlachos begin Mesechus Sanhedrin tomorrow. B'Shah Tov U'Mitzlachos. In that Sichos, in Hashem, we should all encounter incredible bracha, Hatzlacha, Shefa, and Mazel for ourselves, for our mishpachos, and for all of Israel. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev. Joshua McPheeman, creation of the yahrzeit of Josh's father, Yisrael Yehuda, Ben Rav Chaim Raphael, and for the safe return of our hostages and the security of our soldiers, Samuel Malka Esther, in memory of their parents, Yitzchak Leib Ben Aaron Cohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avraham, and Hinda Bas Henech Ephraim, in the memory of their dear friend, Naftali Gordon, Naftali Yona, Hashem Yikom Damo, Ben Beatrice Miriam, and Danielle Yigal. And today, Dr. Omi is sponsored by the Friends of Maishi Garden, wishing him a tremendous mazel tov on being Messiah Shas with the completion of Maseches Bava Basra. So that is also sponsored by the Friends of Zevi Daniel, wishing him a tremendous mazel tov on being Messiah Shas with the completion of Bava Basra. The DAF is also sponsored today by Zevi Daniel with the completion of his Daf cycle, and with tremendous gratitude to the Shir, specifically his DAF brothers, David Plum and David Schwartz, without whom this incredible pursuit would have only been a dream. As in, he would still be asleep. Incredible. So beautiful. So first of all, a mazel tov to Maishi, a mazel tov to Zevi. What is the course? What is supposed to be Messiah Shas? I will say, by the way, I just want to tell you something also. If you're being Messiah Shas in Bava Basra, what does that mean? It means you picked up in the middle of a cycle. So sometimes, one of the most difficult things is to kind of start something when everyone else is into it. And it's so easy to say, I'll catch you later. It's Bava Basra. What's another 2 years? I'll just wait until the second brachas. And I think Rabbi started not even at the beginning of Basra, right? But like a week before Basra was over. With a week left of Basra. So I'll say I want to thank Rabbi Zevi and Rabbi for just giving us such a beautiful life in Musar. When a beautiful opportunity comes your way, don't wait until the opportune time to jump into it. But take it. Mitzvah habal yadacha, an opportunity to learn, an opportunity to grow, an opportunity to broaden your spiritual horizons. Come out. Okay. It would be great if I started at the beginning of this, a little bit later, a little earlier. When it presents itself, I could jump into it. Zevi, much mazel, much bracha, much incredible hatzlacha on this account, and you should be zocha. And the answer should be Messiah Shas. Many times over, you should be zocha, and the answer should be broaden your spiritual horizons for many years to come, and this is the plus. This Siyum HaShash, and there's should be a source of mazel and bracha and simcha hatzlacha for your mishpachas for many generations to come. Incredible. All right, so I'll say with that, let's begin. Right? There's no opportunity today to finish the rest of the daf tomorrow. Right? So with this, we gotta finish this. All right, so today's daf is Kuf Ayin Vav 176, and we are picking up on Kuf Ayin 8 on the days. So we'll say pretty much we left off with the Gemara yesterday, but we did the sheet of Ula. So remember again, we're doing an interesting machlokas story about Shibuda D'Oraisa. How do we understand when, let's say again, Ruben lends Shimon money? So again, as you know, loan, halachic loans 101 is that when you loan someone money, that creates a lien against their property. What is the nature of that lien? So Ula Paskin, Shibuda D'Oraisa. Mid D'Oraisa, whenever you lend money, whether you lend money in a shtar, whether you lend money verbally, any loan creates a shibud. Any loan creates a lien against the property. The only reason why Chazal said that if you loan without a document, you loan verbally, that there is no shibud, is in order not to put purchasers at a disadvantage. Right? Because if somebody goes ahead and purchases somebody, that was fine. So now we're up to Rabbi. Rabbi Amar, Torah, Echan Zohar B'Shas wasn't learned Kupayin in a big 175B, probably about 25 years ago. Rabbi says, Torah, Echan Zohar B'Shas, Echan Zohar Alpeh, you know, go element of Chasim Nichol. Rabbi says no. Rabbi says in reality, whenever you loan money, so really, you can only collect from unencumbered property. You cannot collect from encumbered property. What's the reason? That might come up. Shibuda Lav D'Oraisa. Rabbi holds that a lien against property is not meet the D'Oraisa. Biblically, there is no lien against property. I not have only Mother Bishkar. So that's the case. He says Rabbi that biblically there is no lien against encumbered property, then why did the rabbi or against any property? Why did the rabbi say that if you look at property, that Allah can collect you from encumbered property? In order not to close the door in front of borrowers. I would say, remember, in general, when you're lending money from a halachic, so already you can't lend this really sneaks over Monday night, that's really fantastic. Right? So again, it's already as it is, you can't charge interest. So if I can't charge interest, and also there's no lien against property, it's a hard sell. You're going to close the door. You're going to stymie the loan market, as people aren't going to want to lend money. So therefore, again, halacha l'maisa. See, at least if you loan with the document, you're not going to start, and you get a lien against all property. So that's the case. That is, in order to encourage and to facilitate loans, then why not even say that a verbal loan should generate a lien against property? Hasam less late color. So because in that case, we'll say again, the halacha l'maisa is we have a verbal loan, there's no call. So because there's no call, ultimately, again, you can't do the Rabbi really says, if I was like, what's we are left with is a fundamental approach between Ula and Rabbi. Ula says, Shibuda Doraisa, the concept of a lien against property is a Doraisa concept. In reality, it should devolve upon all properties for all loans. Rabbis went ahead and only did it by Nova. Not like they lifted it by Nova Alpha. Fine. Rab, on the other hand, holds Shibuda Lab Doraisa. There is no concept of a lien against property. There is no property. The only reason the rabbis made a lien when it's in a shtar is in order not to close the door to, okay, not to borrowers, I should say. So the Gemara says as follows: the rabbi says, so double karka, yesh lomos. So double karka, yesh lomos. So what's the step? Very interesting. Look at that subject. She would have loved that. So the rabbi really hold that she would have done that. So the heart knows of Schneider to know that. So let's remember again. Interestingly enough, one of the things we learned, remember we spent a lot of time on Yerusha, before our firstborn son gets a double portion. What does he get a double portion in? What does he get a double portion in? Muchzak, but not roy. He gets double portion in property that is considered to be owned by the state and not property that is, what's the word, due to the estate. Thank you. Right? It's only property that is owned by the estate, and not property that is due to the estate. So the Gemara says over here something interesting. So let's say Yaakov dies, he leaves behind the two sons, Reuben and Shimon. Reuben is the car. So when that debt becomes collectible, if the debt is secured by property, then Reuben gets 2 times, double portion of that. If it's not secured by property, or for money that's repaid, he doesn't get each item. What do you see about that? What do you see? You see from here that it must be that the lien against property is a Doraisa lien. And therefore, it turns out that because that lien existed even when Yaakov was alive, that lien makes the loan like Mochzak. And therefore, the car gets each item. So that would seem to indicate that she would the Doraisa. Yet Rabbi just said before that she would the Rabbanon. So maybe you'll say, no problem, just switch around the positions. Maybe it's really Rabbi who holds Shibuda Doraisa, and Ula who holds Shibuda Rabbanon. I, the Ha'amar Ula, the Torah, but that's not true because Ula himself is on record as saying that Midja Oraisa, a Balchov, the creditor, is entire question is Ziburis. So let's say, remember again. So now, as much as Ula is saying that a creditor only gets to talk from inferior grade property, what he is saying is that a creditor always has a lien against property, which would then indicate that halacha l'maisa shibuda doraisa. Elo Rabba Haimer did name Rabba Kamar Leilo Sur. Rabba was and he speaks over here before about the loans. Rabba was not espousing his own opinion. Rabba was espousing the opinion of the Jews of Eretz Yisrael, the Rabban of Eretz Yisrael, but he himself did not hold that. So Moses says, therefore we are left fundamental machlokes. And by the way, this is actually a tremendous machlokes. Tremendous machlokes. What is the nature of an encumbrance? is encumbrance d'oraisa, is encumbrance d'Rabbanon, Rabba d'Rabbanon, Uza d'oraisa. Okay, hold on, we're going to get to Allah d'oraisa. Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi. So Rabbi Shmuel both say the following. Milva Alpad, in the Goba Lomina Yerusha Lomina. If you make a verbal loan, right, which means again, Ruben lends, Shimon months, and Halacha Lamais, but Balpad, not with the Shtag. What's the halacha? Either Goba Lomina Yerusha Lomina. So ultimately, again, you cannot collect that debt from Yerushin, from Yisom, right, from an estate. So whenever you see Yerushin, what does that mean? What does that mean? It means Yisomim or Akitani. Right, so you can't collect on the estate until they reach and drug litigated out. Nor can you collect that debt from property that has been sold after the date of the loan. My time was the reason for that. Shibud alav d'oraisa. The Rav and Shmuel hold like Rabba that Shibud is not d'oraisa. Rabbi Yochanan and Shimon and Lakish the Amitabayu Milva Alpad Gova